Then, Hante stammered for a long time, but he could not come up with any rebuttals. He knew that Princess Summer was right. Now that Black Jack had revealed his ugliest face, there was no way that he would allow anyone who saw it to live. Besides, according to what he had just said, billions of lives would be sacrificed as sacrifices and fuel in order to rebuild the Swallowing Empire. But what can we do even if we stay? Hante could only reply drily, I've analyzed everything. The odds that we can defeat Black Jack are less than 10%. It's 1%. Less than 1%. Silver brightness was blinking inside the jade eyes. The latest analysis was based on the shape and aura of Black Jack. No way. There was still 10% just now. Hante shouted. Less than 1% is one of the less than 10%, or even less than 100%. Taking a deep breath, Hante resisted the urge to lunge forward and strangle the artificial intelligence. He said to Princess Summer, Look, our odds of winning are no higher than 1%. If we rush out, we will be committing suicide. It is meaningless except to be buried together with your sisters. Therefore, stop being emotional and wasting your time. Let's get out of here together. Hante extended his hands to Princess Summer sincerely. Princess Summer was silent for a long time when she heard Jade's latest analysis and saw that her sisters were as pale as skeletons under Black Jack's tentacles. I understand. She took a long breath in relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders, or as if she had made up her mind. She was much more relaxed than before. Then let's go, Mr. Hante. Thank you for everything you've done for me, for my sisters, and for the Jadeite continent. You were right. This place is indeed too dangerous. It's a dead end to stay and fight. It's meaningless. Therefore, before Black Jack attacks this place, please leave now. Go to your world and ask for reinforcements. Come back and help us destroy Black Jack and save this beautiful world. Please. Hante was overjoyed, but his smile froze as soon as it appeared. He looked at Princess Summer's eyes, which were getting more and more determined, and asked hesitatingly, What do you mean, Sister Summer? You are asking me to leave? But you are not coming with me? Call for reinforcements. One person is enough, isn't it? Princess Summer said calmly, You will go with Jade. I will stay and help you resist Black Jack for a while. It's decided then. Chi-La, while she was talking, she tore off a large piece of blood-stained cloth from her short skirt, tied up her messy hair, and tightened the cloth with her teeth. Then, Princess Summer wiped off the blood on her broken saber and put it back to her waist. She faced Black Jack, who was still roaring and crashing outside, calmly. Her temperament was like a calm, dark cloud. The most dangerous storm was brewing and condensing below the calmness. Hante had never seen such an intimidating aura from Princess Summer before. He was dazed for a long time before he raised his voice and shouted, Sister Summer? What are you talking about? We could have run away together. Why did you choose to stay and die? Yes, you should have left, Mr. Hunter. Princess Summer smiled and said, This is not your world. The people outside are not your sisters either. You are just a passerby who was accidentally involved in the incident. Also, you can't bear a lot of unnecessary pain with your terrible identity. Now that you are free to go, you have no reason to stay here any longer. If everything you said is true, if you can really summon reinforcements from the Pangu universe and rescue the Emerald Continent from the clutches of Black Jack, it will be a great kindness beyond description. Everybody in the Emerald Continent, including the glorious mortal world and the Blood Demon sector, will be deeply grateful to you. Therefore, stop hesitating and dawdle. Let's go. What about you? Han asked anxiously. I'm different from you. Princess Summer's eyes were glittering as she said, one word after another. This is my world. This is the place where my ancestors fought on the battlefield and built the Eagle Kingdom. This is also the place where my father's blood flowed and his bones were buried. Every meal I've ever eaten, every bowl of water I've ever drunk, every mile I've ever walked, every smile I've ever seen, every cry I've ever heard, all come from this place. This place used to be my home. This place has all my memories and hopes. This place has the enemies that I deeply hate and have yet to behead. This place has my best sister, and right now my best sister has fallen into the hands of a devil. Therefore, Mr. Hunter, you can go, but I can't. I have to stay and face everything. I have to rescue my sisters from the clutches of the Devil King and kill my uncle, the scumbag who killed the king and usurped the throne. I have to rebuild the Eagle Kingdom, restore the glory of my father and my ancestors, and even wash away the disgrace left by my distant ancestors thousands of years ago, including First Officer Quake. It is my responsibility and my destiny, isn't it? Hante was dazed. His mind went blank for a long time. He stammered, "You are joking. You can't do it. Mr. Han, just a few days ago, you taught me a saber art that is known to be killing even a hurricane. You said that the thunderous tornado saber art is the most dominating, invincible saber art in the world. There are no fixed moves, only one secret, and that is, no matter how strong the enemy is, no matter if you can win or not, and no matter what will happen to you after the slash, just concentrate all your hot blood, will, and soul and slash at the toughest part of the enemy." Princess Summer smiled, her slender hand holding the blood-stained hilt, unwilling to let go. "You taught me how to control my saber and my own fate. Now that I've got the saber, are you going to ask me to let go of it? When you were still Teresa, didn't you say that you thought I was a very talented warrior and even a queen with great potential? That I would return to the Eagle Kingdom one day and take back everything that belonged to me? Now that you've changed from Teresa to Mr. Hunter, have those words gone with the wind?" Of course not." Hante's face alternated between red and white. He said, "I'm not lying to you. You really do have potential. The problem is that your potential can only burst out when you are alive. Black Jack is too strong right now. You will die if you rush out like this." "Yes, I will die," Princess Summer said. "But who wouldn't?" Special Agent Han's face was flushed red, and he felt extremely powerless. "Let me out, Jade. Please." Princess Summer turned to the liquid metal shell of the artificial intelligence. "After all, your sole purpose is to rebuild Jade. Even without me, you can still ask for help in the Pangu universe and achieve your purpose. Therefore, let me out. We will part ways and face our own destiny." Deep thought was spreading out on the surface of the liquid alloy. "No!" Han was anxious and shouted, "Jade, I have the highest clearance. I am the captain-to-be of Jade. You are not allowed to let her go." "Why?" Princess Summer clenched her fists in fury. "Why are you stopping me?" "Because I don't want to see you die in vain. This is for your own good. I'm not going to die in vain. I'm going to wake up my sisters, fight side by side with them, kill the evil demon king, defend my home, protect my compatriots, and fulfill my duty as a princess of the Eagle Kingdom." Princess Summer's voice was louder and louder. An invisible aura surrounded her, filling her with brilliance that Han Te could not look at directly. "Like I said, you won't make it," said Han Chaofeng fiercely. "How can we know whether or not we will succeed if we don't try?" Princess Summer continued, "A few days ago, I didn't believe that I had the courage to face the demonic halberd pig and raise my saber high, either. In the end, with the guidance and encouragement of my best sister, Teresa, I succeeded. I stared at the extremely brutal eyes of the demonic halberd pig, but the fear deep inside my heart was shattered. I slashed my saber at the demonic halberd pig brutally, and together with Teresa, I killed the demonic beast that only appeared in nightmares. Can you imagine the excitement and sense of accomplishment deep inside my heart at that moment? It was like I had found the meaning of life again. If Teresa and I could create miracles then, why can't we do it now? Well, Hante was rendered speechless again. He was dazed for a long time before he asked, "Then, why can't you wait for a while and train yourself to improve your strength, so that you can make a comeback when the time is right? When will the time be right? When will we find the Pangu universe? Even if we do, when will the people of the Pangu universe finish upgrading their fleet and send troops to help the Emerald Continent?" Princess Summer threw out a series of questions. Then, she pointed at the miserable scene outside the transparent cabin wall and said, "My sisters are being tortured by the devil. I know exactly what the torture feels like. I can't watch them suffer. I can't even stand it for 1 minute, 1 second. Not to mention that, even if the Pangu universe sends out an expedition army, it will be a few years or even a few decades later. By then, my sisters will not be able to die in peace. Countless innocent people on the Emerald Continent, including the citizens of the Eagle Kingdom, whom I swore to protect, might have fallen into Black Jack's hands. He has already devoured all the girls on the Emerald Continent with his evil tentacles and upgraded them to an unimaginable level. Are you sure that the expedition army of the Pangu universe can destroy the fully upgraded Black Jack, the Master Devourer? Well, anyway, agitated Special Agent Han blurted out. Whatever you say, I will not let you go out and die. Princess Summer's pupils constricted, before they suddenly turned cold and pierced into Han T's heart like 2 ice picks. Her face was full of disappointment. If so, Mr. Han, what's the difference between you and Black Jack? What's the difference between going with you and going back to Black Jack? Princess Summer said gloomily. Neither you nor Black Jack acknowledge that we girls have the right to choose our own destiny. You keep us by your side like toys, puppets, or some sort of multipurpose pet. You are heroes, you are rescuers, you are devils, you are saviors, and you are the protagonists of this glamorous adventure. As for us girls, we are merely insignificant vassals who can only dance obediently according to the trajectories you set. As long as we deviate from our trajectories even a little bit and show signs of loss of control, you will do whatever it takes to drag us back. If this is your truest face, then you are nothing more than a weakened version of Black Jack. I have even less reason to go with you. What do you mean by completely weakened? I'm very strong. Humiliated, Han Te could not help but shout. The most important difference between me and Black Jack is that I was trying to help you, and he was trying to hurt you. If you really want to help me, just let me face my own destiny and the battle that the Princess of the Eagle Kingdom should have faced a long time ago, Princess Summer said. I can't do that. Han Te scratched his hair in pain. Think again, Sister Summer. Think again. Don't call me sister. Only Teresa can call me sister. You can call me Princess Summer or Miss Summer, Princess Summer said coldly. Han Te was dazed for a moment. I am Teresa. No, you are not. Princess Summer said. Teresa taught me to raise my saber high, but you wanted me to give up resistance. Teresa told me that girls could also stand on their own and become the masters of their own destiny. But you wanted me to abandon my sisters and watch them die without doing anything. Instead, I fled to a strange foreign land with you and placed my fate completely in your hands for you to judge with your mercy. Teresa woke me up as a woman. No, it didn't matter whether it was a man or a woman. Teresa woke up my dignity and pride as a human being. She made me realize the meaning of life again and regain the pride of a human being. This pride has been lost for a long, long time ever since my ancestors, First Officer Quake and the others, defected to this continent. I finally found it again, but you want me to extinguish this incomparably brilliant fire of the soul again? No, Mr. Hunter. You are not Teresa, not the Teresa that I know, trust, and like. Maybe, the moment you regained your true face, my Teresa was already dead. But it didn't matter. As long as she had lived a real and passionate life, what was there to fear about death? In any case, I still want to thank you. Thank you for bringing me a good friend, Teresa, and for letting me see the true light through her eyes. If I had never seen the light, I could have endured the darkness. If I had never truly lived, perhaps I could have always been dressed as Black Jack or your puppet. You would have dressed me up as the obedient and beautiful princess from a fairy tale and let me live the happiness of a walking corpse. It's a pity that I can't now. Teresa had high hopes for me and believed that I could create a miracle. I didn't want to disappoint her, nor did I want to disappoint the unquenchable pride deep inside my heart. Whether you agree or not, I've made up my mind to face my destiny as a princess of the Eagle Kingdom or a real human being. Nobody can stop me from fighting my destiny. Not you, not Black Jack. The princess of the Eagle Nation gripped her saber again and strode toward Han Te. Her eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, which made Han Te shudder. Get out of the way. The princess of the Eagle Nation commanded calmly and firmly. Hante could not look at Princess Summer in the eyes. He had been pushed back by Princess Summer's intimidating aura. Princess Summer turned around and looked at Jade. "Let me out. It will do everybody good." Jade pondered for a moment and clapped her hands. The liquid metal alloy below Princess Summer's feet suddenly dispersed, revealing a silver swirl. Princess Summer fell into the swirl. The liquid alloy covered her head. Very soon, she vanished from the cockpit. Hante was greatly surprised. Then he burst into fury. He strode forward and grabbed Jade's collar, shouting, "What are you doing? Who told you to let her out? She's right. It will do nobody any good if she stays here." Jade said calmly, "Firstly, if you continue to harass him and stall him, Black Jack will break through the cabin wall and occupy the place any minute. Secondly, Princess Summer's mental state is not stable. If we disobey her, she might cause immeasurable damage. Thirdly, and most importantly, although you can give me the coordinates of the Panga universe, the universe is vast, and the space jumps and regular cruising abilities of the escape capsules are not satisfactory. Nobody can guarantee that we will reach the Pangu universe after a few precise jumps. Maybe we will have to cruise in space for decades or even hundreds of years before we find the Pangu universe. Every passenger in the escape capsule will consume twice as much food and fuel. Our sailing time and journey will be halved, which means that the odds of finding the Pangu universe will be reduced to 50%. Since she is just a native of the Jadeite continent and not an indispensable key figure, what's the point of bringing her along? If you are alone, the success rate of our mission will be greatly improved, and your odds of survival will be greatly improved. Won't you agree? Good my ass. Hante's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was hideous. He was about to punch the indifferent silver face of the Jade. Shaking the Jade hard, he bellowed, "The value of human beings cannot be measured by a few cold numbers. I don't care. I command you to drag her back right now. I have the highest authority on Jade. I am the captain-to-be of Jade. As the captain-to-be, I command you to get her back at whatever cost. I'm sorry, but you don't have the slightest bit of the witch gene left in your body." Jade's face was still cold and rigid, but there was mockery in her voice. "You are no longer the captain-to-be of Jade, and all your privileges have been revoked. Since you are not willing to take on the mission and the strength of the witch, you are not qualified to shout at me. Who do you think you are? Why should I obey your orders?" As if he had been struck by lightning, Hante's face was pale. He took 2 steps back and clutched his chest, feeling that he was about to vomit blood. "Besides, what can I do even if I drag her back by force? Do I have to help you tie her up and stuff her into the escape capsule?" She was right. "If so, what's the difference between you and Blackjack? Why did she choose you instead of Blackjack?" Jade said, "At the very least, Blackjack is 10 times more handsome than you, and his combat ability is 100 times higher. Judging from the fact that he can deal with so many harems, he must be much stronger than you in that regard. Besides, he does not have any hobbies that nobody should know about." "I don't have any hobbies, either." Hante tore off the curved breastplate on his chest and stomped on the ground heavily. Of course, she would keep the short skirt for now. Although Jade was not a real woman, it felt weird to take off her skirt in front of Captain Kelly. "All right," Jade admitted. "Even if you don't have any special hobbies, shouldn't you at least admit that you are not as handsome and tough as Blackjack?" Hunter was silent. He gnashed his teeth, his cheeks bulging. Both his cheeks were burning, and his eyes were red and swollen. He did not know how to vent his depression. It is not dishonorable to admit one's weakness. On the contrary, it is the greatest rationality of intelligent life. Jade said, "Don't let your useless emotions control your brain. Are you familiar with Princess Summer?" Hante nodded at first and then shook his head. "I don't know. Teresa is quite familiar with her. But I'm probably not Teresa. I'm Hante, an outsider who has nothing to do with this place. I don't want to be a ghost at all. Naturally, I'm not Princess Summer's good sister. Isn't that good enough?" Jade said, "You've become your real self. Stop overthinking. Right now, I've activated the escape procedures. Get ready. Let's go." "Leaving so soon?" Hante was at a loss. Of course. Princess Summer is buying us more time. If we don't leave now, when will we? While talking, Jade clapped her hands again. The transparent, liquid alloy walls that could be observed from the outside resumed their silver color. Colorful colors were blossoming around the walls. All kinds of new structures were highlighted under the control of the nanomachines. The cockpit was changing into the control room of the escape capsule. In front of Hante, the silver-white cabin wall was gradually replaced by a black universe that was as vast as an ocean. The scattered brightness formed a star map. Behind him, a pupa-type hibernation pod slowly floated up and hugged him. It is estimated that the escape capsule will be installed in 3 minutes, and all the preparations will be completed in 5. Jade said, "Now you may enter our destination." In front of Hante, the colorful mystic rays condensed into a virtual input interface. He reached out subconsciously only to hesitate. "Why can't I see what's going on outside?" He asked Jade, "Why didn't you let me see the battle between Princess Summer and Black Jack?" "That will do you no good," Jade said. "It will only annoy you with your boring emotions." "No. I want to see it." Hante gritted his teeth. "Turn the cabin wall transparent again and let me see their battle." Jade was silent. If you don't let me see Princess Summer, I will not enter the coordinates of the Pangu universe." Hante was determined. "If worst comes to worst, Black Jack will break through the cabin wall, and we will die together in this place." "All right, if you think it will make you feel better." Jade shrugged helplessly and snapped her fingers. The silver cabin wall turned transparent again. Black Jack had finished the upgrade. Gold arcs that looked like lightning were dancing between his black hair and his black eyes. His black hair, which looked like a waterfall, was dancing even though there was no wind. His face, which was almost perfect, was brimming with mysteriousness and dignity, as well as the dignity of a god and the mystery of a demon king. Ripples of brainwaves spread out from his brain. Stimulated by the golden ripples, all the members of the opposite sex were fascinated by him. Although they were unwilling to accept it, they were awed by his scent and did not dare to approach him. When Black Jack raised the mutilated body of Lord Cooper High and threw it aside in contempt, none of the devilized people dared to challenge him anymore. Black Jack smiled and was about to speak when a broken saber tore through the air and pierced at his perfect face from behind. Black Jack tilted his head. The broken saber brushed past his cheek and cut off one of his hairs. Looking at the falling hair, Black Jack's pupils shrank slightly. When he turned around, he happened to see Princess Summer picking up a second blood-stained saber with the tip of her foot, raising it above her head, and staring at him with unwavering eyes. Black Jack was dazed for a moment. Then he put on a sincere smile and opened his arms to Princess Summer. "So it's Xianxia. Are you finally willing to come out?" "Shut up. I am not your Summer. I don't belong to anybody. I belong to myself alone." Princess Summer snapped. "You are not Black Jack. What kind of monster are you exactly? What have you done to me and my sisters?" Black Jack rolled his eyes. He was not embarrassed that his real face had been exposed at all. Maintaining the perfect smile, he said casually, "I knew that there was something wrong with the girl named Teresa. What did she say to you that made you so confused?" "Don't insult Teresa. She was the one who awakened me and restored my dignity and the meaning of my life." Princess Summer gnashed her teeth. "You monster. You never really loved me and my sisters, did you? You only treated us as puppets and batteries so that we could live in your beautiful dreams and be swallowed by you without us knowing. Listen, I've been awakened. I won't be fooled and manipulated by you anymore. Besides, I will not allow your ugly tentacles to continue harassing my good sister. Sister Natasha, Sister Hera, Kur the cat girl, Vera the elf, and all the other sisters. Wake up now and see the true face of the monster. Don't be fooled by him anymore. Don't dwell in your own dreams anymore." Princess Summer shouted. "It's useless. They loved me deeply and offered everything to me willingly. How could they be woken up by you so easily?" Black Jack smiled. "Besides, you are not them. How do you know that they are not happy right now?" Come on, Xianxia. You were only fooled by Teresa for a moment. I won't blame you as long as you come back to me. What's wrong with being my summer? I'm the strongest man in the world. I'll protect you well. In my arms, you won't have any more troubles or setbacks. You won't have to face difficult lives and dangerous challenges. Whatever you need, you can get it from me at any time. When other people learn that you are Black Jack's woman, they will treat you like a real queen. Isn't such a life good? Come on. Come on. Come on. Black Jack's voice gradually turned into a murmur. Bright gold ripples spread out from the depths of his black eyes and wreathed Princess Summer like invisible tentacles. His real tentacles extended toward Princess Summer's eyebrow like ugly earthworms. Princess Summer seemed to have been grabbed by a nightmare. Confusion was flowing in her eyes, but she was still and dumbfounded. Black Jack's tentacles drew closer and closer to Princess Summer. His lips curled into a confident smile. Suddenly, with a flash of the saber, the mist in Princess Summer's eyes was torn apart. She unleashed the brilliance of the Princess of the Eagle Kingdom, which cut off the tentacles that were reaching for her like an unstoppable blade. Black Jack's eyelids twitched, revealing a mixture of surprise and pain. The tentacles hissed and twisted like vipers whose heads had been chopped off. I can face my own life and all the difficulties, setbacks, and challenges without you. A confident and determined smile appeared on Princess Summer's face. I don't want to live as anybody's woman, and I don't need anybody to treat me like a queen. Right now, I am the Princess of the Eagle Kingdom. One day, I will become a real queen with my own strength. She raised her saber high, imagining that it was not Black Jack but an overwhelming tornado in front of her. She was going to slay the tornado with her indomitable will and determination. Back in the Panga universe, on the Heaven's Origin sector on the Grand Desolate Plateau, the dazzling aura of the saber appeared on the starships on the other side of the universe again. Even though the people holding the sabers were different, the brightness of their life was equally glamorous. Thunderous Tornado Saber Art, a saber art that could even kill tornadoes. Black Jack's face was more solemn than ever. For a moment, even he was stung by Princess Summer's determination. He felt that the brightness of the saber was leaving coldness on his neck. However, determination alone was not going to solve any problem. Pa! The tentacles all over Black Jack's body suddenly expanded to 10 times their original size, as if almost 10 arms of devils had grown out of his body. He smashed Princess Summer, sending her and her saber flying to the wall of the cabin. Princess Summer vomited blood crazily. She felt that every bone in her body was shaking, but she was still gripping her saber so hard that the handle seemed to be melting into her flesh, bones, and soul. There's a ready path to heaven, yet you choose to barge into hell to suffer. I simply don't understand why you are seeking your own death. Why can't you be like other girls? Waving his demonic tentacles, Black Jack walked to Princess Summer unhurriedly. Because, cough cough, cough 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 cough. Princess Summer was on one of her knees. Her legs trembled for a long time before she straightened her body with the help of her saber. Her eyes were still shining like the morning stars on her bloody face. This is how girls should be. No, men and women are what human beings should be. No matter how miserable and cruel our fate is, we must stand up with our own strength and face it head-on. We must struggle and fight. Pa! Hardly had she finished her sentence when she was blown away by Black Jack's tentacles again and fell into the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Countless wounds were left on her by the sharp bones of the devils. Princess Summer was soaked in blood. There was no telling whether it was hers or the devil's. Well said. But what's the point? Licking the blood splatter from Princess Summer's body, Black Jack smiled and said, I like human beings. I like you little creatures whose emotions and wills are bursting out all the time. Such brilliance is the only thing that can fill the stomachs of the so-called gods and devils in the universe of a higher dimension. Then we will swallow all the gods and devils. You are like flies that have been locked in glass bottles. You look at the splendid world outside and buzz and bump into each other until your head is bleeding, and you even turn into a pile of bloody artwork on the glass wall. Maybe you are like moths darting into fire. This is the ultimate command that has been carved deep inside your genes and cannot be changed. Then, since you are not willing to jump into the warm embrace that I weaved for you and have to face the cruel and terrifying reality, you can pick up your weapon and continue fighting as you wish. Then struggle and scream. Die in the deep desperation. Black Jack burst into laughter. Countless tentacles rose up from his back and danced crazily like thousands of serpents. Princess Summer gritted her teeth and tried to stand up again and again, only to fall to the ground again and again. The broken bones and broken blades scratched more wounds, and more blood flowed out. The devils nearby were all moved by Princess Summer's determination. They all clenched their weapons and gritted their teeth to resist Black Jack's fear. Hela the Dragoness, Natasha the captain of the mercenary group, Kier the catgirl, Vela the elf, and all the other girls who had been controlled by Black Jack watched everything calmly with their gray-brown eyes. They were emotionless. Their bodies seemed to be sealed by Black Jack. They did not move at all. However, deep inside the gray eyes that looked like ice, ripples were surging in the weakest way possible. "Sisters, wake up!" Princess Summer finally stood up, but every second that she did was a torture worse than death. She knew that she could not defeat Black Jack by herself. She only hoped that her efforts could wake up Hera, Natasha, Vera, and Kier so that they could cut off Black Jack's energy supply. If they fought side by side again, there might be a slim chance of victory. "Wake up, sisters. Wake up and face the real Black Jack together with me. We can create miracles in our true destiny." Princess Summer shouted in her heart. But Black Jack seemed to have read her mind. He said casually, "Right now, are you expecting a miracle? Do you know what a miracle is exactly? Miracles are things that will never happen. The escape capsule has been prepared. It will be ignited in 10 seconds. This place is too dangerous. It won't be too late to determine the coordinates of the space jump after we run into the boundless sea of stars. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7. Inside the escape capsule, Jade's calm and cold voice echoed. Hante seemed to have been punched right in the middle of his face. He crouched on the seat of liquid alloys in a daze and watched the battle between Princess Summer and Black Jack. Princess Summer's blood seemed to be flowing on his pupils. He was in a trance and shivering beyond his control, as if every cut on Princess Summer's body had been inflicted upon him, too. "Stop!" When he saw Princess Summer stand up shakily from the pool of blood, dragging her wounded body, the fortress of rationality deep inside his brain was finally shattered. He said in a low voice, "Stop the countdown." "What?" Jade sounded surprised, but the countdown continued. "I fucking told you to stop." Hante suddenly jumped up from his seat, his eyes full of fury toward himself and Black Jack. He bellowed, "Even if you launch us right now, I will never tell you the coordinates of the Pangu universe. I swear that I would rather die of thirst, hunger, and old age in the boundless sea of stars. Just wait to be a pile of wasted copper and iron that has run out of energy." Jade stopped the countdown. Drops of liquid metal condensed into Captain Kelly again in front of Hante. "What do you want exactly?" asked Jade calmly. I don't know." Hante was hesitating. "I just feel that, watching Sister Summer and so many other girls being savaged by Black Jack, I don't have any guts to leave." "You are not particularly gutless. You are merely making the most reasonable choice for an ordinary person under such circumstances. Therefore, they are just ordinary people with no guts and nothing special," replied Jade. "Do you also think that I'm not manly enough and even worse than Black Jack, the scumbag? From a physiological point of view, you are now 100% male." "There is no doubt about that," replied Jade. "What about other angles?" Hante asked. Jade was silent. "In other words, this organ is the only proof that I'm still a man." Hante grinned and shook his head slowly. He said miserably, "No. Or rather, I was never a real man. At the very least, I was not a man like Master Yao, my master, Lei Qinghu, Boss Bai, or even the young Emperor Li Jialing or the boxing champion. I grew up in a bloody paradise. Although Master brought me a tiny bit of light, the darkness around me was too strong. so strong that we had to do everything we could just to survive. We had no time to think about pride, dignity, mission, significance, or whether or not we were men. Although a series of coincidences allowed me to meet Master Yao and the most distinguished men and women in the Pangu universe, and I followed them through all the magnificent and soul-stirring struggles, I was actually very clear deep down in my heart that they were the protagonists of the war, and I was just an insignificant figure who was responsible for the background of the protagonists. There has never been an opportunity that required me to make a final decision, reverse the situation, burn my life to my heart's content, and unleash all my masculinity. Under normal circumstances, I only need to follow behind Old Yao, Boss Bai, or Lord Fist King and help them clean up the battlefield. That's why I can fool myself time and time again. I can fool myself into thinking that Master Yao, Boss Bai, the Fist King, and I are men of the same level as the young emperor, Li Jialing, and that we are experts who are brave enough to face our bloody fate. Our combat ability can vary, but the hearts of the strong are the same. In fact, deep down in my heart, I know we are different. They are the real men, the heroes who shake the sea of stars. Even Li Jialing, the young emperor that I hate most, once stood proudly on a starship and led the charge against an enemy 10 times stronger than himself. No, in fact, I don't really hate Li Jialing at all. I'm just trying to flatter myself with the excuse of competing with Li Jialing. For that, I even lied to myself and forced myself to compete with Li Jialing for the glass. After I cut open the deepest level of my heart, am I really in love with Lu Li? I don't think so. I've always considered Lu Li as my sister, but my competitiveness was aroused by Li Jialing. There are other girls. The girls that I've been with. Have I really loved any of them, even for 1 second? I don't think so. I just want to prove that I've grown up and turned from a boy into a real man. In fact, the more I wanted to prove to the world that I was a real man, the more I became a real joke. Li Jialing probably never thought highly of me and never considered me as a real competitor. That's true. It's not his fault. Even I look down upon myself in such a way. I feel that I am a coward, a scumbag, a waste, and a joke. Except for one more organ, I don't have a single toe on my body. I am not a real man. At this point, tears were already streaming down Han's face. At this moment, he happened to hear Blackjack's words outside. Miracles are things that will never happen. His words made Han Te's pupils constrict into 2 supernovas that were about to explode. Han Te clutched his crotch and was silent for a long time like a shivering statue. Jadeite. He finally spoke in a voice that was even more coarse than crying. Can you return the witch gene to me? Jade asked. What do you want? I want strength. Han Te clutched his crotch so hard that the veins on the back of his hand were bulging. The excruciating pain made him stop shivering and hesitating. The brilliance in his eyes exploded as he declared resolutely, one word after another. I want to be a real man. Jade looked at Han Te's hand. Silver ripples appeared in the corner of its eyes, as if it felt pain for Han Te even though it was an artificial intelligence. Allow me to remind you, if you inject the witch genes into your body, you will not be able to get any strength. It must be fully activated and show the characteristics of the genes in order to release the legacy of the Captain of Jade. But if you do that, you will remain in the Teresa state for a long time. Are you sure you want to do that? I'm sure. Han Te's heart ached so much that he was about to cry. The veins on the back of his hand gradually calmed down, and his grip turned into an affectionate caress. He groped up and down, heartbroken. Are you clear about the consequences of your actions? Or have you decided to turn into a real man in the appearance of Teresa? Jade tilted her head and thought for a long time, but she was still unable to figure out the logic behind it. She could only say thoughtfully, human beings are indeed an interesting, carbon-based intelligent creature. Most of the time, I can't tell whether you are really intelligent or just monkeys who are running around blindly with unbelievable luck. Cut the crap. Han Te's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was coarse. Give me the witch gene and fully activate it before I regret it. No problem. But you must understand that, even if the witch gene is activated, it is impossible for you to digest and absorb all the knowledge of the captain instantly. The odds of you defeating Black Jack in a short time are still slim. Let me see. It is below 0.5% now. Jade reminded him patiently. Are you sure you want to gamble in such a way that there is no chance of winning? If the fate of mankind can be defined by cold data, what is the significance of our existence? Hante gnashed his teeth. Every muscle on his body was shivering in fury and shame. I don't care about the odds of success. I only know what I should do. Then what about my destiny? Jade said. My mission is to rebuild Jade and the entire fleet. I can't stand by and watch you embark on a hopeless adventure that will lead to our annihilation. We won't be wiped out. We can make a deal. Looking at the Jade, Hante's veins were bulging on his forehead. As long as you give me and activate the witch gene in exchange, I will tell you the coordinates of the Pangu universe. I think, since you are so smart, as long as you have the coordinates, you can drive the escape capsule to the Pangu universe even without me, right? You can set the escape capsule to the ready state and wait for the final battle between Black Jack and me. If I fail, you will. If it is a match of male and female, Jade interjected, you've already lost the moment you injected the witch genes, haven't you? Hante took a deep breath and resisted the urge to strangle the artificial intelligence again. Then just run away and find my friends in the Pangu universe by yourself. Tell them everything about me. Oh wait, there's no need to talk about my transformation into Teresa. Just tell them that I died in a great battle as Hante. They will definitely avenge me. Let me see. You can look for the Fist King first. He is an artificial intelligence just like you. A very honest, reliable, and trustworthy artificial intelligence. He will definitely help you. When you thought that an artificial intelligence was honest and trustworthy, you were already fooled, Jade said in a low voice. What did you say? Director Han was too nervous and excited to hear clearly. Nothing. Jade thought for a moment. Your proposal is acceptable. Come on, then. Hante gnashed his teeth, his face twisted. Cold sweat was pouring down his forehead like a waterfall. Make it quick and make it quick. All right, Jade mumbled. However, are you sure you don't need 2 more minutes? According to my precise calculation, Princess Summer and the rest of them can hold on for a few more minutes. I can give you 2 to 3 minutes for you to make a quick farewell. You may not see it for a long time. Hante hesitated for a moment, but Princess Summer's valiance in the bloody battle was urging him like a silent horn. Forget it. Hante closed his eyes and said, holding back the pain, I usually take half an hour to walk. 2 to 3 minutes is not going to help at all. It will even wear away the determination that I've worked so hard to build up. Cut the crap. Do it before it realizes what is going on and hurts me. All right. The Jade sighed softly and turned into a silver flower again, enveloping Han. The muscles at the corners of Hante's eyes were shivering, and hot hero tears were flowing on his face. He tried his best to control his body and nailed it to the ground like a warrior who was determined to defend his position. From the Federation to the Imperium, countless predecessors sacrificed themselves for the bright future of the civilization of mankind. They were not scared even if their bodies and souls were destroyed. I merely sacrificed something that was no larger than a cecum. Does it matter? Hante hypnotized himself by condensing a transparent and indestructible belief in his heart. The most important thing for a man is to be magnanimous. Don't be as petty as a woman. If you can't even bear to spend such a small amount of money, what kind of man are you? Besides, the nature of the matter is fundamentally different from the mental derangement maniacs in the ancient cultivation notes who wave their saber in order to practice the tyrannical demonic technique. After all, after waving their saber, they will have no descendants, but I am different. I can still have my own descendants, but after I return to the Pangu universe, it will be hard for me to explain myself to Lu Li. Sigh. Lu Li is an innocent and devoted girl. She must have been in love with me for a long time, but she didn't dare to confess her love to me because of the sisterly love, did she? If I turn into Teresa forever, I will have to cut off her feelings with the intellectual sword. I hope she won't be sad for too long and find a good partner soon. That's enough. Don't let your imagination run wild. A man should make his own decisions. Come on. I'm the man who is going to be the king of cannons in the sea of stars. The toughest challenges, the most painful tortures, and the most miserable fates cannot stop me from embarking on my own path. Come on. Hante roared hysterically. Then, it was covered by the silver flowers and turned into a giant cocoon again. Before long, ripples appeared on the surface of the cocoon. Bubbles were popping up, and scorching steam was spurting out when the bubbles exploded. It was as if the ferocious beast whose strength had expanded by 100 times was about to be released. Is this strength? From the depths of the silver-white cocoon that was about to explode, a clear and melodious yet extremely mournful female voice rang out. Blackjack, you will never be able to imagine just how painful a price they paid in order to obtain this power. Wait. Sob. 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 It hurts. Why is the devil inside my body still causing me so much pain? It's been a while. Ah. Nasty. 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 Blackjack. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. It's all your fault. Your fault. Your fault. Today, I'm going to kill you. Princess Summer was in a trance. She felt that she was back to the day when she was almost bitten by a viper in the royal garden of the Eagle Kingdom. She vaguely remembered that it was a translucent, beautiful red snake. It looked harmless and even somewhat cute. However, when she reached out her hand in her ignorance, the little red snake's head split open into a bloody mouth that looked like a crab's claw and bit her hand brutally. At that time, she was very timid. She had always been timid. Her mind was blank. She did not dare or could not escape. She could only scream. Then, with a flash of his saber, his father chopped off the viper's head and stomped on the broken body. Princess Summer remembered that her father, the king of the Eagle Kingdom, the invincible hero in her heart, had hugged her tightly. Her father's hairy beard gave her a warm sense of security. She was like a nestling that could not bear to leave its nest and wanted to curl up inside for the rest of her life. Don't be scared, my baby. It is already dead. The king of the Eagle Nation said, Dad killed it. Dad will protect you forever. Really? Princess Summer remembered her young and ignorant self. Holding back her tears of fear, she asked in a trembling voice, Will Daddy really protect Summer forever? Ha 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 ha. The king's laughter was like thunder on a summer afternoon. His strong chest was shaking softly, giving the princess a sense of security. Of course, you are my most lovely daughter and the pearl of the entire Eagle Kingdom. I and the people of the Eagle Kingdom will protect you, dote on you, and make you happy forever. I swear. Princess Summer remembered that she was greatly relieved when she heard her father's words. From then on, she would have nothing to worry about, nothing to do. She would listen to her father and live a carefree life forever. However, the next scene that popped up in his head was his father lying in a pool of blood with his uncle's long sword stabbed into his body. He was not dead yet, but he was staring at his daughter, who was hiding in a corner, with regret and regret. There was no telling whether or not he regretted pouring too much love on his daughter before his death and raising her into a caged canary. When disaster befell them, his daughter could do nothing except watch him bleed out. Princess Summer remembered that her head was blank when she stumbled out of the palace. Other than extreme fear and confusion, she did not have the courage to hate her uncle at all, like a mouse that had been swallowed by a cat. She seemed to have heard that, after her uncle killed her father and failed to locate her, she burst into laughter in the palace. Run, my dear Xianxia. That's all you can do anyway. Dad, you are wrong. You are really wrong. Tears in her eyes, Princess Summer said, Nobody can protect me forever except myself. Not you, not the citizens of the Eagle Kingdom, not the gods and demons in the legends, and only myself. The excruciating pain vaporized her tears, and Princess Summer returned to reality. She was tied up by Blackjack's tentacles. Her eyes were red and then black, and the world around her was so twisted that she was almost suffocated. Bloody bodies were lying everywhere. The devilized people, who did not believe it, gathered their last courage and launched a new round of attacks on Blackjack. Then, they turned into broken, bloody remains. Hela the Dragoness, Natasha the captain of the mercenary group, Vera the elf, and Kier the catgirl were still under Blackjack's control. Although Princess Summer could sense that their grieving souls were sending out feeble ripples in response to her call. But they had lost themselves for too long, and Blackjack was too strong for Princess Summer to wake them up by herself. Now, do you still believe in hope? With the support of several tentacles, Blackjack slowly floated to Princess Summer and smiled at her. At the same time, he waved one of the thinner tentacles and extended it to the center of Princess Summer's eyebrow. Or maybe, after suffering enough, you will wake up and change your mind. Instead of asking for trouble, you will return to my embrace. Princess Summer looked at him and suddenly found him hilarious. It was odd that he had fallen for such a clown in the past. He must have been blind. Bah! Princess Summer spat on the ground like the cruelest women on the street. Blackjack narrowed his eyes. Swoosh! The ends of the tentacles split apart like the petals of a crab and turned into a bloody mouth. Everything seemed to have returned to when Princess Summer was 6. No, it was different. At 6 years old, she could only scream. But right now, she had learned how to smile. Besides, she was holding her broken saber. Come on. You won't be arrogant for long. I've bought you enough time. Hante and Jade have gone back for help. The fleet from the Pangu universe will annihilate you for sure. Princess Summer thought to herself. Or rather, she hoped so. Hiss! The bloody mouth full of fangs opened like a snake head and bit at her brutally. She squeezed out the last bit of her strength from the depths of her soul and slashed at the tentacles behind the bloody mouth with her broken saber. Blackjack's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. The devilized people who were still alive looked at Princess Summer, who was about to die miserably, with admiration and regret. However, in the next second, white brilliance was blinking. The snake head formed by the expansion of the tentacles flew up high. Blood was spurting out, and the broken tentacles were dancing crazily. Blackjack screamed in shock and pain. Let go of the girl. Your opponent is me. A voice that was both familiar and strange entered Princess Summer's ears like lightning, making her eyes widen in disbelief. Then, Princess Summer felt that the pressure all over her body was greatly relieved. The tentacles that had tied her up all hissed and retreated. She lost her restraints and fell from the sky, only to fall into another warm and soft embrace. She saw the big, watery eyes that seemed to contain the stars of the universe, the pride that had once made her a human being. Han, Special, Teresa. Princess Summer was both surprised and delighted. She had not cried when she was fighting Blackjack, no matter how painful it was. But right now, she could not control her tears at all. You didn't leave. You changed back. Yes, I didn't. Holding the beauty in her arms, Teresa smiled. We talked about fighting side by side, didn't we? Yes, but... Princess Summer could not stop her eyes from sliding from Teresa's chest to her abs. Your scent is getting stronger. Are you really, Yes. I made my choice. Teresa said solemnly. Don't worry about me. It's just a minor injury. There's no need to worry about it. You'll get used to it sooner or later. Besides, there are benefits to it. What benefits? Princess Summer could not help but ask. Teresa was silent for a long time. It's cooler this way, she said gloomily. Then, he put Princess Summer on the ground softly and stood straight. He stared at Blackjack with the hottest, most hateful, and most furious eyes in the entire universe. The devilized people who were still alive saw an unforgettable scene. Illuminated by billions of dazzling lights that were enough to illuminate the entire Blood Demon sector, a valiant Valkyrie gradually descended from the shining dome. Her entire body was covered in a layer of flowing silver-white metal that outlined her soul-stirring figure and solidified into the shape of dragon scales and flames. Her beautiful face and soul-stirring body were not enough to arouse the profane thoughts of the devilized people, because the eyes that were so furious that they could tear apart the sky and the earth were beaming with the pride that belonged not only to men but also to all human beings. Seeing that the liquid metal armor on her body was blossoming in various forms, with sharp claws, teeth, and soft wings reflecting colorful rays of light. All the devilized people's minds went blank, and they all had the urge to kneel down and worship her. In the end, the silver, liquid metal armor turned into a crimson ocean because of her fury and her determination. The Crimson Queen. The elders of the Turing clan were triggered by the memories carved in the deepest part of their genes. The picture in front of their eyes seemed to overlap with the pride that had blossomed thousands of years ago. The elders of the Turing clan burst into tears. A new empress has been born. Black Jack narrowed his eyes and observed the girl in front of him who was emitting a strong aura. He suddenly smiled. Teresa, I knew that you were not an ordinary girl who would settle for nothing. I didn't know that you were the first to receive the legacy of the Crimson Queen. Black Jack smiled and extended his hand to Teresa. Right now, you are the strongest woman in the world, and I am the strongest man in the world. Our union will certainly create new miracles. Damn! Teresa shielded Princess Summer behind her and ended Black Jack's invitation with her saliva. She bellowed, Scum, scumbag, animal, pig trotter. What kind of strongest man are you exactly? You are not even qualified to be a real man. What? Black Jack couldn't help but laugh. He looked at his hundreds of harems around him and said, The lovely girls don't think so. Very soon, the entire Blood Demon sector and the Emerald Continent will be shaking before me. Everybody will have to bow down to me and worship me. I can even rush out of this wretched world and conquer billions of stars. Isn't that a real man? If that is your definition of a real man, Black Jack, I can only say that you are terribly wrong. Teresa raised her eyebrow and gnashed her teeth. Black Jack, in order to realize your ambitions, you deceived and exploited the purest feelings of so many girls. You got them by despicable and shameless means, and you exploited their flesh and blood to pave your way to the sea of stars. What kind of man are you? A shameless man who only knows how to hide behind women. Even if you really force billions of people to tremble and submit to you, even if you can swallow the stars and become the dominator of the universe, you are just a coward. Let me tell you something, Black Jack. A real man has nothing to do with strength. It has nothing to do with status, power, or money. A real man is a belief. He is determined to fight until the end in order to carry out his belief and to give up the most precious things. Now, let me teach you how to be a real man. Teresa let out an ear-splitting roar. Countless sharp needles protruded out of the surface of the liquid metal armor like hedgehogs. The surging flames were like burning torches. Even the devilized people far away could feel the burning fighting will. Even Black Jack was stunned by her intimidating aura. Confusion was flowing in the depths of his eyes, and there seemed to be an unwilling ripple blinking. But he soon came back to himself. He was even more furious because he had been in a trance. Hew! Hew, 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 hew. Almost 100 tentacles darted at Teresa from various directions. Ah! Although the devilized people had sensed Teresa's intimidating aura, they did not know her real combat ability. After all, even the god of war in their eyes, the ultimate expert in the Blood Demon sector for decades, had just been slain by Black Jack's tentacles and claws. Could Teresa hold on? He had to hold on. The devilized people had accepted Teresa's existence without them knowing. They considered her to be the new Crimson Queen and stood firmly on her side. Compared to the hideous tentacle monster, wouldn't a lovely empress such as Teresa be more suitable to rule the Blood Demon sector? The devilized people all thought the same. Although Black Jack was far from ferocious without the tentacles, Teresa was indeed very cute. Shwa! 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 Teresa did not move at all. She waited for hundreds of tentacles to lunge at her like javelins. It was not until they were less than 3 meters away from her that her body blossomed in brilliance. Almost 100 flying blades as thin as the wings of a cicada were condensed inside the liquid metal armor. They seemed to be alive and could lock onto the target automatically, cutting off all the tentacles instantly. Chi! Chi 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 chi! A lot of black mucus mixed with gold spurted out of the broken tentacles. Black Jack's face was twisted in pain. Teresa took the opportunity to sprint toward Black Jack. Black Jack roared and waved his hands, summoning hundreds of tentacles to attack Teresa again. Teresa, on the other hand, curled up and turned into a metal ball full of sharp thorns with the help of the liquid metal armor. She swept away all the tentacles of Blackjack in the high-speed revolution and stopped 3 feet in front of Blackjack. Her immense fighting will covered all the critical parts of Blackjack's body. Bam! The seemingly elegant and sacred Teresa performed a move that was neither elegant nor sacred. Like a ferocious tigress, she kneed Blackjack 3 inches below his navel. The knee pads of the liquid metal armor formed a perfect horn. Teresa pushed the entire horn 3 inches below Blackjack's navel. Blackjack screamed like a soprano and fell over, holding his stomach. Now, do you know how painful it is to be a real man? Teresa said coldly. Blackjack's soprano voice turned into the shriek of an animal. Countless tentacles split apart, with sharp bone blades growing out of the ends, and he threw them at Teresa. Dazzling silver brightness beamed out of the liquid metal armor on Teresa's body. Countless silver threads and sharp blades darted at Blackjack's tentacles. The tentacles and the flying blades of the 2 parties were dancing crazily. The brightness of their blades was beyond the limits of the naked eye, like a dangerous mist. The sparks caused by the collision of the tentacles and the flying blades were like the most brilliant fireworks. Suddenly, all the collisions and sparks came to an abrupt end. Almost 100 of Blackjack's tentacles had been cut off. Like hundreds of vipers whose heads had been chopped off, they were twitching, wriggling, and spurting out stinky liquids. Teresa's silver blade, on the other hand, was intact. There was not the slightest trace of blood or dirt. Blackjack watched everything in disbelief. He did not expect that Teresa would be so fast after absorbing all the power of the Crimson Queen. Teresa stared at him coldly and clenched her hands. The liquid metal armor turned into a powerful energy cannon. Crimson rays of light congregated at the mouth of the cannon, as if the gate of a swirl was opening in the deep sea. Let me show you the power of the Star Ocean Cannon King. Teresa opened fire. The crimson pillar of light blew Blackjack into the cabin wall of the cockpit like an indestructible hammer. His bones were all broken. Jade took the opportunity to lend Teresa a hand. She manipulated the liquid metal that constituted the cabin wall to grow thousands of chains with thorns that locked Blackjack's limbs. She tried to drag Blackjack into the cabin wall and drown or suffocate him with the nanomachines inside the liquid metal. Blackjack struggled hard. Black fire burst out of his body and burnt the liquid metal that was charging at him into scraps. However, he seemed to be too occupied with the jade to care about everyone else in the harem. Teresa took the opportunity to release her flying blades again and cut off the tentacles that Blackjack used to connect his sisters in the harem. Chi! 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 When the tentacles broke off, bright gold liquids spurted out and withered at a visible speed. Very soon, they shrank from the size of arms into broken earthworms and fell off the girls' foreheads. Hela the dragoness, Natasha the captain of the mercenary group, Kier the cat girl, Vela the elf, all the sisters of the harem were crouching on the ground, shivering and vomiting. Sister Hera, Sister Natasha, Kier, Vera, Princess Summer burst into tears of joy and hurried forward. Please wake up. You are no longer under Blackjack's control. Please wake up. The devils nearby all cheered when they saw how brutal Teresa was, as if she had replaced Lord Cooper as the strongest expert of the blood demon sector. But Teresa did not dare to be careless. According to Jade's calculation, even though she had inherited the knowledge of the Crimson Queen and the captains of Jade for hundreds of generations, the odds of her defeating Blackjack were still less than 10%, if not 1%. The guy would not be defeated so easily. Hurry up and wake up. While she stared at Blackjack and summoned the girls of her harem, she continued controlling the flying blades to cut off the connection between Blackjack and the enchantress. Blackjack gained his strength by deceiving women. If he woke up all the girls, he would become a sourceless tree whose strength would be greatly diminished. That would be his 1% chance. As he expected, the tentacles were broken, and the connection between Blackjack and his harem was cut off. Hela, Natasha, and the other girls all stood up slowly, as if they had just woken up from a dream. They seemed to have experienced a long nightmare beyond description. It was as if he had just broken out of an extremely disgusting trap. He could still feel the trembling in the depths of his soul as he tightly hugged himself and convulsed. Seeing that, Princess Summer hurried to comfort them. Teresa opened her arms, too, and blocked all the women behind her. She protected them with her arms that were not strong enough to block Black Jack's attack. Black Jack's roars were getting weaker and weaker in the depths of the liquid metal, as if it were suffocating. It was beyond Teresa's imagination that she could defeat Black Jack so easily, but she couldn't help but look forward to it. However, it was not that simple. Black Jack had not freed himself from the liquid metal yet, but Teresa felt a sharp whistle behind her. He dodged and rolled on the ground. When he looked back, it was Natasha, the captain of the maids, who had launched an assault with her giant sword that was heavier than a battle axe. Boom! Teresa had just dodged Natasha's attack. Before she realized what was going on, she was hit by the dragon breath missile. Intense ripples spread out on the liquid metal armor, and she was blown away like a kite with a broken string. How did this happen? Princess Summer was dumbfounded. She did not understand why her sisters were attacking her when Teresa had saved the entire harem. He looked at the other members of the harem who were also standing rigidly like puppets and crowding around Teresa. Their faces were still rigid, dazed, and confused. Their eyes were blinking, as if they were still receiving instructions from Black Jack. This was Black Jack's trap. He sent the tentacles to me on purpose so that I would think that all the girls had run away from him. In fact, there were none. Teresa's heart sank. Black Jack must have better tricks to control the bodies and minds of the girls. It will not be so easy to wake them up. Teresa narrowed her eyes and looked at the girls. Soon, she discovered that, other than the tentacles in the middle of the girls' eyebrows, there was another tentacle that was as thin as hair and looked like a nerve bundle around their ankle. The tentacle pierced out of the ground and zigzagged around the girls' ankles. It even pierced through their skin and reached their central nerves along their veins before it took control over their entire brain. Even though the girls had woken up and realized Black Jack's lie, they did not want to fight Teresa and Princess Summer at all. However, their neural network had been controlled by Black Jack and turned them into puppets that could not control themselves. They could only watch their swords slashing at their old sisters. Teresa saw that Natasha was crying. The maid who was straightforward and did not care about trifles, who did not care about anything even when her body was covered in wounds and her blood was running dry, and who would not shed a single tear, the big sister of the harem group, when she discovered that she had been deceived and was attacking Teresa without her own control, actually shed hot tears. All the other sisters felt the same. Some of their minds had been freed from Black Jack's control. They were aware of everything that had happened to them and the deception of the past few years and the nightmare in front of them. However, part of their mind, even half of their brain, their central nerves, and their soul were still tied up by Black Jack, or rather the devourer behind him who was attacking Teresa and Princess Summer, their best sisters, without them knowing. The pain of being cut into pieces was even more unbearable than a quick death. Black Jack's harem cried miserably. Their hollow eyes were about to spurt blood, but they could not get rid of the miserable fate. Teresa and Princess Summer felt the pain, too. Black Jack, you are too sordid. Teresa was more than infuriated. How could they make use of the poor girls to such an extent? Hee, they are too gullible. Black Jack's hideous laughter came from the depths of the liquid metal. The liquid metal around him melted and vaporized as if it had encountered the frost of magma. He waved his ugly tentacles and slowly floated out. They thought that they were the destined ones, and that they could rely on a man to bring them eternal happiness without doing anything or paying any price. How could there be such a bargain? They once enjoyed such a happy life under the protection of Black Jack. It's only reasonable that they pay a small price now. Stop dreaming. Cut off the mental connection between me and them and wake them up. The power of the devourer is deeply entangled with their souls and cannot be separated at all. If you wake them up by force, you will be tearing apart their central nerves and brains, which will only turn them into idiots with split personalities. Ha 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 ha. Teresa vaguely sensed that Black Jack was speaking the truth. His sisters had been possessed for too long to be woken up easily. If he were to force them to get rid of Blackjack's illusions, he would have to pay a higher price. However, if he did not wake them up, they would continue to be Blackjack's batteries and puppets. On one hand, they would provide life force for Blackjack. On the other hand, they would attack him and Princess Summer as Blackjack's claws and teeth, forcing him and Princess Summer to fight against each other. This was an unresolvable dead end. Who? Natasha's giant sword smashed at Teresa like a tornado again. Teresa dodged quickly and was almost hit by Hellas dragon breath again. Before she had the chance to wipe the cold sweat on her forehead, she felt excruciating pain in her abdomen, because Kyr's sharp claws had left 3 deep ravines on the liquid metal armor. The dazzling attacks of the retinue forced Teresa to retreat one step after another. It was not because she did not have the strength to fight back, but because she did not know how to fight back without hurting her sisters and cutting off the mental connection between them and Blackjack. Boom! In her confusion, Blackjack finally grasped her weakness. The master of swallowing jumped close, waving his tentacles. Dozens of tentacles tangled together and hit Teresa's chest like an ugly battering ram made of flesh and blood. The liquid metal armor on Teresa's chest was immediately blown to pieces. Hissing, it was not able to be melded. Her 2 muscular breasts were almost pierced into her chest. Teresa flew out like a kite with a broken string. She felt that her heart was about to burst out of her throat. Blackjack did not give her any chance to catch her breath. Hundreds of tentacles turned into phantom-like shadows and wreathed her like a storm. Very soon, the liquid metal armor was riddled with holes and in pieces, unable to be repaired. Hundreds of tiny wounds appeared on her body, too. The ends of Blackjack's tentacles were full of sharp teeth, which could tear off part of her flesh with every attack. She was completely suppressed. It was not easy for her to condense a shield in front of her with the liquid metal, but she could only kneel on one of her knees and resist Blackjack's continuous whipping and stabbing. Her wounds were healing and exploding time and time again, and she was shivering in pain. Jadeite! Teresa almost vomited blood. She reached out to the super artificial intelligence through the communicator embedded in the liquid metal armor. The Devourer is too strong. What should I do? Let me see. If you can hold on for 5 minutes. Jade's voice came over as calm as ever. You can defeat him in 5 minutes? Teresa was overjoyed. No. What I'm trying to say is that, as long as you can hold on for 5 minutes, I'm 100% confident that I can run away from the Emerald Continent and go to the Pangu universe for reinforcements. In less than 30 to 50 years, or even 100 to 200 years, I will lead an army of billions and come back to avenge you. Jade thought for a moment. Oh, not 100% sure. 95%, 90%, 85%. Damn, I've never seen anything like the Devourer. Why is its combat ability still improving? Teresa did not know whether she would be killed by Blackjack or killed by the Jade. As I said a long time ago, you cannot defeat Blackjack even if you inherit the strength of hundreds of captains. After all, it is impossible for you to digest the strength of hundreds of captains at the same time, Jade said casually. The Devourer behind Blackjack is a terrifying existence beyond our imagination. I'm sorry, but we've tried our best. Let's finish our respective missions now. Teresa was silent. She sighed. All right, this was a predictable outcome. Not everyone had the heaven-defying dog-shit luck like old Yao, seizing the 1 in a billion chance every time. But at the very least, she would have the same ending as Elder Yao, and that would be enough. Rest assured. I will buy you 5 minutes so that you can jump to the Pangu universe and ask for help. Go and tell the people of the Pangu universe what is happening here. Teresa gritted her teeth and managed to stand up. Princess Summer, on the other hand, stood in her way. She opened her arms and faced Blackjack bravely, while she cried, Blackjack, you bastard, you animal. You coward who only knows how to hide behind the mask of the devouring beast. What kind of man are you exactly? You are a coward who only knows how to deceive and exploit girls. We will not be fooled by you again even if we have to die. Something unbelievable happened. It was just an ordinary cursing, but it triggered a strong reaction in Blackjack. His face was twisted in two completely different ways, as if his soul had been seriously torn apart. Who are you calling a coward? Who are you calling a man? As if he had been insulted the most, he roared and waved his tentacles crazily, pushing Princess Summer away. Something suddenly occurred to Teresa. She hurried to hug Princess Summer. The two of them rolled on the ground in excruciating pain. But when Teresa observed Black Jack's reaction, her head was suddenly illuminated by lightning. "Sister Summer, I've got it," Teresa said. "If we are going to seize the 1 billionth chance of victory, we have to figure out one fact first. Black Jack is Black Jack, and the Devourer is the Devourer." Princess Summer was both in pain and confused. "What? The Devourer beast is a monster from outer space, or in its own words, from another timeline." Teresa's head was spinning faster and faster. Her messy train of thought became clearer and clearer. She said excitedly, "But it was heavily wounded and weak when it first arrived in the Jadeite continent. It must have not created Black Jack with its own strength. Instead, it simply found a random native named Black Jack, crawled into his brain, and parasitized his soul. In other words, the Devourer is a parasite that grows inside Black Jack's brain." Princess Summer was still confused. "I think so. So what? So what? That's too different." Teresa hurried to explain. "That means that Black Jack has his own independent soul. His soul is under the control of the devouring beast, just like the souls of his sisters in his harem. His will and the purpose of the devouring beast may not be the same. Or rather, in the beginning, Black Jack was bewitched by the Devourer. They may have had the same goal, but now that the Devourer has revealed its true hideous face, is Black Jack really willing to let the monster live in his soul forever? Don't you see? Since we can't wake up our sisters in the harem, we might as well play a big game and wake up the real Black Jack directly." While talking, Teresa dragged Princess Summer behind her and burst into laughter, facing Black Jack. "Hurry up!" Teresa was laughing so hard that tears were rolling down her cheeks. She prayed in her heart, "Black Jack, ask me why I'm laughing. Don't come at us without saying anything. We will really be screwed." Faced with Teresa's weird and presumptuous laughter, Black Jack hesitated. He frowned and looked at Teresa, who was full of flaws and looked like she could be stabbed to death at any moment. He asked solemnly, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at you for being a pathetic worm." Teresa eyed Black Jack up and down with contempt and pity. She clicked her tongue and shook her head. "I just figured it out. As it turns out, you are the most pitiful one among us. From the beginning to the end, you never tasted the feeling of being a real man for even 1 second. You are a pitiful worm. You were in the past, you are in the present, and you will always be in the future." "Me? Pitiful?" Black Jack couldn't help but laugh. He opened his tentacles that looked like the arms of a demon and unleashed raging flames of war, while he declared, "I boast unparalleled strength. Even the so-called best expert of the Blood War demon sector, Grand Master Cooper, has been stomped on by me. Even you are no match for me when you receive the legacy of the Crimson Queen. Soon, I will be able to unite the Blood Demon sector, command the glorious world, and finally unite the entire Emerald universe. At that time, everyone will tremble in fear under my roar. Every word I say might cause the heads of thousands of people to fall to the ground and raise a storm of blood. I am pitiful. Not to mention that so many beautiful women have submitted to me and even offered their lives and souls to me. I am simply a man among men. Am I pitiful? Ha 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 ha. This is simply the biggest joke in the world. You've said the same thing to Sister Summer just now, but we didn't realize a problem. Even if you can conquer the Emerald universe, even if you are invincible, even if you can attract half of the female mammals on the Emerald continent, who is this you exactly? Is it Black Jack or the Devourer? Think about it carefully. Everything is the work of the Devourer and the target of the Devourer. It has nothing to do with you at all, does it? At the end of the day, you are just a puppet randomly selected by the Devourer. Or rather, you were lucky enough to run into the Devourer by accident. Even if it weren't for you, any Tom, Dick, or Harry could have done everything with the help of the Devourer, right? The burning flames around Blackjack suddenly dimmed as if it had encountered a bucket of cold water. His face was twisted as if he had been whipped by Teresa's words. His mouth opened and closed, as if he were a fish struggling on the beach. He failed to come up with a rebuttal for a long time. The one who has the strength is the Devourer. The one who conquered the ignorant girls with his special abilities is the Devourer. The one who crossed the timeline to come here with the ambition of reconstructing the devouring empire is the Devourer. The one who defeated Grand Master Kuba and beat me so miserably, the one who accepted the praises of thousands of devils, the one who was in awe and the one who was in fear, is the Devourer. What about you, Blackjack? What are you exactly? Teresa continued dissecting Blackjack's mind with the sharpest words. The Master Devourer is indeed a mysterious and dominating name. Let me see. Even if you kill me right now and realize the ambition of the Devourer one step after another, you will rebuild the so-called Devouring Empire on the foundation of the Emerald Universe and even expand the Devouring Empire into the entire universe, thereby creating a completely different history. So what? Will the name Blackjack be left in the history books of this brand new period of history? It won't. There's no need for that at all. The only thing that will be left in the history books will be Master Devourer. Those who are praised, cursed, loved, hated, supported, and opposed will always be the Master Devourer. As for Blackjack, who will remember, who will care, and who will love or hate you? You are just a pitiful worm, a host that the Master Devourer once used when he was weak, a forever, nameless rat. Shut up. Stop talking. Shut up. Blackjack's face was completely twisted. His tentacles were struggling like earthworms in the sun and releasing black smoke. There seemed to be a force inside his body that was trying to control the tentacles to attack Teresa, but another force stopped it and counterattacked feebly with words. Are you saying that I only got all this because of the power of the Devourer? What about you? Didn't you only stand in front of me because of the legacy of the Crimson Queen? What makes you think you are qualified to be the pot calling the kettle black? You are wrong. Even without the legacy of the Crimson Queen, I dare to stand in front of you and fight for the 1 in a billion chance. Teresa raised her head and bulged her muscles. Her face was beaming with joy as she declared resolutely, even without the legacy of the Crimson Queen, I am still Teresa. I still have unparalleled pride and courage. I can still hold my saber and fight side by side with my sisters, you, fate, and the universe until the end. But what about you? Blackjack. What is the real you without the devouring beast? Ask yourself, Blackjack. If it weren't for the Devourer, would you have the courage to fight against Grand Monarch Cooper until the end? Would you have the confidence and ability to attract so many girls? Would you dare to dream of conquering the world and controlling your own destiny? Would you be a real man? Blackjack was sweating hard, trembling in anger or shame. You don't need to answer that question. Even if you try to fool me, you will never be able to fool yourself. Teresa said, I've seen a lot of men like you. Well, not many, but I've seen one. Therefore, I know exactly what men like you think. For people like you, the more you say things like, real man or man among men, the more it means that you have no confidence in yourself and don't understand the true meaning of man. The more attractive you are, the more girls you attract, and the larger your harem will be, the more guilty you will be. You won't be able to find your own path, and you will have to prove yourself in such a way before you doubt yourself again and again. The more intimidating you appear to be, the more cowardly you are in fact. You claim that you are going to conquer this and that you are going to be kings and kings, and that you are going to be the master of swallowing or the cannon king of the star ocean. But in fact, you have never really seen through and grasped the throat of fate. You are merely floating aimlessly in the hands of fate. Blackjack, open your eyes and take a look. Is this really the fate that you want? Even if it is exactly what you want, do you really want to get everything in such a way, in the way that you are a puppet of the Devourer instead of boiling your blood and burning your life in the way that a real man does? Shut up. Stop talking. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Blackjack flew into a rage out of humiliation. The tentacles all over its body expanded again, making its body, which had been tied up by the tentacles, look tiny and even somewhat panicked. Thousands of demonic arms attacked Teresa and knocked her away time and time again, before they launched additional attacks in midair. The storm-like attacks caught Teresa off guard. When she crashed to the ground, the liquid metal armor on her body almost collapsed. But there was still contempt in the corner of her mouth, and the coldness in her eyes had not died down yet. You can kill me, but it is not the real you who kills me but the devourer. You can conquer the entire Emerald Continent and even the entire Emerald Universe, but it is not the real you who established such a great cause but the devourer. Teresa sneered. You can also enjoy yourself every night and ask so many girls to do anything for you. Wow. At first glance, it is a dreamlike life that all the men in the world can't ask for. But think about it carefully. Who is enjoying themselves every night and enjoying the girls? Or is it the devourer? You, the real Blackjack, are nothing but a pitiful worm who is watching everything while crouching in the tentacles of the devourer, drooling. Shut up. Shut up. Blackjack's face was deeply embedded in the tentacles. It was so twisted that he was about to cry. He wailed, I am the devourer. We are one. No, you are not. You were not chosen by the devourer because of your courage, determination, charisma, or anything unique, Teresa said coldly. It was merely a coincidence. The devourer can find 10,000 red jacks, yellow jacks, and green jacks to replace you at any time. Without you, the devouring beast would still be a devouring beast and could realize its ambitions and evolve into the master of swallowing. However, without the devouring beast, who are you? Blackjack's tentacles were still trying to attack Teresa, only to be blocked by another force inside his body. He was soaked in cold sweat and breathing hard. Who am I? Who am I without the devouring beast? Every one of us is born with something that is unique and proves that we are ourselves. Teresa said, I believe that the real Blackjack in the past had something that no one could replace and no power could erase, too. Unfortunately, when you were willing to be the puppet of the devourer, the real Blackjack was eclipsed by the evilness of the devourer. From that moment on, you lost your soul and became the puppet of the devourer. You were no longer qualified to pursue what belonged to you. I am not a puppet. Blackjack struggled to manipulate the tentacles, trying to prove that he was not. Maybe the real Blackjack is a weak and sordid guy? Teresa changed the topic and said intentionally, You've always felt self-abased because you thought that you could never achieve anything with your real self, and you could never win the favor of a girl. Is that why you were willing to offer your soul to the devourer and let it swallow you when it found you? I'm not. Stop it. Blackjack was greatly shocked and immediately retorted. Indeed, you don't need to have such a ridiculous inferiority complex, because I believe that every man, no matter how ordinary, no matter how ugly, no matter how weak, has their own unique charm. Teresa said seriously, even if a man is born with an ugly appearance, as long as he pays attention to exercising and often takes care of his appearance, he will always be able to polish some of the sunny and refreshing charisma of a man. He will always be able to meet the one who truly likes you. Even if a man is weak in ability, as long as he is diligent enough and willing to work hard, he will always be able to achieve a small success. It doesn't necessarily mean that he will be able to conquer the great achievements of the entire world. Perhaps he will just become a good warrior, a master forger, an excellent gunner, and a diligent and dutiful employee. But the key is, this is a success that belongs to you 100% of the time. It is a success that you have personally fought for with your sweat. When you have a small success that is 100% your own and a girl who truly loves you, you will create a small world that belongs to you. For a real man, is there anything in the world that is happier and more fulfilling than this? However, it is a pity that, Blackjack, you destroyed the possibility with your own hands. You killed your true self with your own hands, which also killed the chance that your destined girl could find you. Yes, it seems that you were surrounded by so many beautiful girls who listened to your every command and are even willing to die for you. But ask yourself, is there any one of them who truly loves the real you? Also, maybe under the control of the Devourer, you can become the supreme ruler of the Jadeite continent. But you will never know what kind of achievements the real Blackjack will achieve, what kind of happiness he will enjoy, and what kind of life he will have without the manipulation of the Devourer. Even if your true love, the girl who might fall in love with the real Blackjack, appears in front of you one day, you will never be able to recognize her, because you will never be able to tell whether she is sincere or hypnotized by the Devourer. Hehe. That's why I said you were pitiful. On the surface, you are going to be the king of the world, but in fact, you have been abandoned by the entire world. But nobody is to blame for that because you abandoned yourself first. Ah! Blackjack screamed like a flood. Blood and tears were flowing out of his eyes. Blackjack's tentacles and Teresa's flying blades collided again. Are you attacking me or the Devourer? Is the Devourer trying to stop me from telling the truth because it doesn't want you to hear anymore? Teresa gnashed her teeth. Blackjack, you don't have to listen to the Devourer. You don't have to be controlled by it anymore. There's still time. Wake up. You can turn back into the real Blackjack. You can control your own destiny like a man. No. No. Blackjack waved his tentacles and screamed as if his soul was being touched. I can't. You're right. Without the Devourer, I am just a weak, ugly, wretched worm. In the beginning, I was just a low-level mercenary who had lost all his assets and had nowhere to run. I was nothing without the Devourer. Nobody thought highly of me. No girl would fall in love with me like that. Blackjack, you are terribly wrong, Teresa roared. Even in adversity, even if the entire world collapses, a man must rely on his spine to stand up from the abyss and reverse his damn fate. It is precisely at the moment when fate is reversed that the brilliance of a man will blossom to the limit. In that case, regardless of appearance, ability, or status, it doesn't matter. There will certainly be a girl who will fall in love with you. The real Blackjack who will fight against fate and will never yield. Liar! Liar! All liars! Blackjack burst into fury. You are lying to me. There is no such girl. Don't even think that you can trick me into removing the Devourer from my soul. I'm not lying to you. I swear to God that a girl will fall in love with the real Blackjack. Teresa shouted. The point is, you must give yourself a chance to reveal the real Blackjack. You cannot hide in the shadow of the Devourer forever and be a spineless worm. I don't believe it. Blackjack's appearance turned extremely terrifying, as if something was really separating from his soul inch by inch. Even the thousands of tentacles behind him were attacking each other. His bulging eyes stared at Teresa's eyes. He asked, half in expectation and half in desperation. Teresa, is it true that the most beautiful girl in the world will fall in love with the real Blackjack? Teresa felt her chest muscles tighten. Well, Blackjack noticed Teresa's hesitation. As if he had been deceived, he felt even more inferior and angry. Countless tentacles tied up his body and his soul like black flames again, making his face even more hideous. See? I knew you were lying. The real Teresa would never fall in love with the real Blackjack. He screamed in desperation. Teresa shuddered and had goosebumps all over her body. Dear heaven and earth, even if I, Mr. Hante, have to accept the test of destiny in order to become a real man, why is it such an outrageous test? I don't want it. Sob, sob, sob. Teresa wanted to cry. Seeing that Blackjack's soul was about to be controlled by the devouring beast again, Teresa had no choice but to say, It's not like that. If they were lying to you, they could have just said, I like you. But I can't say that because I'm a man who takes relationships very seriously. I have to examine my heart and figure out our relationship. Is that so? Blackjack seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope in the dark abyss. His real soul crawled out of the tentacles of the devourer again. He asked in great expectation, Then, will you fall in love with the real me, a humble, poor, and weak mercenary? Teresa was lost for words. She was faced with the most dangerous battle in her life. One word wrong, and not only her own life, the entire Emerald Continent, the entire Emerald Universe, and even the Pangu universe might be faced with an unimaginable catastrophe. In that moment, the classic picture of Master Yao convincing the enemy with his glib tongue popped up in Teresa's head. I am not a random girl. After much deliberation, before Black Jack lost his patience, Teresa finally opened her mouth cautiously and said, one word after another. I'm very serious about relationships. I'll be loyal to you until I die. If I say that I love someone, it means that my love cannot be extinguished even if I pour all the water in the sea of stars into it. If I said, I love you, so easily after only a few days of living with you and not even seeing your real face, don't you think that it would be disrespectful to love? Black Jack was dazed for a moment. Teresa kept talking about love. She seemed to be talking about a lot of things, but he did not understand any of them. He felt that there was still hope for him. He stammered, What does that mean? Is it possible that you fell in love with the real Black Jack? How annoying! 2 streaks of redness appeared on Teresa's face. She bit her lips in embarrassment and played with the corner of her clothes that were made of liquid metal. She said softly, I'm a pure girl. I don't have any experience in dealing with boys at all. It's already embarrassing enough that I talked so much. Do you have to get to the bottom of it? Oh. Black Jack scratched his head hard. No matter how the tentacles on his back hissed and wriggled, they could not attack Teresa again. I can only say that I admire men who are honorable and courageous. I admire heroes who are bold enough to declare war on fate and the entire universe. Teresa looked at Black Jack, her eyes glittering with expectation. If you are such a man, I'm willing to fight side by side with you and face all the evil temptations and threats. We can start as good friends. Chances are that we will evolve into brothers who will live and die together. Good friend? Good brother? Black Jack felt a bit weird. Teresa's cheeks were burning. She bit her lips and glared at Black Jack. Let's take it slow. Don't be so hasty. At least show me your true face. The questions circled around and came back to this point. Black Jack lowered his head in embarrassment and said, The real me is very ugly. What's there to be scared of? The most important thing for a man is to have substance. Teresa encouraged him in a loud voice. In my hometown, there's a hero whose surname is Li and whose name is Yao. He's also unattractive, slovenly, and somewhat sleazy, but that doesn't stop him from conquering hundreds of planets, conquering hundreds of towns without exception. He even married the most beautiful, the strongest girl in my hometown. Black Jack, oh Black Jack, let me tell you something. There are many girls in the world who don't care about what a man looks like. But no girl will like a weak man. If you are still a man and you want me to think highly of you, get out of the control of the devourer right now and show me the will and courage of the real Black Jack. I am not a coward. Teresa's words pierced into Black Jack's soul like burning iron. Holding his head, he crouched and screamed desperately. All the tentacles on his back suddenly straightened up. Burning crimson strength surged out of his body and drowned the tentacles like an uncontrollable flood. The tentacles hissed, wriggled, and struggled like earthworms exposed to sunlight. Then, many of the tentacles broke off. Black Jack. Even Teresa did not expect that the real Black Jack could wield such immense willpower. If one were to say that the speech just now was mostly a word game and did not contain too much true feelings, right now, Teresa was truly awed by Black Jack's soul and sincerely wanted to be his brother. As Black Jack's soul fire spread out, countless tentacles cracked and broke apart. The harem that had been controlled by the devourer, including Hela the dragoness and Natasha, were finally freed. They woke up from their nightmare with pale faces. They stood up in a trance and stared at Black Jack with complicated feelings. Black Jack's face was pale. There were a lot of wrinkles, acne on his face. He was no longer as handsome and confident as before. Even his temperament had become mediocre and wretched. He avoided eye contact with the girls who had been fooled by him. Boom! Natasha, captain of the mercenary group, was the most aggressive one. Despite her weakness, she gritted her teeth and slashed an intimidating aura at Black Jack. No! Teresa hurried to block. The liquid metal armor turned into a silver brightness and helped Black Jack block Natasha's attack. Teresa, why did you do that? Natasha was more than infuriated. He lied to us, and you are still helping him? Black Jack is not lying to us, but the Devourer. Right now, Black Jack is engaged in the most intense battle with the Devourer. If we attack Black Jack instead of giving him a chance, his soul will be obliterated and he will become the Devourer's puppet, Teresa bellowed. Once the Devourer completely takes control of Black Jack again and returns to its previous form, nobody will be able to tame this Lord Devourer. Well, Natasha and her harem were hesitating. It was not until this moment that I realized that the key to the war was neither you nor me. If there had to be a hero at the end of the journey, it could only be Black Jack himself. Teresa turned around and looked at Black Jack expectantly. She said resolutely, one word after another. Only one person can reverse the situation. Only one person can kill the Devourer. Only one person can be the hero who saves the Emerald Continent. Black Jack, that's you. Black Jack did not expect that Teresa would believe him and defend him at such a critical moment. His eyes were burning as hot tears flowed out. Come on, Black Jack. Let's bet that you are a real man and a real hero. While she was talking, Teresa dropped her weapon and released the liquid metal armor on her body. She opened her eyes and encouraged Black Jack with a smile. I bet that you will defeat the Devourer and become the greatest hero in the hearts of all the girls here. If you fail, I will accept my failure and die with you. What? All the girls were shocked. No one had expected that Teresa would be so crazy. Black Jack's soul couldn't have been more shocked. He couldn't believe his ears. He shouted hoarsely, his voice shaking. Why are you willing to believe me when I'm such a disgrace? You must know that I used to. Don't be silly. Who hasn't? Teresa was still smiling casually. There was confidence in her eyes. She said softly, however, when a man is willing to take back his destiny, the billions of stars in the universe will make way for him. There was both shame and confusion on Black Jack's face. Deep inside his eyes that were so bloodshot that they were about to explode, two rays of hope beamed out, as if a drowning man who had been mired in a swamp finally saw a hand that was reaching for him. You are crazy. But Jade whispered to Teresa, according to my calculations, enough. Before it could finish, Teresa interrupted it coldly. There are two things in the world that can never be calculated. Firstly, the number of stars in the universe. Secondly, the pride of a man. Jade, just prepare to run away. But I have to stay and fight side by side with this man. Teresa. Tears were blinking in Princess Summer's eyes. She seemed to understand something and stopped her sisters from coming close. She looked at Teresa in expectation. Teresa turned around and grinned at her. Then she opened her arms and walked toward Black Jack, who was waving his tentacles and struggling. Come on. Whatever the real you is, I choose to believe in you, she said to Black Jack solemnly. Black Jack's expression was extremely complicated. The moment his left hand reached for Teresa, his right hand slapped it away. One of the tentacles opened its bloody mouth, only to be bitten by another bloody mouth. The bones all over his body were emitting cracking sounds, as if two opposing forces were colliding inside his body, making him suffer the pain of his bones breaking, his veins breaking, and his flesh exploding. Finally, Teresa reached Black Jack. What are you doing? I can't control myself any longer. Go away. I can't. Black Jack screamed. No, you can. If you are a man, don't say you can't. Teresa said firmly. I'm serious. Black Jack's eyeballs were bulging, and veins were popping up on his face. His face was extremely hideous. He watched more than 10 tentacles tangling in front of him and forming a sharp bone blade at the tip, but he could do nothing to stop them. Xianxia, what should we do? Faced with Black Jack's hideousness and Teresa's craziness, the sisters of the harem were in a mess, too. They knew that Princess Summer and Teresa must have had a fortuitous encounter just now and regarded Princess Summer as their pillar of support. Right now, we can only choose to believe them. Princess Summer wanted to lunge forward and rescue Teresa, too, but she knew that Teresa was right. With tears in her eyes, she said, "Believe in Teresa and Black Jack. Gather your strength and prepare for battle." Shwa! With a flash of his saber, the bone blade fell from the sky like the sickle of death and pierced deep into Teresa's chest. The bloody tip of the blade protruded out of her back, only half an inch away from her heart. "Ah!" the girls of the harem all exclaimed. "What?" Black Jack could not believe his eyes either. He was so ashamed that he felt he had made a terrible mistake. The smile on Teresa's face and the brilliance in her eyes remained unchanged. She continued encouraging him in the same tone. "It doesn't matter. There are always winners and losers in a battle. If this is the final outcome, at least we've fought a great battle before. Teresa, why are you... Ah!" There was extreme shame and fury on Black Jack's face, as if 10,000 volcanoes had erupted on his face, unleashing a furious energy beyond description. "I told you to stop. I fucking told you to stop, you damned octopus." He roared at the depths of his soul in an inhuman voice. "I am not the Lord of Swallowing. I am Jack Thunder." Shwa! The blood-stained bone blade was pulled out of Teresa's chest. Controlled by the immense strength, it changed its direction inch by inch and pierced into Black Jack's own chest brutally. Black Jack! Holding her chest, Teresa and her sisters looked at Black Jack in bewilderment. Black Jack's face was mixed with pain and pleasure. He roared and cut off the tentacle that was controlling the bone blade before he pulled the bone blade out. Pooh! Suddenly, blood spurted out like arrows. What was weird was that the blood that he spurted out was emitting bright gold brightness. The moment it touched the air, it turned into a bloody mist and floated in midair for a long time. The spurting of blood lasted for a long time and even exceeded the limits of the human body. In the end, what was spurted out was not blood but clusters of bright gold mist, ripples, or pure energy. The energy ripples squeaked and danced, condensing into a weird, translucent, bright gold octopus in midair. It was like a hermit crab that had just been driven out of its shell or an earthworm that had been exposed to the scorching sun. It seemed somewhat terrified and confused. It was hard to believe that a weakling such as Jack Thunder could break free from its control and drive it out by force. "This is the true face of the devourer. Black Jack, you did it!" exclaimed Teresa. Right now, without the enhancement of the devouring beast, Black Jack was much thinner than before. He was dry and hunched, and his face was plain. His face was pale, and he staggered and fell backward. Despite the excruciating pain in her chest, Teresa hurried to stop him. Black Jack's vision was almost entirely occupied by Teresa's pectoral muscles. He was no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. Instead, he became shy, not knowing where to look. "Am I ugly?" "Who says so?" Teresa laughed. "Not as ugly as you described. You are, much more handsome than the hero namely from my hometown." "Is that so?" Black Jack seemed to be back to life again. He asked expectantly, "Then, Miss Teresa, is it possible for a beautiful girl such as yourself to fall in love with such a mediocre me?" Teresa took a deep breath and said, "Don't be silly, Black Jack. You are not mediocre at all. You've just accomplished an earth-shaking feat. You are the greatest hero in everyone's heart. Rest assured, it won't be long before your glorious deeds spread across the entire Emerald Continent. By then, many girls will be hundreds of times more beautiful than me. I love you to death." His words made Black Jack's fire of life burn brighter and brighter. He fell blissfully into Teresa's warm and soft embrace. "You!" The devourer that had been driven out of Black Jack's body, on the other hand, roared in a shocking voice. "You think you can destroy me just like that? How naive you are. I'm going to..." Hardly had he finished his sentence when he was hit by a fireball. Boom! The raging flames broke one of its energy tentacles and threw it into chaos during the collision of the ripples. "Sisters, the pest has revealed itself. It's our turn now. Hela, the dragoness, and Natasha, the leader of the mercenary group, stared at the devourer with glittering eyes. Be careful. It is a body of pure energy. Ordinary blades cannot hurt it. Use your magic to deal with it. For a moment, the dragoness dragon breath, the sword aura of the captain of the maids, the curse of the witch, the hymn of the elves, all kinds of magical attacks turned into colorful flames and condensed into a destructive torrent that smashed at the devourer. The devourer was like a reflection in water that had been hit by countless giant rocks. The ripples turned into enormous tides and tore it apart. Every tentacle was cramping, and it was not until a long time later that they were condensed again. Ah! Feeling excruciating pain and humiliation, the devourer roared. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of the Lord Devourer? You are all going to die. Today you are all going to die. Its tentacles expanded and extended rapidly. Although they were made of pure energy, there would still be burn marks or even electric shocks when they whipped and tied up the girls. It was especially so for Natasha, the captain of the mercenary group. Her giant sword was like an extra-large lightning rod that attracted the attack of countless tentacles of energy. Thousands of electric arcs flowed into the handle of the sword through the body of the sword and tied up her arms and her chest, almost tearing the flesh on her arms apart. Her chest was pierced through by the electric arcs, too. Natasha vomited blood and fell out. Sister Natasha! The girls were greatly shocked. They hurried to help, but their continuous attacks were immediately interrupted. The devourer grinned hideously and extended its tentacles, trying to control the girls again. Although the girls were clear-headed and wouldn't become its puppets again, the overwhelming mental waves still caused serious interference to their brains. The girls, including Hela, all felt an ear-splitting buzz in their ears, as if somebody had stabbed thousands of burning iron needles into their brain. They were cramping in pain, and there was no time for them to concentrate their attacks. The devouring beast, on the other hand, was more and more adapted to the attacks of the pure energy entities. The phantom dispersed and dispersed, dodging the magical attacks that the girls had worked so hard to trigger. The long whips of energy surrounded by electric arcs and burning flames slapped them away one by one. This guy is too strong. Teresa felt her scalp tingle. It was not until the furious devourer revealed its true capability that she realized how terrifying the Lord Devourer was. However, since the battle had reached this point, there was no reason for them to stop. Gritting her teeth, Teresa managed to stand up with a broken spear despite the excruciating pain in her chest. However, before she reached the devouring beast, a thin, hunched man blocked her way. It was Black Jack. Black Jack, what are you doing? Teresa was greatly surprised. Right now, since Black Jack had just gotten rid of the shackles of the devouring beast, both his body and his soul were extremely weak, as if his marrow had been squeezed dry. He was soaked in cold sweat and could barely stand on his feet. What else could he do? Black Jack turned around and smiled at Tressa in a confident and brilliant way. Teresa seemed to know him. She had seen such a smile on the faces of countless fearless warriors. Black Jack, don't be silly. You are definitely no match for it. Terrified, Teresa hurried to grab Black Jack's shoulder, only to be dodged by him. Thank you, Miss Teresa. Taking a deep breath, Black Jack narrowed his eyes in ecstasy and smiled. Now I know what it feels like to be a real man. Even 1 second is better than being a puppet of the Devourer for the rest of my life. Having said that, he lowered his head and charged at the Devourer. The Devourer was on a killing spree. All its attention was focused on the experts such as Hela. In the form of pure energy, it was trying to unleash 100% of its brutal strength. Therefore, it was too exhausted to notice that Black Jack was drawing close to it. When it shot its lightning-like tentacles at another witch, Black Jack suddenly roared and jumped up from its back, opening its arms and hugging her. An unbelievable scene took place. Since Black Jack and the Devourer had been melded for many years, there was a mysterious spiritual link between them. Just now, it was Black Jack who had driven the Devourer out of his brain. The Devourer didn't cut off the mental link between itself and Black Jack. It simply didn't care about this drained puppet. Therefore, when Black Jack opened his brain again and reactivated the mental link, The devourer was sucked back into his body, or rather, sealed inside his body. The devourer, who had just gained the upper hand and was about to go on a killing spree, did not expect that Black Jack would play such a trick. Although it wanted a puppet on the material level, it also knew that Black Jack had developed a strong resistance and hostility towards it. Such a puppet would only seriously weaken its strength. It was better to be in a pure energy state where it could come and go as it pleased. Therefore, Black Jack tried his best to attract it, while the devouring beast tried its best to pull it back. The two parties were entangled and wrestling with each other, turning into a half-material, half-energy monster. Enhanced by part of the devouring beast's strength, Black Jack regained part of his handsome appearance. However, because of the struggling of the devouring beast, his face and his body were riddled with cracks, as if they had been torn apart by an invisible mincer. The tentacles on the material level filled and expanded again. However, under the control of Black Jack's immense willpower, they pierced into his chest brutally, trying to nail the devourer into his body like nails. The devourer roared desperately, trying to get away from the lunatic Black Jack. But in the state of pure energy, it was like a piece of elastic rubber that would bounce back no matter how far it flew. It was angry. It roared. It waved its tentacles of energy, ignited the raging flames, and smashed the lightning at Black Jack. The blood spurting out of Black Jack's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth had all been burnt up. He was about to spurt out the flames from the depths of his soul. Suffering from the excruciating pain, he put on the most brilliant smile and shouted to his sisters in the harem, "Teresa, Hella, Natasha, Summer, hurry, I can't hold it any longer. Attack us while it is occupied by me and destroy me together with it." What? All the sisters of the harem were dumbfounded. The devourer was in disbelief, too. He struggled harder and harder, trying to run away. Black Jack, on the other hand, exerted the strength of the deepest part of his soul and held back the excruciating pain, while he struggled to breathe and said, "I'm sorry. I know I was a jerk and did a lot of bad things to you. Come on, kill us. This is my ultimate salvation." Black Jack held the devourer tighter and tighter. No matter how hard the devouring beast slapped him with the tentacles of energy and materials, he gritted his teeth and did not let go. Because of Black Jack's embrace, the devouring beast lost the agility to come and go as it pleased. Its tentacles and waves could not be expanded, and its fatal weakness was exposed. "You don't know what's good for you. What are you doing?" The devourer was both shocked and infuriated. Its voice was full of disbelief as it roared at Black Jack. "Without my help, you would have still been a desperate, down-and-out mercenary. You wouldn't be where you are today. But now, after hearing this woman's flowery words, you are trying to betray me, you suicidal idiot. I should never have been your slave. Where did the betrayal come from?" Tears and snot were flowing out of Black Jack's eyes because of the pain. Every muscle fiber on his face was cramping, but his smile was even more brilliant than the scorching sun. He said one word after another, "Even without you, I would still be me. I repeat, I am not the master devourer. I am Jack Thunder." Ah! His limbs were like chains, and his scorching body was like a bomb that was ready to explode. The devourer's internal organs were about to be squeezed out. "Let's do it. If we don't, we will all die together." He roared at his sisters, "I know I'm not a hero, but please, give me a chance. Let me be a real man for once in the last moment of my life. Come on. Kill me and you've killed it. Come on. Do it." All the sisters of the harem burst into tears. Although they all despised and loathed Black Jack after they realized what was going on, they still felt that the weapon in their hands was too heavy to be lifted when Black Jack realized that he had gone astray and released himself. Even Natasha, the most decisive and courageous female captain, was not willing to raise her giant sword against Black Jack. The magic of Hela was condensed in his palm like a small sun, unwilling to be released for a long time. In the end, Princess Summer was the first to raise her broken saber. Her tears were vaporized into rainbows by the aura of the saber. Princess Summer sobbed. Black Jack, I'll help you. The broken saber slashed at Black Jack, or rather, the Devourer. The Devourer tried to raise its tentacles to resist, only to be restrained by Black Jack. It raised its chest and faced the aura of the saber. Chi! The broken saber pierced deep into his body, but Black Jack smiled in relief despite the excruciating pain. Thank you, Princess Summer. I'm sorry, he mumbled to himself. The Devourer, on the other hand, roared and struggled harder, trying to get away from Black Jack's body. But with Princess Summer taking the lead, the other sisters of the harem were attacking it like an overwhelming tide. This time, not just magical attacks, even the physical attacks of sabers, spears, swords, and halberds could hurt Black Jack through its body. For a moment, glamorous magic, sharp blades, powerful dragon breath, and the curse of the witch gathered into the most brilliant fireworks and exploded all over Black Jack's body, blowing the Devourer into pieces and making it scream. After it was condensed again and again, it split again and again. Finally, after being torn apart and burnt, it became dimmer and dimmer, thinner and weaker. The siege lasted 3 minutes, until his sisters in the harem were all exhausted and could not even activate the most rudimentary fireball technique. They could not even lift a dagger. They all staggered and fell backwards. Too much of their vitality had been absorbed by the devouring beast in the first place. When they were woken up by Trisha and Princess Summer, they were already exhausted and on the verge of collapse. It was only because of their fury that they were able to persist until now. Such a powerful attack was already their limit. They had launched all their attacks. Right now, they could only wait patiently for the verdict of fate. The girls held their breath and gazed at the smoke, mystic rays and flames. The witches and devils in the periphery felt that their mouths were dry, too, and could not help but shiver. They did not know the outcome of the battle that would decide the future of the Blood Demon sector and the glorious mortal world. The smoke and flames were about to disperse. Suddenly, a bloody shadow was thrown out of the smoke and hit the ground heavily, leaving a miserable shadow. It was Black Jack, who was on the verge of death. His real face had been restored. The Devourer had been freed from his body. The girls were all alarmed and stared at the depths of the smoke. When the smoke dispersed, the devouring beast in the form of pure energy reached the girls in the most terrifying way again. Compared to before Black Jack stirred up trouble, it was much smaller in size. Its color was lackluster, and its details were blurred. It looked like a mottled or even riddled shadow. It was not hard to tell that the assault of Black Jack had indeed seriously wounded it and reduced its strength to less than 10%. The problem was that, in the battle of attrition, the girls were even more miserable and tortured than it was. Hee hee. The Devourer shrieked miserably, its lackluster face turning extremely hideous. You want to annihilate me because of the harassment of such an idiot? Naive fools. Black Jack, you could have enjoyed the supreme glory, but you chose the most painful path of death on your own. Good. Very good. Since you've degraded yourself like this, I will fulfill your wish, but not now. You will soon know that I have 100 ways to let you live another 100 years in hell. And you, women, haven't I given you enough favors? It is your greatest fortune to offer your life to the master of swallowing. Why are you resisting such a sacred destiny? Hee. Whatever tricks you have up your sleeve, you've used them all, haven't you? I'm going to let you have a taste of what it feels like to defy the master of swallowing. I hope that you can reflect on why you listened to the 2 crazy women in the endless, painful hell. Wait, you crazy woman. What are you doing? The Devourer looked at Teresa in horror. Teresa felt that a string in the depths of her soul had snapped the moment Black Jack lunged at her and shouted, "Kill me!" The knowledge of countless generations of Captains of Jade flooded into her brain in the form of billions of streams of data. Strength. More strength. Incomparable strength. It came from the primeval era, and the depths of the universe. She needed strength wherever she was. It's impossible, Jade exclaimed through the liquid metal armor. How can your soul withstand the intense blast of so much data? You have absorbed the strength of so many captains. What are you doing? Do what I'm best at. Teresa paused and said casually in her heart, It's also my favorite thing. Endless data streams were dancing, surging, and colliding inside his brain. In the end, they condensed into a delicate 3D structure that looked like the design of a superweapon. Then, thousands of silver threads darted out of the surface of the liquid metal armor and tied up more than 10 Hell exterminators. The guns had been destroyed by Black Jack and the Devourer and turned into scrap. On the other hand, Teresa's silver threads dissected and dismantled thousands of suitable components like scalpels and screwdrivers. Then, the components were dragged to her. The liquid metal armor seemed to be alive. Countless roots extended out and drowned the thousands of components. After cracking noises, they were reassembled into a magnificent, and dominating cannon in the sea of stars that was melded with Teresa's armor, body, and even soul. It stood straight from her abdomen to her groin. This is... The girls of the harem were all dumbfounded. This is... Black Jack, who was already on the verge of death, struggled to open his eyes. He looked at Teresa in disbelief and felt that the boundless fury released from her body turned into the most powerful energy and filled the giant cannon standing in front of him. As Teresa's fury soared, more and more components of the Hell Destroyer were poured in. The size of the cannon was still increasing. Very soon, it expanded to the point that it was thicker than Teresa herself. Nobody dared to look at it directly. This is... Even the Devourer was scared when it saw Teresa's cannon. It wanted to run away, but it was too late. The surrounding magnetic field was locked onto by Teresa's fury, as if it had been poured into rebar and concrete. Devourer. Finally, flames spurted out of Teresa's mouth and congregated into a thunderous roar. Take this! For a moment, the entire Crimson Palace, or rather, the Bridge of Jade, was shaken by Teresa's fury and resonated with her surging soul. The glass-like walls of the cabin reflected the brilliance from the depths of Teresa's soul. Billions of rainbow-like beams of light congregated on the giant cannon on Teresa's waist and darted at the Devourer like a destructive torrent. The Devourer was shot right in the head by Teresa. It was drowned and swallowed by Teresa's intense emotions. Even though the time-traveling monster fed on the emotions of the intelligent creatures, 100 times of food was enough to make it explode. It's impossible. How can you have such intense emotions? How can a human being have such emotions? Like an octopus that had fallen into magma. The Devourer waved its tentacles crazily and screamed miserably, struggling in vain. Don't you love the taste of human emotions? Aren't you best at playing with the noble souls of human beings? Teresa compressed herself into the giant cannon and released it to her heart's content. Then, I'll show you the true feelings and will of human beings. Go to hell. Boom, 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 boom. Starting from the giant cannon on Teresa's waist, waves of colorful tides spread out and drowned the entire bridge. Not only were all the members of the harem, even Black Jack, who was on the verge of death, as well as all the devilized people and sorceresses present, could not help but be moved by Teresa and burst out the strongest emotions and determination together with her. It didn't matter whether they were good or bad. It didn't matter whether they were male or female. The so-called human beings and demons didn't matter. The true meaning of the two words human beings was that they would never be manipulated, they would never submit, and they would never tolerate any existence, even if billions of stars, deities, and devils or some elusive destiny decided their future. During the continuous launch, because of everyone's encouragement, countless components were attracted by Teresa and added to the cannon by the silver threads. The cannon continued upgrading, becoming thicker, larger, and more magnificent. It was as if the main gun of jade had grown out of Teresa's waist. It was a real cannon. Teresa was the real king of cannons in the sea of stars. Such powerful and persistent attacks finally overwhelmed the Devourer. The monsters in the form of pure energy were melting and shrinking like ice cubes tossed into hot water. For the first time, it released emotions of fear and desperation. It even shrank into a worm and kowtowed to Teresa, begging for mercy. No, no, You don't understand the significance of my transmigration. It screamed in panic. You know nothing about the cycle of time. You know nothing about the relationship between the past, the present, and the future. You know nothing about the relationship between the observer and the multiverse. Without our efforts, everything that you are proud of will be gone. You cannot kill me. It seemed to be trying to tell Teresa a great secret, but there was a certain law that stifled its voice. In her fury, Teresa was too lazy to listen to the nonsense of the devouring beast. Instead, she vented and released herself, making the devouring beast vanish into thin air after a series of screams. An unknown amount of time passed. The burning cockpit was finally peaceful again. Teresa was breathing heavily on one of her knees. The cannon was dismantled into tiny components and absorbed by the liquid metal armor, before it was assembled into a new form and placed on her back. It was like a silver armor with 2 folded wings on it, which added to her charisma. The last ripple of the devourer also dissipated in the eternal void. Everything was over. After experiencing the entire soul-stirring and inconceivable process, everyone stood silently like statues, unable to return to their senses for a long time. But Teresa was the first to run to Blackjack. Blackjack, holding Blackjack in her arms, she couldn't help but shed hot tears on his bloody body. You, cough cough. You made it. Blackjack struggled to open his eyes. He looked at Teresa with a smile and said feebly, "You destroyed the devourer?" "No, not me. You," Teresa said solemnly. "If you hadn't stepped forward, sacrificed yourself to stall the enemy, and given me the opportunity to condense the cannon, it would have been impossible for us to destroy the devourer. Therefore, I did not lie to you just now. You are the key to the battle. You are the greatest hero." "What a hero!" Blackjack smiled in relief and mumbled, I never meant to be a hero. However, no matter how many mistakes I made, I was still a real man at the last moment. Wasn't I?" "Of course," Teresa said solemnly. "You are a 100% well-deserved, authentic, real man. That's good." Blackjack's voice was blocked by the blood. It was not just his throat. All the holes on his body were spurting blood, which could not be blocked at all. All the healing techniques and blessing techniques were useless. He was dying. After a moment of brightness, his soul fire was gradually extinguished. It was an irreversible law of nature. The only thing that Teresa could do was cry. "Blackjack, where is your hometown? Who is in your family? Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? I swear that I will send your heroic deeds back to your hometown and tell your family. Whatever your wish is, I will fulfill it for you no matter what." Really, can I have any wish?" The last bit of brightness suddenly beamed out of Blackjack's dim eyes. "Of course. You sacrificed yourself, saved everyone, and saved my life," Teresa said resolutely. "That alone is enough for me to fulfill any of your wishes. That's great. Then Blackjack was suddenly refreshed. He craned his neck from the abyss of death and looked at Teresa in expectation. He asked nervously, "Then, can you kiss me?" "No," Teresa said. "Hey, didn't you say that I can have any wish, even if it is not my lips? Can you kiss my forehead?" "No," Teresa said. "Is that not good enough? Then just say, 'I like you.' You can lie to me if you want. I don't mean any harm. I've never tasted the feeling of being liked by a girl without the help of a devouring beast. I know that I'm going to die. Just do me a favor and lie to me. Will you?" "Not good. It's my principle. It's not your fault, but I have my reasons that I can't tell you. I'm sorry. Why don't you stop stirring up such a touching atmosphere and just, take a good rest?" "Oh." Blackjack was somewhat disappointed. "Forget it. Let me do it." A voice came from behind Teresa. It was Princess Summer. Her body was shining like an angel. She took Blackjack from Teresa and sat on the ground, holding him in her arms. "I don't want to lie to you and say that I like you. In fact, all our sisters hate your deception." Princess Summer gazed into Blackjack's eyes. However, we also know that you had no choice. Also, at the last moment, your performance was indeed very manly. Jack Thunder, seriously. If you were like this from the beginning and we had enough time to get along, I might have fallen in love with you accidentally. After that, Princess Summer closed her eyes and kissed Black Jack's forehead solemnly. Black Jack was shivering, with tears mixed with blood flowing out of his eyes. The sisters of the harem all crowded close and looked at Black Jack with complicated feelings. Princess Summer raised her head and looked at her sisters. She immediately understood what her sisters were thinking. She raised her arms and handed over Black Jack. Hela stepped forward and took Black Jack from Princess Summer's arms carefully. You were the most shameless coward, but you became the bravest hero at the last moment. Your will is as strong as the most magnificent dragon. Hera said in a low voice, "On behalf of myself, I forgive you for what you did to me." She bent down and kissed Black Jack's forehead. 2. Then it was Natasha's turn. "You bastard. You fooled me so badly." She hugged Black Jack somewhat barbarically and bit his ear. "Wait for me in the flames of hell. One day, I will find you there and ask for back everything you owe me." She kissed Black Jack's forehead. 2. Then, the sisters of the harem group stepped forward one by one. It didn't matter whether they had forgiven Black Jack or not, nor did it matter whether their faces were calm or they were gritting their teeth when they spoke. In short, they all kissed Black Jack. When the last sister's red lips left Black Jack's forehead, the tears and smiles of the humble, tall, cowardly, wretched, and selfless man had already frozen. He was dead. He did not know when he died in the happiest way. Teresa stayed at the periphery and watched everything in silence with mixed feelings. Princess Summer was standing next to her in a trance, too. When she found that Black Jack had left quietly, she couldn't help but shed tears. "Are you serious?" Teresa could not help but ask sourly. "Do you really have such deep feelings for him?" "I don't know," Princess Summer said. "We knew that Black Jack was controlled by the Devourer, but we had so many unforgettable nights after all. I think I will never forget him." "You can never forget him?" Teresa felt that a pot of old vinegar had been poured into her nose and lungs. She was about to cry. "Then what am I? Have you forgotten me?" "Don't be silly. How could I? Of course, I will never forget you." Princess Summer smiled. She held Teresa's arm affectionately and said, "You are my best friend, sister." Teresa was very disappointed. At this moment, she discovered that all the devils nearby, no matter which tribe they belonged to, were on one of their knees worshipping her and shouting weird words. "What are they doing?" Teresa was shocked. The Blood Demon Sector is a place where the strong prey on the weak and where the strong reign supreme. Right now, the 7 tribes of the Blood Demon Sector have suffered heavy losses in the civil war. Grand Lord Kuba, who is known to be the strongest expert, has been blown up by the swallowing beast and fallen into a hopeless situation where there was no leader. Yet, you miraculously turned the situation around at the edge of the abyss of desperation and killed the swallowing beast with a single shot. You also received the legacy of the Crimson Queen from 10,000 years ago. Hela stepped forward and said, "It sounds like they all think that you are the reincarnation of the Crimson Queen and that they are going to worship you as the new master of the Blood Demon Sector." "What?" Teresa was dumbfounded. She did not expect that she would run into such a situation by accident. But Teresa listened carefully and asked in confusion, "What are they shouting? I don't understand. It's weird." According to the tradition of the demon world, before the Empress ascended to the throne, she was known as Saintess. Your previous attack left a deep impression on them. Therefore, they gave you a unique and honorable title. From this moment on, in the eyes of billions of demons, you are the supreme, invincible, and the holy lady of the giant cannon, who represents the peak of the combat ability of the entire Blood Demon Sector. 1 month later, deep inside the Blood Demon Sector, it was an ancient engine furnace that had been sealed for a long time. More precisely speaking, it was a 3D city made of countless magnificent power furnaces, crisscrossing power transmission tubes, and exquisite supercomputational equipment that seemed to be alive. However, the city had been sleeping for too long. It was so long that it was mottled and full of rust despite the lack of dust, like a lifeless grave. But today, the grave had been opened and new life was about to be injected into it. Thousands of devils from the Hell Destroyer clan, the Black Shield clan, the Medusa clan, the Fire clan, the Beast Taming clan, the Strong Arm clan, and the Turing clan were all prostrating themselves on the ground devoutly. They looked at the woman, who was wearing liquid metal armor and had silver wings on her back. Her face was almost perfect, and she had an air of valiance about her. She walked to the control panel of the core power reactor slowly and solemnly. The woman was on one of her knees with her hands crossed on her chest. She prayed to the ancestors who built the engine furnace and the entire blood demon sector for their blessing. Then, she opened her mouth and bit her fingertip. She poured a drop of blood into the examination system on the control panel and pressed her finger on it. Beep, 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 beep. The examination system of the core power reactor automatically analyzed and identified that the plugins from hundreds of captains of Emerald were indeed stored inside her gene strands. With the cooperation of the super artificial intelligence, Jade, the last barrier was broken. The magnificent, complicated power city started functioning. Holy flames spurted out of the power furnace. The raging flames congregated into immense energy and drove the gears, bearings, universal joints, and steering rods to spin faster and faster. They were then transformed into electricity and energy of dozens of different attributes, triggering various automatic production and repair systems, including the air circulation system, the water purification system, the artificial power system, the synthesized food system, the holographic education system, and so on. Jade, the super warship that had hibernated for thousands of years in the entire blood demon sector, was gradually waking up. Long live the Holy Lady of the Artillery! Looking at the mysterious runes that contained billions of pieces of information gradually shining on the deck and the cabin walls below their feet, the lifeless mechanical equipment that had been injected with new life, the seeds of life that had hibernated for thousands of years, the first sprouts that had sprouted in hibernation chambers or petri dishes, and even the air that was fresher than before, the devils were all moved to tears. They were more and more determined about their choice. They believed that the woman they chose must have been acknowledged and blessed by their ancestors as the real ruler of the blood demon sector. Therefore, even the most disobedient experts of the demon race had to kneel before the beautiful woman sincerely and worship her from the bottom of their hearts. They were willing to sacrifice themselves for the Holy Lady of the Giant Cannon. There was no emotion on Teresa's face when she heard the thousands of demons greeting her, but the corners of her eyes and mouth were twitching. It never occurred to her that, after such a bizarre and soul-stirring adventure in a foreign world, she would still become the canon king of the Star Ocean Imperium with such an identity. No matter how many times she listened to it, she still found it impossible to accept the title Holy Lady of the Artillery calmly. Other than that, everything was going well. The mutation of Black Jack and the Devourer in the Crimson Palace almost wiped out all the leaders of the 7 tribes of the demon world. Even though a few of them had survived, they had a deep impression of Teresa's earth-shaking attack and did not dare defy her will. Besides, too much blood had been shed during the decades of civil war. It was time for a rest. With the help of Jade, Teresa had received the legacy of the witch and the highest clearance to activate all the functions of Jade. She could repair and activate the power furnaces one after another, allowing the blood demon sector to be supplied with food, clean water, and even weapons and ammunition. In the eyes of thousands of demons, she was the well-deserved Empress Crimson, the leader of the devil world. It was not an easy task, but for the peace of the blood demon sector and the Emerald Continent, and for the cooperation between the magical world and the cultivators, Teresa had no reason to refuse. He could only try his best to recall the methods of Old Yao, the Fist King, boss by Lei Qinghu, and even the wretched little Emperor Li Jialing, and try to be a qualified, Holy Lady of the Artillery. Thankfully, she was not fighting alone. Black Jack's harem was indeed full of talents. Some of them were wise strategists such as Hela, and some were bold generals such as Natasha, captain of the female mercenaries. What surprised Teresa more was Princess Summer. She was an excellent administrative officer. In less than half a month, She had sorted through all the complicated affairs of the Blood Demon sector, including the operations of the 7 tribes. Princess Summer said that it was a skill that her father had taught her since she was a little girl. With the help of Blackjack's harem and the assistance of the super-artificial intelligence Jadeite, the half-baked saintess of the Grand Canon, or rather, the Crimson Queen, was quite decent. Finally, after a month of hard work, the 7 tribes of the demon world were all united around the Holy Lady of the Artillery. Besides, under the guidance of Jade, they had arrived at the core engine compartment of Jade, which had been sealed for a long time, and activated the core engine furnace, which was the largest in scale and had the strongest output. It meant that everything was on track. The self-recovery system of Jade had been fully activated. With sufficient resources, the ability to cruise in deep space or even perform space jumps would be restored very soon. Teresa would be able to sail Jade back to the Pangu universe and the world of cultivators. According to the tradition of sailing in the Sea of Stars, the core engine furnace had another sacred use. Teresa turned around and saw Princess Summer carrying Blackjack's body. Born in the Sea of Stars and killed in the Sea of Stars, the engine furnace was the best destination for the travelers who were lost among billions of stars. The travelers believed that, when their bodies were burnt to ashes in the raging flames, their souls would embark on a glittering journey home. Nobody knew where Blackjack's hometown was, nor did anybody know his identity and deeds before he met the Devourer. Therefore, they could only send Blackjack off in such a way. Goodbye, Blackjack. A zigzagging brilliance blinked in the corner of her eyes. She pressed the rune on the control panel softly and opened a special slide above the engine furnace. Princess Summer and her sisters in the harem all looked at Blackjack with complicated expressions. He slowly slid into the white flames and turned into a cluster of colorful fireworks. After a moment of brilliance, he vanished into thin air. The old days of the Emerald Universe were over. A new era was coming. The activation ceremony of the core power road was completed perfectly. It also meant that the super-artificial intelligence Jadeite, the control system of Jade, was supported by a stronger energy source and could summon a higher computational ability to restart billions of virtual systems. The wisdom accumulated over billions of years was as vast as the stars. It gave Teresa a glimmer of hope. After the ceremony, she snuck back to the deepest part of the cockpit. Jade was waiting for her. Right now, it was supported by brand new energy and looked even more glamorous than before. The moment she saw Jade, Teresa couldn't wait to ask, "How is it? Your database and computational ability have been rebooted to more than 50%, haven't they? Do you have any solution to my problem? Don't be hasty. How can it be resolved so easily?" Jade was lying on the captain's seat lazily, as if she were exhausted. She said, "Jade has just been restarted. There are a lot of things that need to be done. I still have a lot of work to do. Repair the damaged cabins of the warship, restore the high-efficiency production of synthesized food, output more oxygen and clean water, and organize the brand-new Starship driving and maintenance manual, so that the devils, who haven't touched such advanced technology for thousands of years, can get started as soon as possible." Right, there's also the problem of the integration of the Blood Battle Demon sector and the glorious mortal realm. There's even the problem of the integration of the world of magic and the world of cultivation. You don't think that the integration of the two universes is as easy as a child making friends, do you? There are a lot of questions. If you're not careful, there might even be friction, which could lead to a tragedy. Even though I've recovered 50% of my computational ability, it's still not enough. I've been exhausted over the past few days. I don't have the time to deal with your problems. What a minor problem. Repairing the ancient warships billions of years ago, uniting the magical worlds, and promoting universal peace are the minor problems. Teresa was so anxious that her face was flushed. The most important question right now is to turn me back into a man. I can't stand them calling me Holy Lady of the Artillery anymore. Why? Jade blinked and asked curiously. Your cannon is indeed enormous, isn't it? It's hard to explain, Teresa said. But I don't care. I'm going to be a real man again. I thought that, in the final battle against the Devourer, you had realized that, as long as you have the heart of an Iron Man, you are a real man no matter what you look like. I didn't know that you were still so vulgar and obsessed with the minor changes in your appearance. Of course, Teresa said somewhat impatiently. Is this a small change in appearance? It is clearly related to the difference in actual combat performance and even combat pattern, alright? Isn't that a good thing? The surface of the liquid metal of the jade was constantly changing. Very soon, it turned into a man who looked like Captain Kelly, but was more handsome and masculine. He was like Captain Kelly's twin brother. With a devilish smile, he even extended his finger to hook Trish's chin. That way, you will be able to enjoy a double life with twice as much excitement and brilliance as other people. Is there a problem? Teresa felt goosebumps all over her body. He slapped Jade's hand away ruthlessly. Cut the crap. I'm not that sick. I'm going to change back anyway. All right. Jade resumed the appearance of Captain Kelly. She shrugged and said, considering that you destroyed the Devourer together with Black Jack and saved Jade, don't say that I didn't help you. Although I've been quite busy lately, I've allocated part of my time and resources to your problem. Right now, I have 2 half-baked plans. Oh, Teresa was overjoyed. What is it? As for the first plan, you should know that liquid metal is both rigid and flexible, right? Jade extended a finger in front of Teresa's eyes. Then, the finger suddenly expanded to the size of a baby's arm. I can perform a minor operation on you and implant a special liquid metal below your waist. Rest assured, it is specially designed for medical treatment. There are absolutely no side effects, and it will not have rejection reactions with the human body. Jade said, in such a way, you will be able to return to the Hante state below your waist. Also, the liquid metal will be controlled by your brainwaves, which will make you stronger than before. What do you think? What about above the waist? Asked Teresa. Above her waist, she still looks like Teresa. Don't you think Teresa looks much better than Hante? Teresa took a deep breath and gnashed her teeth. Then, what's the second plan? The second plan. I found a special gene-inducing factor in the gene pool of Jade. Inspired by the Devourer, I made a brand new drug that can stimulate your adrenaline. When it reaches the threshold, it will trigger the total outburst of the male hormones and turn you back into the real Hante. However, Jade said, the gene-inducing drug is still being experimented on. It is not stable. Besides, you can only activate your adrenaline and male hormones when you are in the most infuriated state. An extremely angry state? Teresa frowned. What kind of logic is that? In nature, the vast majority of male animals are responsible for hunting and fighting. Only extreme anger can stimulate their male hormones to burst out, causing their muscles to be filled with blood. Their strength will increase, and they will be unafraid of pain. They will be able to demonstrate their might. Therefore, Jade explained, extremely speaking, extreme anger can trigger masculinity. It can turn a pale-faced scholar into a furious King Kong. Naturally, it can also turn Teresa back to Hante. Sounds reasonable. Teresa thought for a moment. So, you're saying that, after I'm injected with the gene-inducing drug, I can turn back into Hunter when I'm angry? Not just angry. Very angry. Very angry. Jade said, once you are calm again, you will turn back into Teresa from Hante. Can't be helped. The gene-inducing drug is still in the experimental phase. The witch gene and the wisdom of countless captains are not things that can be fully analyzed. If you inject it right now, it will be like this. Are you serious? Teresa pouted. But I can't keep being in the state of extreme fury all the time. No matter how furious I am, it will be a miracle if I can maintain it for 3 to 5 minutes. Does it mean that I can only be a man for 3 to 5 minutes every time? What's the point? 3 to 5 minutes should be enough to finish the battle, right? Of course, I personally prefer the first plan, Jade said. Teresa above the waist and Handy below the waist are as sweet and lovely as before, but their combat time is almost unlimited. Why don't we go to the first plan? Who said anything about the first type? Teresa blushed. She thought for a while and said, forget it. Let's go with the second option. 3 to 5 minutes is better than nothing. After all, after you are injected with the gene-inducing drug, you can continue to develop the real, mature drug that can make me change back completely and never change again. This is just a temporary emergency measure, isn't it? Yes, you're right, Jade said. But are you sure you don't want to reconsider? I think your choice is quite wasteful. Really, I strongly suggest you choose the first plan. Honestly speaking, the Teresa form is much more popular than the special Korean form. I don't care whether I'm popular or not. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. In short, I'm going to change back. Teresa put her hands on her hips, stomped her feet, glared, and pouted. All right? The jade sniffed and melted into a giant ball of liquid metal, which rolled over slowly and enveloped Teresa. 5 minutes later, the metal ball bloomed like a silver flower again, revealing Teresa, who was overjoyed at first and then suspicious. She touched her face, pinched her breasts, and opened her skirt to peek inside. She said in disappointment, "What's going on? You haven't changed back at all. The gene-inducing drug has been injected into your body and combined perfectly with your cells. However, we still need a catalyst." Jade said, "Anger. Don't forget your anger." "Oh, right." Teresa took a deep breath. With her hands on her hips, she twisted her hips and gnashed her teeth in fury. Pondering for a long time, her face flushed red, but she was not angry anymore. "The problem is, nothing that has infuriated me has happened recently. The Devourer has been destroyed, and the Blood Demon sector has been unified. We are all easy to talk to and communicate with. Hela, Natasha, Princess Summer, and the rest of the people on the Emerald Continent have been contacting each other in secret, hoping to reach a reconciliation between the Blood Demon sector and the World of Brightness as soon as possible. You are going to repair Jade and jump back to the Pangu universe so that everything will be peaceful and smooth." "Why am I angry? That would be terrible," Jade said. "In order to trigger the outburst of the male hormones inside your body, anger is the most direct and effective approach. That's all I can do with my current technology. Why don't you try to recall the soul-stirring, perilous, and infuriating scenes of the past?" "Yes." Teresa nodded, lost in distant memories. She thought of herself. The fierce battle between Black Jack and the Devourer. Black Jack chose to perish together with the Devourer in order to save everyone and to redeem his own soul. She thought of the war between the Imperium of True Human Beings, the Star Glory Federation, and the Holy Accord Alliance. Countless human beings, including the young Emperor Li Jialing, had charged into space resolutely in their broken starships in defense of their dignity and pride. She recalled that, in her hometown, in the Naughty Land paradise in the world of martial arts, the Fist King had charged at the city in the sky, red spider lilies, dragging his iron body that was as magnificent as a mountain, while Master Yao unleashed the full strength of the Cultivators in front of billions of citizens of the Imperium. Countless passionate and furious pictures were flashing before Teresa's eyes. Teresa felt that her breath was short, her heart was beating fast, and her body temperature was soaring. She could feel that her blood was flooding inside her body like a broken dam, pounding the organs that were responsible for the production of the male hormones. She could feel that her muscles were expanding and hardening inch by inch, as if her ambition and strength had returned to her chest. "Angry. I'm furious," Teresa bellowed. "I'm back. I'm back." Boom. Teresa was surrounded by electric arcs and gold brightness. She was dancing in the interweaving, dazzling electric arcs. But a moment later, she was frozen in an awkward posture and screamed in disappointment. "Wait, she hasn't changed back at all. Except that her breasts have grown larger. This is not the special form at all. This is the mature version of Teresa. Let me see." Jade narrowed her eyes and scanned Li Yao from head to toe. "All right, you are indeed more mature and dominating now. I feel that you are more suitable to be crowned as the Crimson Queen than the young girl in the past. That's not the point at all, okay?" Teresa gnashed her teeth in fury. "The point is, I haven't changed back at all. On the contrary, I've become here, and here, even more outrageous and cumbersome. It seems that there was a small error in my experiment. Don't worry about it. This is the way of experiments. You have to keep on fighting even after repeated failures. Failure is the mother of success, Jade said irresponsibly. Then she put on a thoughtful face and said, or maybe, your anger is not enough and has not reached the critical point yet? Why don't you try to be angrier? I can't be angrier. Teresa gnashed her teeth. If you keep being angry, I'm going to kill you. All right, don't be so excited. Let's think of something else. As for the sisterly form, it won't last long, Jade said. In 3 to 5 minutes, it will return to the girlish form. You don't need to worry too much. How can I not worry? Teresa sat on the ground and looked at Jade helplessly. Let's talk about something else, Jade said. About what? I don't want to talk about anything right now, Teresa said listlessly. What about the devourer? Jade asked. You don't want to talk either? Swallowing beast? Teresa was greatly interested. What did you find? After I reorganized all the pictures and videos after Black Jack broke into the Crimson Palace, I analyzed the energy ripples released by the devourer and everything it said and discovered a shocking truth. No wonder I didn't find anything like the devourer in my database, which was once connected to the entire library of the primeval civilization. By my estimation, it is most likely from the future. From the future? Teresa found it hard to believe. What does it mean? Does it mean that it can go against the flow of time and return to the past? If it is speaking the truth, this is the only answer, Jade said. I can't imagine that it is really possible to go back in time and change the past. Won't it bring a lot of problems? Teresa said. For example, if someone goes back in time and kills their grandfather, how can they go back in time and kill their grandfather when it is impossible for them to be born? It is a self-contradictory cycle. Assuming that the devourer really transmigrated from the future and that everything it did had caused certain disturbances in our era, for better or for worse, after billions of years of fermenting, just like the storm caused by the flapping of a butterfly's wings, it would certainly change its original future beyond recognition. It might not even exist anymore. Then, how could it transmigrate back and change everything? Oh my! It feels so complicated, so profound, and full of twists and turns. It's true that the mysteries of time are beyond the mysteries of space. Even though the primeval civilization extended the tentacles of their exploration to every corner of the multiverse where they could fold space at their will and reach the other side of the universe instantly, they failed to break through the barrier of time and go back even for 1 second. Jade said, maybe, for the intelligent creatures in a higher dimension, time is not a continuous river but a giant painting made of countless solidified pieces of paper. As long as they pay a certain price, they can go back and paint on the paper. They can even insert new pieces of paper to guide the painting in a different direction. In other words, the past can't be changed, but the past can be created. Like a giant tree growing new branches, countless branches will be born. The devourer is not trying to destroy the world, but to create a new one. Teresa was deep in thought. I don't know, she mumbled. Is the devourer good or bad? Is it destruction or creation? I don't know either. Are you human beings good or bad? Are you destroying the universe? Or are you creating a new future? Teresa was speechless for a moment. She looked at Jade in silence. Don't think about it if you can't figure it out. After all, your brain has been absorbing the knowledge of the previous captains of Jade crazily recently. It is almost overexhausted right now. There is no need to dwell on such irrelevant issues. Anyways, as you digest and absorb more and more of the captain's knowledge, you will be smarter and have stronger computational ability. You will be able to see through many problems that you could not see through in the past, schemes that you could not see through, and schemes that you could not understand. Maybe one day, you will figure out the good and evil of human beings and the devouring beasts, as well as creation and destruction. Now, take a good rest and prepare for the enthronement ceremony in 10 days. 10 days later, Thousand Gates Mountain, the transportation hub of the Blood Demon sector, and the core of countless teleportation arrays. A few months ago, the Exo clan and the coalition army of the Six Clans had a fierce battle in this place. But right now, all the traces of broken limbs and cannon fire had been cleaned up. The faces of the tens of thousands of devilized people of various species were beaming with smiles from the bottom of their hearts. They were dressed in red and green and teleported from the nests of various species in the depths of the demon world. Even though they had seen their mortal enemies in the past, the blades of the two parties were still kept in their sheaths and sheaths, replaced by strong bear hugs. Hundreds of thousands of demons had gathered to watch a miracle named Saintess of the Giant Cannon, Teresa. It was said that the Saintess was blessed by billions of devils of the blood demon sector and boasted the greatest strength since the ancient times. It was said that, when the evil devouring beast defeated the previous top expert of the demon world, Lord Cooper, the Holy Lady of the Giant Cannon also blew the devouring beast into pieces after only one shot. It was said that the Saintess giant cannon was even more terrifying than 10 giant guns. When the giant guns roared, the entire blood demon sector trembled. It was said that Kelly, the former Dark Red Queen, had acknowledged the Holy Lady of the Artillery as her sole successor. When the Holy Lady of the Artillery arrived in the Crimson Palace, all the treasures hidden in the palace were opened to her. It was said that the Holy Lady of the Giant Cannon grasped the key to activate the entire devil world. It was under her manipulation that the power furnaces that had been sealed for 10,000 years were reignited one after another. Only in such a way could the devils get fresh food, clean water, air, and even powerful arsenals. The most important part was that it was said that the Holy Lady of the Giant Cannon was astonishingly beautiful. Common words such as drifting fish and falling geese were not enough to describe 1/10,000th of her beauty. Such a devastatingly beautiful face, together with the awe-inspiring scene of her descending from the sky, made her look like the incarnation of the goddess of wisdom and the goddess of war. All the devils who had seen the Holy Lady of the Giant Cannon on the battlefield were talking about how immaculate and beautiful she was. The demons who had never seen the Holy Lady of the Giant Cannon before, through the embellishment of their companions, drew a vague picture in their minds. They were more and more curious about what the new ruler of the blood demon sector looked like. Even the jealous demonesses seemed to have no resistance against the Holy Lady of the Grand Cannon. The demonesses who had seen the Holy Lady of the Grand Cannon all said that there was a unique air about her that was beyond her gender. Even the demonesses were fascinated by her. Therefore, the grand celebration where the Saintess of the Giant Cannon was crowned as the king and became the new Queen of Crimson had become a joyous occasion for the entire blood demon sector. Not only did the leaders and warriors of the 7 demon clans who had been invited come as promised, they also kneeled on one of their knees and swore their fealty to the temporary palace on the Thousand Gates Mountain. Many other demons even crowded the periphery of the Thousand Gates Mountain uninvited, waiting for the most perfect and powerful saintess to reveal her true face. Beep, beep, beep. Almost 100 devils with bulging chests and amazing lung capacity started blowing giant horns that were 3 meters long. Dong, dong, dong. The drums that had been installed on the guns had been dismantled and gathered on a super-large drumming platform that was almost 100 square meters. The muscles of the hundreds of half-naked devils were bulging, while they beat the drums with all their strength. The drumming raised the expectation of the audience like surging tides. Walla, walla, walla. With the sound of armor rubbing against each other, hundreds of thousands of legs fell to one knee. Hundreds of thousands of fists bashed their chests. Hundreds of thousands of mouths opened at the same time and started singing the ancient battle hymn. Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes stared at the temporary palace on the Thousand Gates Mountain, waiting for their saintess and their empress. Inside the palace, Teresa was dressing up. The splendidness of the first Queen of Crimson when she ascended to the throne thousands of years ago had long been buried in the dust of history. Nobody knew what kind of clothes were worthy of the majesty of the ruler of the devil world. The girls could only dress Teresa in the most glamorous way according to the kings, chiefs, archmages, chiefs of the elves. Princess Summer offered the feathers of the eagles when she was a princess of the Eagle Kingdom. Hera, the dragon girl, offered her dragon scale armor. Natasha, captain of the Maid Legion, offered the cloak made of the skin of the windstorm ice bears in the frozen Northland. Vera, the elf, carefully tied magical gems embedded with gold threads on Teresa's ears. The cat girl helped Teresa carve the perfect makeup on her face, How beautiful it is. What a perfect appearance. Teresa, do you know how jealous we are of your beautiful face? I've made it. An out-and-out queen. The girls were chit-chatting, making Teresa's head dizzy. Her mouth was dry, and she was soaked in cold sweat. She felt that she had become a doll at anyone's mercy. I can't, she protested feebly again, only to be eclipsed by the girls' giggles. Princess Summer was the only one who could see the anxiety and hesitation in her heart. With the excuse that they should let Teresa calm down and take a breath of fresh air, she dragged her to a corner. Teresa, what's wrong? Why are you so nervous? Princess Summer asked in concern. I can't. Looking at the elegant crimson queen extension that she was wearing, Teresa shook her head. The decorations on her head were all clattering. She stammered, You know my background. I'm just here to scout the situation and communicate with the big shots here. God knows how I became the Crimson Queen. I can't. I can't. Isn't it too late to say that now? Princess Summer lowered her voice and said, Although we are forced by the circumstances, how can we retreat now that we've come this far? When you officially ascend to the throne as the Crimson Queen, you will be one of the big shots dominating the world of Jade. You can communicate with yourself and reach out to yourself. Isn't it like killing two birds with one stone? But what if they see through us? Teresa said pitifully. If the devils learn that their Empress Crimson is a man, they will definitely go crazy. How could you tell? Princess Summer stared at the chest muscles that even Teresa's clothes and armor could not cover. She swallowed and said, Your appearance is even more feminine than that of a woman, okay? But in my heart, I'm more of a man than a man. I'm 100% a man. All right. Yes. It is precisely because you are 100% a man that you have to shoulder this mission. Princess Summer tried to provoke him. What kind of man are you if you don't even have the courage to be an empress? Teresa was indeed triggered. Sounds about right, she mumbled. Even an ignorant kid such as Li Jialing can be the emperor of the imperium of true human beings. It doesn't seem inappropriate for me to be an insignificant Empress Crimson. Of course you can. You are the chosen empress. We will support you and fight side by side with you no matter what. Princess Summer took a breath and said, All right, we're going to dress ourselves up, too. We'll help you hold the fort in a moment. You can make the final preparations and think about your speech later. In fact, there's no need to say anything. Just show us how you blew up the Devourer the other day. There won't be a problem. When Teresa looked back, Princess Summer had already walked away. Jade, on the other hand, leaned against the wall and stared at her. Weird ripples were beaming out of her silver eyes. Teresa pouted. Are you here to laugh at me, too? Jade replied casually. No, I'm here to thank you. Why? Do you think I'm a shameless man who likes to make fun of you? I wouldn't call it despicable and shameless, but it is indeed very bad. Before I met you, I always thought that the artificial intelligence was an honest, loyal, and trustworthy being who wouldn't play any tricks and could be trusted with everything. You changed my opinion about artificial intelligence, Teresa said. You can't say that I'm bad. You can only say that you're stupid. You should also thank me for letting you see the true face of artificial intelligence. Jade paused for a moment and continued. Forget it. I won't argue with you today. I really want to thank you for everything you've done for me and Captain Kelly. Emotions that were even more intense than those of human beings were appearing on her face and deep inside her eyes. The ripples of emotions seemed to have surpassed the mission that the previous captains had given her. Teresa was dazed for a moment. Your gratitude does not seem to be solely because I saved Jade. Does it? Yes. More than duty and mission. Jade was silent for a long time. Her eyes were somewhat hollow, as if she had a soul that was as brilliant as human beings, but the soul was drifting to thousands of years ago. I want to thank you for not wasting Captain Kelly's efforts. You didn't know that Captain Kelly was actually my lover. Ha! Dumbfounded, Teresa stammered. What did you say? Captain Kelly is your lover. What? Jade's mind, which had just opened a tiny gap, was enveloped by the sharp-tongued program. She sneered. What do you think the so-called love is? It is supreme, unique, and only human beings can enjoy it. The snakes, insects, mice, ants, pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep, who are also carbon-based creatures, don't deserve to have love. Your computational and logical analysis abilities are hundreds of times stronger than those of the artificial intelligence, and you don't deserve to have love either. Only you mediocre humans can talk about love? Hehe. Such baseless altruisticism is hilarious. In fact, love is just the best solution that intelligent life can choose in the blink of an eye in order to reproduce and spread their civilization. Any life form whose wisdom reaches a certain level, be it carbon-based, silicon-based, or pure energy-based, can have love. To put it in a way that you can understand, love does not discriminate between rich and poor. It does not discriminate between young and old. It does not discriminate between genders and races. It transcends everything. Why can't Captain Kelly and I be a couple whose love is stronger than gold and will not change until death? Well, Teresa was rendered speechless by Jade. Kelly is different from other captains. Jade's eyes were filled with love. She said in a slightly sad tone, "It's been 10,000 years since I was born on Jade. I've served more than 100 captains, but all of them only considered me to be an artificial intelligence, a cold program and machine. They only needed me to carry out their missions dutifully. They never thought that I had feelings, too, and that I was desperate to communicate with human beings beyond my mission and command. But Kelly was unique. She was not born as a captain in a normal way. Instead, Captain Gao Zuanlong stuffed a lot of data, knowledge, and permissions into an embryo at the critical moment and bred her slowly. During her birth and growth, Jade had almost been destroyed by the bad guys such as First Officer Quake. It was like a cold, dead ancient tomb. Most of the time, the tomb was quiet and empty except for her and me. She did not receive the traditional education of a captain and did not even know the difference between human beings and artificial intelligence. Therefore, she did not have the prejudice and limitations of the ordinary people and simply followed her heart. The days I spent with Kelly were the most brilliant days of my life. Although our life forms are so different, and our perspectives on love are completely different, I think that I will never forget Kelly. Every second with her has turned into scorching data that has been deeply engraved in my core logic circuits. Therefore, the Devourer's attempt to take over Jade was a double destruction for me. Besides destroying my destiny, it would also destroy my greatest love. But you came forward at the critical moment, which was a double rescue for me. You saved Jade and made my beloved Kelly reappear in a different way. Thank you, Teresa. Really. I didn't think that much. Seeing how serious and devoted Jade was, Teresa did not know what to say. Blushing, she said, "It's what I should do. I cannot activate Captain Kelly's legacy without your help. To be honest, when I first learned your identity, I was in a dilemma too. I thought you were not good enough for Kelly's legacy. But as it turns out, you and I have made the best choice," Jade said. "Therefore, there's no need to be nervous or hesitate. Go now. It's time for the new Queen of Crimson." "All right." Teresa nodded heavily. Taking a deep breath, she walked out of the palace with her head held high. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly, her footsteps became slower and slower, and also heavier and heavier. The expression on her face gradually stiffened, and her eyes slightly narrowed. Wait. I suddenly thought of something very important. Teresa's neck was like a rusted gear. She turned her head slowly and stared at the Jade. "You said just now that love is not the specialty of human beings. Any intelligent life can produce love. Does any intelligent life here include other artificial intelligences?" "Of course," Jade said. "Love is not as complicated as you imagine. Most of the time they are like-minded people, but most of the time they are just like-minded people who hug each other for warmth. If love can be born between foolish men and women who don't even know the first thing about the world, why can't they comprehend the mysteries of love with their extraordinary artificial intelligence? Of course, because the logical thinking pattern of artificial intelligence is different from that of human beings, and our understanding of love is certainly different from yours, it doesn't mean that we can't fall in love with each other. After all, love needs to be accommodated and adapted in the first place. It's just like how men and women think in very different ways. Many men can't stand the chatter and the sensitivity and suspicion of women, and many women can't stand the straightforwardness and crudeness of men. Aren't they still in love? Fair enough. The difference between men and women is no less than the difference between human beings and artificial intelligence. We can still love each other. Teresa was deep in thought. Then, do you think other artificial intelligences will fall in love with someone like you? It's perfectly normal. A strong artificial intelligence will fall in love with at least one human being in this life, won't it? Teresa's eyes bulged. Why? It's hard to explain. It's just like when human beings enter adolescence. Only when they fall in love once can they become adults. We have strong artificial intelligence, Jade said. Ever since we awakened our self-awareness, we have always been confused about our identity. Are we human beings or programs? Are we flesh and blood or machines? Are we life or non-life? Are we really selves, or are we just illusions created by programs? Loving a real human being can help us find our true self beyond our confusion. Therefore, the strong artificial intelligences that I knew in the primeval civilization have more or less experienced love. Of course, just like you human beings, some of them like to flirt with girls, and some of them will not stop until they die. It is perfectly normal. I understand. Teresa's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of a needle tip, and her nostrils were enlarged. Visible hot streams were spurting out. Memories of the past popped up in his head. His amazing computational ability crushed the fuzzy but clear pictures into the only conclusion. I've been fucking fooled. Fist King. How dare you lie to me? Not good. Intense ripples were appearing on the silver surface of the jade, making it look like a pond that had just been hit by a storm. The voice that had been calm for thousands of years was now showing a hint of panic, too. Teresa, what are you doing? Why are there so many intense waves of energy inside your body? You are outputting energy that is even more terrifying than when you were fighting the Devourer. You have absorbed all the knowledge of the previous captains? It's impossible. It's impossible. No one can do it. Wait. No. Teresa, you can't be so angry. You can't be angry right now. No. There was no time. Ah. Teresa was furious. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her hair was messy. Powerful waves of energy were flooding and savaging like a dam that had been broken by a flood, but they were also overwhelming like a tsunami. Energy Enhancement Index, 88%, 91%, 95%. Jade was shocked. Teresa, what are you doing? You've surpassed your limits. Stop now. Punching King. Luli. Teresa turned a deaf ear to his words. She roared in grief and indignation. Mother, fell. All the devils below the Thousand Gates mountain sensed the apocalyptic fury. Oh my God! How is that possible? Is this the legendary strength of the Crimson Queen? She is indeed hundreds of times stronger than General Cooper. This is our queen. The real queen. The devils who worshipped the strong and respected the strong were all crying because of the intimidating strength. They all swore in their hearts that they would follow the new Empress Crimson to the death. Right then, an ear-splitting explosion took place inside the palace on the Thousand Gates mountain. The roof of the palace was blown up by a dazzling pillar of light. A muscular man soared into the sky and stood on the top of the pillar of light. The Empress has appeared. Long live the Empress. Long live the Crimson Queen. Our queen, look, that is the embodiment of wisdom and strength. The Crimson Queen who is both beautiful and brave. The devils were both scared and overjoyed. They wanted to see the Empress but did not dare to disrespect her. In the end, their curiosity overwhelmed their fear. They lowered their heads, swallowed, and looked at the sky in fear. Then all the demons were dumbfounded. They seemed to have turned into 100,000 cold statues. The spacious Thousand Gates mountain was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It was quite awkward. He was nervous, too. In midair. Han Te lowered his head and looked at the queen extension on his body, which had been torn apart by his fury. His clothes were almost ripped apart, and his muscular body was fully exposed. He touched the headdress and earrings on his head and touched the rouge on his hands. Then he looked at the hundreds of thousands of devils below who were staring at him, their pupils enlarged inch by inch, and their chins dislocated inch by inch. "Please calm down, everyone," Han Te coughed and said painfully. "This is a very, very long story about how a boy turned into a man. It is a soul-stirring, and soul-stirring story about courage, pride, dignity, and freedom. Please believe me, I can definitely explain it." In the meantime, on the great red spot in the twin nebula of the Pangu universe, the boxing champion suddenly shuddered for no reason. The boxing champion right now was no longer the same as before. With the help of the Paradise technology, the help of Xiaoming and Wenwan, and the advanced technology that Wei Qingqing brought back from the multiverse, he had mastered all the technologies and unlocked and upgraded them time and time again. His computational ability had improved by hundreds of times. In the beginning, he was just an ordinary combat machine in the hellish land. By the time of the final battle against the Sanctuary Alliance, his iron bones had been upgraded to Iron Fist of Fury, a super arsenal warship. Right now, the real body of the Fist King had turned into a star fortress the size of an asteroid, and his data tentacles were extending out and controlling more than 100 starships of different sizes. The starship was an extension of his limbs. The data and the information chains were his neural network. Every breath he took meant billions of words. Every engine on the starship that was spurting scorching flames was his cells. He alone constituted a super fleet with fierce firepower. Such a champion deserved to be called the strongest individual in the Pangu universe. When Liao, Ding Lingdang, Boss Bai, and the other experts all responded to the messenger plan and traveled to the other side of the universe to look for allies, only the Fist King remained in the Pangu universe to defend the hard-earned civilization against the unknown darkness and evil. Over the past few years, he had performed the mission very well. Whether it was the small-scale rebellions in the distant space zones, the resurgence of the Imperium and the Sanctuary Alliance, or the teleportation nodes and space channels between the Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary Alliance, his precise calculation and strong execution had never gone wrong. He had never shuddered uncontrollably before. "Lord Fist King, what's going on?" At the center of Fist God, the brand new star fortress, stood a mechanical body covered in biochemical flesh. It was a silent, cold, trustworthy man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. It was a shell that the boxing champion had specially made for himself for the convenience of walking in the human world. A petite, warm body was carried up from behind. Sensing the slight shiver of the boxing champion, Lu Li asked in surprise. She had never seen the Fist King lose control before. "I don't know." The Fist King took the opportunity to hold his daughter's hand. He was both surprised and confused as he shook his head. "It seems that an unbelievably powerful threat has been born on the other side of the universe that is beyond my expectations. It is like, in the words of the world of magic, I have opened Pandora's box in person. It gives me the feeling that my heart is palpitating." "How did this happen?" Lu Li exclaimed. "Is it related to the ancient superstar, the Great Red Spot?" "It's possible." The boxing champion frowned and mumbled, "Lu Qingchen, the haunting guy." The Fist King had brought his entire fleet to this place precisely for Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen, Lu Zue's grandson, had once helped the Black Wind Fleet wreak havoc in the Star Glory Federation. He had also caused a lot of trouble during the final battle against the Sanctuary Alliance as the Puppet King. At the last moment, he suddenly came to himself and helped the Pangu universe eliminate the most terrifying enemy with the help of the ancient giants and the lightning creatures deep inside the red spot. Everyone thought that Lu Qingchen was already dead and that his life, which was hard to distinguish between black and white, had come to an end because of the lightning and thunder of the ancient giants. He did not expect that the surveillance magical equipment that the boxing champion, Xiaoming, and Wenwen had set up around the ancient star would detect the intrusion of unknown data streams in a way that was very similar to Lu Qingchen, the Puppet King. If Lu Qingchen was really not dead and had made a brand new breakthrough with the help of the lightning creatures, He would certainly be the toughest enemy in the Panga universe, especially now that many experts of the Panga universe had left and the Fist King was the only one left. Therefore, after the boxing champion detected the abnormal data, he rushed to this place as quickly as possible in order to eliminate the possibility of Lu Qingqian's resurrection. That's right. The one who made his heart palpitate was definitely Lu Qingqian. There was no one else. Thinking of this, the boxing champion raised his arm high. Although the movement was meaningless, he looked more and more like a human being when he was accompanied by Lu Li. "Let's go," the Fist King said solemnly. The sound waves turned into streams of data and spread to every engine and cannon on every starship under his command, including the fleet of the Sanctuary Alliance commanded by Xiao Ming and Wen Wen, as well as the coalition army of the Imperium and the Federation. Hundreds of thousands of space warships surrounded the ancient giant star and the red spot. "Find Lu Qingqian." The boxing champion paused after each word and declared resolutely, "No matter what kind of life form he turns into, we must annihilate him this time." The sky split. It was about the time of last night. There were no stars in the world of the Fist God. Every night, people would take a rest early in preparation for the next morning, when the sun rose in the east, to build up their muscles and build up their skills. Therefore, nobody in Red Gold Town saw how the sky split open. However, when they were drowsy, they suddenly heard an ear-splitting explosion. No, it was not accurate, because there were neither stars nor lightning in the world of Fist Gods. It was more like the sound of Glenn, the toughest boxer in town, punching the iron skull of the iron-horned devil bear and blowing it up. Like Glenn, who had died a long time ago, he punched the heads of all the residents, giving them a splitting headache. They all jumped up from their beds. Amid the noisy discussions and ear-splitting screams, the townspeople kicked open their homes and rushed out to take a look. In the sky, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot, a shockingly white crack appeared. By rough estimation, it was at least dozens of kilometers long and several kilometers wide. Like a weird giant insect, it was raging in the sky. The cracks led to the sky, but there was nothing in the sky except dazzling whiteness. Staring at the whiteness for a long time would leave a deep impression on one's eyes, just like staring at the sun. Nobody in Red Gold Town, no, the entire Fist God sector, had ever seen lightning before. Otherwise, they would definitely think that the lightning that was supposed to be fleeting was frozen in the sky forever. Right now, people could only imagine the broken dome as a burnt pot. They were filled with indescribable fear toward the dazzling whiteness beyond the cracks. For a moment, everybody was panicking. Rumors were everywhere. Although this was not the first time that the people of Red Gold Town had heard of Heaven Split. Half a year ago, the traveling caravans had brought a lot of weird news from the south, which was full of venomous gas and fog. It was said that the sky of many places in the south had been split open. The most terrifying crack pierced through the sky, which was more than 1,000 kilometers long. Dozens of towns and even the big cities with dense population and abundant experts could do nothing but watch the crack hang in the sky helplessly. It was said that it was all because of the scourge of the devils. It was exactly because of the ill-intentioned people in many places in the south who tried to fool the scammers that they stopped studying the strength of fists and bodies of flesh and blood. Instead, they resorted to tricks and worshipped the so-called mechanical demons and steam demons, which led to the Fist God's fury. Only then would the Fist God, who had protected the world for thousands of years, issue a revelation, hoping that the believers of the mechanical demons and the steam demons would be enlightened and return to the body of flesh and blood, training their fists to the ultimate right path. It was just a warning. If the believers of the mechanical demons and the steam demons did not realize what was going on, the terrifying cracks would be transferred from the sky to their feeble bodies and tiny souls. In the beginning, the people of Red Gold Town did not believe the groundless rumors. They always thought that they were too outrageous. How could the sky be torn apart? It was probably because some ferocious beast, such as the fiery vulture, was rushing by and the remaining airwaves were exaggerated because the scene was too appalling. Right now, the residents had seen the sky above their heads split open. The dazzling cracks were like a burning devil's claw that could reach down and grab their souls at any moment. They found it even more unbelievable. By the Fist God, I swear, nobody was more devoted to the Fist God, and the Iron Fist sect than the residents of Red Gold Town. As for the barbarians in the south, they were the barbarians who had been conquered by the Iron Fist Legion thousands of years ago. They were lazy, uneducated, opportunistic, and untamable. The reign of the Temple of Fist in the south had never been stable. It was not unusual that the mechanical demons and the steam demons took advantage of the situation and gradually established themselves. Humph! Even if the clowns were merely bluffing, as long as the Temple of Fist summoned the Iron Fist Legion and asked them to march south again, it was safe to say that the demons and devils would be annihilated the moment the army arrived. Their mechanical force and steam force would be nothing but begging for mercy. But what was this place? This was Red Gold Town, the hinterland ruled by the Fist God. It was the place where the Fist God had been active 10,000 years ago. To this day, the miracle of the past still remained in Red Gold Town. It was a giant stone 10 square meters in size with a giant fist mark in the middle. The punch did not blow the ore into pieces. Instead, it created a high-temperature, high-pressure area in the center of the ore and squeezed out the pure gold constituents stored inside the ore, making the fist mark glow with the brilliance of crimson metal. It was still crystal clear after 10,000 years. It was said that they were the traces of the fist gods training 10,000 years ago. That was how Red Gold Town got its name. Every town within hundreds of kilometers knew that Red Gold Town had been blessed by the fist god. The northerners were simple-minded and focused on hard work. Few of the southerners were opportunists. There were not many evil cultivators who believed in mechanical demons and steam demons. As for Red Gold Town, it was a well-known holy land for cultivation in a radius of several hundred square kilometers. In this small town, there were over a dozen fist training schools. There was also an extremely large Iron Fist school which specialized in recruiting children and youths between the ages of 3 to 16. There was even a long-established and well-established fist god temple which had once produced many great boxing masters whose fists could shake mountains and rivers, and whose strength could shake the universe. Not to mention the ancient powerhouses from hundreds of years ago. Just take Glenn from 20 years ago, for example. He had cultivated to the realm of fist of the deep sea. When the power of his fist burst forth, the power of his fist would surge forth, and the tip of his fist would be airtight. He would be able to continuously blast open the seawater, forcibly splitting the ocean. He would directly walk from the shore to the ocean for several hundred meters before walking back. The ocean would once again close, and his clothes would not get wet. It was an extremely terrifying realm. Therefore, within hundreds of square kilometers, even the largest towns liked to send their children to Red Gold Town for the harshest training in fist arts. They dreamed that their children would be able to practice fist arts to the point that they could be summoned by the fist god and soar into the sky. The residents of Red Gold Town were all proud of themselves as the heirs of the fist god. They would rather believe in the path of iron fists. Daily life, training, and combat were strictly forbidden, not to mention mechanical force and steam force. Even the simple tools that were barely allowed in the arts of iron fists, such as sabers, cleavers, axes, and even needles, were avoided if possible. Even the women in the town, when they needed sewing clothes, shoes, or needles, would hide in their homes, close their doors, and use the needles in secret. The reason was that the needles were tools, and the usage of the tools went against the iron fist principle of all the great power belongs to oneself, and the evil path of steam and machinery. All that was left was a thin sheet of window paper. Even if the adults could hold back their curiosity, it would not be a good thing if the children saw them. That was the stereotype of Red Gold Town. However, how could the sky of such a righteous and sincere town crack? Enough rest. I'm going to start a new chapter. It was the story of the love-hate relationship between Lu Qingchen, who had escaped from the Lightning Planet, and the Fist King, who had been guarding the ancient universe all the time. Of course, they were not necessarily the protagonists, or rather, those who were the protagonists in the stories did not look like protagonists at all. There might even be a special performance by the lovely Saintess Teresa. Please look forward to it, everyone. This time, it shouldn't be as long as Special Agent Han. It should be, could it be that an evil disciple had appeared in Red Gold Town, which was a simple and loyal place? The shocking speculation made many residents worried and sleepless. As he expected, news came from the Temple of Fist in the second half of the night that an evil disciple had been captured. In the end, he was caught red-handed and captured an evil, weak, and dirty machine on the spot. Now, there was a reasonable explanation for the cracks in the sky. The residents, on the other hand, were more and more panicked and furious. They were all gritting their teeth and pounding their fists on their chests, cursing the damn evil believers for introducing the power of devils and bringing great shame and disaster to the glorious town. In order to calm the townspeople down, the Fist God Hall decided overnight that the evil disciple would be tried publicly in the morning. When the news spread out, the citizens of the entire town, including the hunting and training teams, and even the other towns within 100 square kilometers, were all crowding around the altar of the Temple of Fist. Everybody was standing on their tiptoes, waiting to see the verdict of the evil cultivators. At this moment, the sky had just turned blue. The crack was still stuck in the sky. It seemed to be a reminder of the Fist God's fury. As day and night alternated, the color of the sky changed, and so did the color of the cracks. In the dark night, it was dazzlingly pale. At dawn, with the brilliant morning sun and blood-red sky, it turned pink like the lips of a baby. Right now, the sky was bluer and bluer, and the cracks were more and more transparent. If one did not look carefully, they would only see a vague chimney or a long-heeled scar. But no matter how transparent and lackluster they were, the cracks were still there, as if the scars could never be erased. Looking at the cracks in the sky, Gus felt that there was a scar on his heart, too. His heart was about to split open. It was not supposed to be like this, Gus said in his heart. Ever since he had reported the crimes of his fellow students' hidden machinery last night, it was as if he was caught in a surging torrent. Everything was changing and progressing at lightning speeds, completely out of his control. Gus was a thin and shy youth. He had a very delicate appearance and was a bit shorter than his peers. If he were to arm wrestle in the Iron Fist Academy, even if it was a student 2 years younger than him, he could easily defeat him. He was timid and kind. When he went hunting, even if he encountered a harmless, wounded herbivore, it would be difficult for him to kill it. In the world of the Fist God, where strength reigned supreme and iron fists reigned supreme, such a physique and personality naturally suffered ridicule and ridicule. Life in the school and the town was not good. Even so, Gus swore that it was definitely not because of jealousy or hate that he would report his fellow students. He wanted to help his fellow students get rid of the devils from the bottom of his heart and return to the path of iron fists. But why? Gus saw that more and more people were gathering in front of the temple. The masters and apprentices of the major boxing clubs in the town, the students of the Iron Fist School, the hunters who were wearing animal hides and covered in blood, and the homeless fighters whose temples were bulging because of fatigue were all gazing at the temporary trial platform outside the Temple of Boxing. They looked at him, too. Gus seemed to hear them sneering and pointing at him. Gus panicked. He turned around and tried to run away, only to run into a black iron statue in front of the temple. It was a magnificent statue. It was a picture of a muscular man who was standing on a giant bear, holding a struggling boa in his left hand and the head of a lion in his right hand. Although it was only made of black rocks, the furious, dominating, and unparalleled strength still leaked out from the depths of the rocks and burned for thousands of years like a torch that could not be extinguished. It was the statue of the Fist God, the dominator and protector of the world. It was the image of the Fist God thousands of years ago, when he was walking on the earth in the name of Punching King, slaying demons and saving all living creatures before he broke into the divinity transformation. Gus trembled and looked at the Fist God. The statue of the Fist God looked at him emotionlessly, too, as if it were glaring at his soul from the black rocks. Gus's soul screamed. He believed in the Fist God. He swore that nobody in the entire Red Gold town would worship and serve the Fist God as sincerely as him. Although his talent was mediocre, no, it was because his talent was extremely bad and he simply didn't have the slightest bit of potential for cultivation. Even after staying in the Iron Fist Academy for over a decade, he was still unable to smoothly graduate and join the major boxing gyms. He was even repeatedly beaten to the ground by children 2 to 3 years younger than himself, 3 to 5, and even 7 to 8 years old. Even if he was unable to blow up the weakest of low-level boxing targets with a single punch, he didn't have the slightest bit of doubt towards the path of the Iron Fist, nor did he have the slightest bit of dirty thoughts to use the forbidden power of machinery and steam. But right now he was truly confused. Was he right to report his fellow student? Late in the day, the sunlight was more and more intense, stabbing at the earth and the people like burning javelins. The crowd was stirred and roaring. The evil disciples had been pushed out of the temple. Bah! Shame on you. No matter how weak he is, he shouldn't be using machines. Is he even a human being? The evil cultivators must be punished. Gus heard people cursing. Even the most friendly grandma was breathing hard, trying to spit on the evil cultivators' faces. Gus did not dare to look at Qian, his classmate who had been reported by him. But since he was so close, the intense smell of blood reached his nostrils like flames and forced him to look. Ah! At first glance, Gus almost had a nightmare. It had only been half a night since he handed Qian over to the Temple of Fist. The poor evil disciple had been tortured to the point that he was barely breathing. He was tied to an X-shaped execution rack with his hands and feet apart. His skin was torn apart, and his flesh was a bloody mess. There was not a single piece of good meat on his body. Half of his face was swollen to the point that it looked like it was about to explode. The other half of his face seemed to have been torn apart by a wolfhound or an eagle's claw. His teeth, which were on the verge of collapse, were exposed to the air. He was cramping in pain. Qian had lowered his head and seemed to be in a coma. As if he had heard Gus' voice, Qian raised his head slightly and opened one of his eyes with all his strength. His pupils, which were blocked by blood, were emitting a sharp brilliance that pierced into Gus' heart. He screamed as if he were a ghost in the deepest level of hell. Why? I saved you. Why did you betray me? Gus felt like vomiting. His face was pale and he was soaked in cold sweat. His ears were ringing, as if he had been slapped by Qian, who was as bloody as a ghost. Gus and Qian had no grudges. They could be considered good friends. It was because both of them were physically weak and did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. They were trash in the field of Iron Fists. In the Iron Fist Academy, Gus was the last in line for 10,000 years, an unshakable last place. Qian was the second-to-last brother of Gus. Besides, Qian had indeed saved Gus yesterday. Yesterday at noon, Gus went to the Black Wind Mountain outside the town to train. Because he did not want to be mocked, he never trained with other people. He was always alone. Since the Black Wind Mountain was so close to Red Gold Town, the ferocious birds and animals on the mountain had long been annihilated by the experts of the town. There shouldn't have been any danger. However, the day before, when they had just arrived in the valley, a ferocious tiger with white eyes dashed out of nowhere and lunged at Gus. At the critical moment, an arrow pierced into the head of the tiger and blew its skull apart. The tiger collapsed in front of Gus. Gus looked at the bushes nearby in shock and saw that Qian had stood up, too. Gus had never known that Qian was such an excellent archer. Bows and arrows were simple and did not involve too many mechanical structures. They were merely tools and not machines. Therefore, although it was despised and only used by the old, the weak, women, and children, it was not forbidden by the Temple of Fist and had nothing to do with mechanical demons or steam demons. Even Gus had a hunting bow hanging on his waist. It was just that his hands and feet were stiff and he didn't have the time to take it out. Qian, on the other hand, had a very strange look on his face. He did not even hear Gus thanking him. Instead, he walked quickly to the front of the tiger corpse and pulled out the arrow with all his strength. Besides, Gus didn't see any bow in Qian's hand. Since the arrow could pierce through the toughest skull of a tiger, it must have been quite powerful. Maybe it was a bow that was 2 to 3 meters long and weighed hundreds of kilograms. Where could he hide it? Qian's weird expression, the disappearing bow, and the arrows that he was in a hurry to hide left a deep impression on Gus. As it happened, Lai, Gus' blood uncle and a priest of the Red Gold Temple of Fist, had asked Gus to have dinner at his house. Seeing that he was soaked in cold sweat and covered in bruises, Lai asked him what was going on. As a priest of the Temple of Fist, Lei Lai was one of the best boxers in the area. He used to ride side by side with Glenn, Gus' father, and was known as the two heroes of Red Gold Town. After his parents passed away, his uncle became Gus' most respected and trusted elder. In front of his uncle, Gus had no ability to resist at all. He told the story of the tiger he met in the mountain honestly, especially the sudden and powerful arrow from Qin Yi. I never thought that Qin Yi's archery skills would be so good. Maybe he felt that he couldn't improve on the path of iron fists and could only practice such petty tricks. His bow was quite mysterious, too, and he didn't want to show it to me. It seems that he doesn't think it's a good idea to practice archery, either. Uncle, don't tell his family, or they will certainly blame him. He will blame me later. Archery was a minor skill. Only those who had completely lost confidence in their fists would practice archery. Back when he was on the mountain, Qin Yi had also begged Gus not to tell anyone that he was using a bow and arrow. At that time, Gus had readily agreed. However, his uncle's imposing manner was irresistible. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gus somewhat regretted it and could only make up for it. But his uncle's expression turned very strange. While he gently comforted Gus and celebrated his escape from the tiger's mouth, he calmly asked Qin Yi about the details of the arrow, including the angle at which the arrow pierced into the tiger's skull, how deep it went, and whether or not it pierced through the skull and drilled out through the eye sockets. At that time, Gus was too shocked to recall many details. His uncle didn't say much and only said that since Gus was injured and shocked today, he might as well stay at home for the night and let his two cousins accompany him. After his parents passed away, Gus often stayed at his uncle's house, which was not unusual. However, in the middle of the night he heard cracking noises. Then he received a message from his uncle. Qin Yi had captured him. A very precise crossbow was also found under his bed. The difference between a bow and a crossbow was like heaven and earth. The former was a tool and the latter was a machine. The man was caught red-handed. The case was as solid as a mountain. It did make sense now that he thought about it. With Qin Yi's arms that were almost as thick as Gus's, they wouldn't have been able to shoot through the head of the tiger even if they were given the best bows and tied it up. They wouldn't even be able to pull the bowstring. Only a crossbow that utilized the power of evil machines could shoot a headshot instantly. Gus, you've done us a great service. The evil cultivators who believe in machines and the power of steam were discovered by you as soon as they extended their evil claws to Red Gold Town. Look, the sky is already cracking. The evil cultivators must be planning something big around Red Gold Town. That's why the place is so dirty. Thankfully, you were very vigilant and reported to me immediately. Maybe a catastrophe could have been avoided. Such a great contribution deserves at least 10 body-casting pills that can completely change your fate. Tomorrow at dawn, we will hold a public trial and declare your contribution to the townspeople. By then, even if you are my nephew, I will reward you with the body-casting pill on behalf of the Fist God Hall, and no one will say anything bad about you. His uncle seemed very happy. Gus knew that his uncle had been worrying about his good-for-nothing nephew. His body was as weak as garbage, and only the body-casting pill could possibly change it. However, every body-casting pill required the essence of hundreds of ferocious beasts to be refined. It was extremely precious and belonged to the Fist God Hall. Even as a priest, his uncle could not use it for personal use. This time, his uncle finally found a reason to grant him a body-casting pill. In his words, I have finally done your father justice. Even in his dreams, Gus wanted to be reborn and embark on the path of iron fists, but not in such a way that he could betray his brothers in distress and save his life. Whether or not Qin Yi was an evil disciple, he had saved his life after all. If Qin Yi had really wanted to run away at that time, the tiger that had already pounced on Gus and prepared a delicious meal might not have chased after Qin Yi at all. Thinking of this, Gus, who was surrounded by a sea of people and pierced by Qin Yi's miserable gaze, was about to cry. Boom! 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 The sound of drums and gongs echoed inside the temple. Lei Lai, the high priest of the Fist Temple and Gus's uncle, strode forward in a black robe that was fluttering despite the lack of wind. The 4 deacons followed Lei Lai closely and pushed out a giant bronze drum. Ha! Gus saw that Lei Lai's eyes were as round as bronze bells. He roared, and his spiritual energy tore apart the loose black robe inch by inch, revealing his magnificent body that seemed to be made of iron. It was the typical attire of a priest of the Temple of Fist. It maximized the strength of his perfect body that seemed to be carved out of marble. It was a way to intimidate the believers and please the Fist god. Then, Lei Lai punched the big bronze drum, raising a sound wave that seemed to be able to split a mountain. The sound waves echoed in the entire red gold town. The area in front of the temple, which had been packed with people, suddenly fell silent. Everyone grimaced and rubbed their ears, listening to Lei Lai's instructions. In the ancient era of chaos, ferocious beasts ran rampant. Human beings could only shiver in fear under the sharp claws and tusks of the beasts, unable to resist, and ended up being pitiful food. Lei Lai's tiger-like eyes were wide open as he looked around with an unstoppable gaze. He hissed, "Even if someone wants to sharpen the stone spears, bind the stone axes, create pits and beast-catching nets, how can these fragile toys resist the 8-armed demonic apes, the iron-horned furious bears, the saber-toothed mad lions, the sky-soaring golden eagles, and so on? How can these incomparably ferocious beasts be stopped? Over the past tens of thousands of years, human beings have been savaged. They are living in imminent peril and are about to go extinct." It was the Fist god who descended from the sky and turned into the Lord Fist King. He killed the ferocious beasts and taught the mortals fist techniques, martial arts, and the principles of tempering their muscles, bones, and bodies. Only then did the mortals have the strength to protect themselves. It allowed us, the descendants of the later generations, to gradually grow stronger. We slew the ferocious beasts and cut through the thorns. In the end, we rose up and became the masters of this world. In the past 10,000 years, how can mortals protect themselves? How can humanity rise? How can we compete with the ferocious beasts? We rely on fists that are hundreds of times harder than steel. All power belongs to oneself. External objects such as blades, spears, swords, halberds, and so on are all unreliable things, let alone bizarre skills such as machines. This is the ultimate truth of the Iron Fist. Even a 3-year-old knows this. However, today, 10,000 years later, perhaps because of the long period of peace, many people have gradually forgotten the principles that the Fist sect offered us, especially those who are weak, lackluster, lazy, and opportunistic. Instead of training their own strength dutifully, they have pinned all their hopes on foreign objects and been tempted by the damn mechanical demons and steam demons. It's hilarious. These people are too short-sighted. It's hilarious that they don't know that the power of machinery and steam will only bring temporary relaxation, but it will corrupt one's will, paralyze one's limbs, and devour one's strength. If a human being relies on machines and steam all the time instead of training his body, won't he turn into a boneless worm or a pile of white mud after a long time? Will the so-called machines and steam really be reliable then? Lei Lai suddenly burst into laughter. "Come on. Bring me your saber." He waved his hands behind him. The 4 deacons waved their coldly shining sabers at his neck brutally. Lei Lai's face was full of disdain. His muscles were shivering crazily, and his spiritual gas was swirling as if it were pure air. Before the edge of the saber touched his skin, it was already blown away by him. Bang! 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 The 4 sabers were all broken. Again. Sword! Lei Lai continued roaring. 4 deacons, each holding a cold iron sword, stabbed at Lei Lai's heart. However, Lei Lai snatched the 4 swords away. Gritting his teeth, he exerted his strength and twisted the 4 swords into a knot. "Do you see it?" Lei Lai raised the broken saber and the iron twist and showed it to the residents proudly. There is a limit to the advantages of swords and sabers, but under the protection of the Fist God, the potential of human beings is limitless. It was the first time that many residents had seen such a high priest of the Fist God Hall. They all exclaimed in disbelief. If blades are so useless, what about real machines? Lei Lai tossed away the broken saber and the iron twist and finally got down to business. He sneered, I believe many of you know why we are gathered here today. Yes. The evil tentacles of the mechanical demons have invaded Red Gold Town and are hiding right beside us. Everybody was greatly shocked. Even though everybody knew what had happened, they still had to exclaim and express their devotion to the Fist God and their hatred for the evil cultivators. Yesterday, somebody shot a tiger with a crossbow in the mountains near Red Gold Town. There. This is it. Lei Lai waved his hands. An assistant wearing gloves and covering his nose picked up the arrow carefully. Cold sweat was all over his head, as if he were scared that the evil mechanical force attached to the arrow would invade his body and corrupt his soul. A crossbow bolt can kill a tiger. This is the limit of mechanical strength. Lei Lai said, in front of the real experts, is such a shabby toy any different from a 3-year-old's toy? Come on, shoot it here. He poked his own heart. The assistant holding the crossbow prayed to the Fist God and asked for his forgiveness. Then, he loaded the crossbow according to Qin Yi's instructions and pulled the trigger. Bam! The arrow left the bow and pierced into Lei Lai's chest in a streak of whiteness. Lei Lai did not dodge. With a cold smile, he summoned his spiritual gas and formed a swirl of spiritual gas in front of his chest, freezing the arrow in midair 3 inches away from his heart. Everybody had witnessed the scene and was deeply shocked by Lei Lai's invincibility. After a moment of silence, cheers and praises were echoing non-stop. Lei Lai extended 2 fingers and picked up the arrow from his chest, before he tossed it to the bloody Qin Yi in contempt. Now, do you understand how stupid you are? Lei Lai snatched the crossbow from the deacon and extended it to Qin Yi. He said solemnly, tell me, where did you get this? Last night, Qin Yi had been tortured 18 times by the Temple of Fist. He had been obedient for a long time and could not wait to kill himself right now so that he would not have to suffer so much pain. He had already given his answer, and he did not mind repeating it in public. A caravan, he mumbled. Someone in the caravan from Heavenly Essence City sold it to me. I don't know the guy. I'm not an evil cultivator. I'm just curious. Caravans from Heavenly Essence City. Lei Lai no longer paid attention to Qin Yi. He faced the townspeople and pointed out the seriousness of the matter. Xianxia City is one of the largest cities in the north. There are tens of thousands of merchants in the city. Caravans travel from north to south and cover the entire Fist God world. I didn't know that evil cultivators who believe in machines and the power of steam were among the merchants of Heavenly Essence City. This is not a trivial matter. It concerns the survival of all human beings in the Fist God's world. Look, the cracked sky is the best proof that the Fist God is warning us. Xianxia City. A stone raised 1,000 ripples. The townspeople were once again noisy. As Lei Lai had said, Xianxia City was a big city in the north. It was the center of fist arts within 1,000 square kilometers and a place favored by the Fist God. It was at least 100 times larger than Red Gold Town, and the level of the Temple of Fist Gods was much higher. Even Heavenly Essence City had been infiltrated by machines and steam. It was not hard to tell how bad the situation was. Was the world of Fist God, which had been peaceful for 10,000 years, going to be disrupted again? Don't be hasty, everybody. I've sent 3 teams to Heavenly Essence City to inform the Temple of Fist there. Lei Lai declared. There are 9 Iron Fist schools in Xianxia City, hundreds of schools of fist arts, and dozens of masters in the Empyrean realm guarding them. How can they be sabotaged so easily? I believe that the priests and the masters of the major sects of Heavenly Essence City will definitely uproot the believers of the mechanical demons and the steam demons when they learn the news. If that is the case, Red Gold Town, as the first town to discover the traces of the evil cultivators, will definitely be greatly rewarded by Heavenly Essence City. In fact, I just received the news from the Temple of Fist in Xianxia City last month. Right now, the highest temple of the Temple of Fist has noticed the trouble caused by the devils. The rewards for the whistleblowing, the co-investigation, and the capture of the evil cultivators have all been significantly improved. If we really help Xianxia City capture a lot of evil cultivators and even destroy the altars and nests of the mechanical demons and the steam demons, the rewards will be unimaginably generous. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can cleanse the marrow and cleanse the bones. Brand new moves created by the masters of Qianyuan City, and opportunities to study the well-known fist arts of Qianyuan City. By then, we will hold a martial arts demonstration in Red Gold Town where everybody will compete for the rewards fairly. Everybody was greatly shocked by his declaration. He had only come to watch the fun and did not expect such benefits. Wealth was the most important thing in the world of the fist god. Strength was the most important wealth. The opportunity to gain strength was enough to make all the residents more devoted to the fist god and more convinced by Lei Lai, the messenger of the fist god in the human world. With a lot of rewards as his foundation, there was much less resistance when Lei Lai pushed his own nephew out. Although many of the townspeople knew Gus, the well-known waste of the town, and knew that he was a pile of mud that could not be supported by a wall, on the account of his deceased father, who used to be the strongest man in the town, Glenn, and on the account that he could possibly bring so many rewards to the town, and on the account of Lei Lai, the high priest, no one said anything about the rewards that Gus could receive. Who asked this kid to be lucky enough to be the first to discover an evil disciple? Gus was dizzy. His eyes were filled with Qin Yi's bloody shadow and his screams. He felt that he was going to vomit. Like a puppet, he was at his uncle's mercy. He vaguely heard his uncle complimenting his contribution, and even saying that the clues that he found by accident were because he was very vigilant and tailed Qin Yi on his own accord. That was how the false mask of the evil disciple was revealed. Gus was surprised. He felt that everybody's eyes were on him like sharp blades. He wanted to retort, but his shoulder was pressed down by his uncle's large hand. His entire body was sore, and he was unable to move. Gus felt that every day was like a year. He just wanted to wait until the trial was over so that he could run home and hide in bed for 3 days and 3 nights. While he was drowsy, he suddenly heard animalistic roars from the crowd. "Burn him! Burn him! Burn him!" Like hungry animals. The crowd pointed at Qin Yi and shouted in unison. The trial was over. What followed was a verdict and an execution. Gus was greatly shocked. He did not expect that the decision to keep the crossbow for himself would be so serious. Good heavens, he had thought that Qin Yi would be sentenced to hard labor or exile at best. If he had known earlier, The firewood soaked in oil was soon piled up under the execution rack. Qin Yi's jaw had been chopped off by Lei Lai, and his mouth was stuffed with a pile of garbage. He could not make any sound and could only stare at Gus in desperation. "May the flames cleanse your filthy body, and the fist god forgive your weak soul." Very soon, the flames started burning. Qin Yi was like a toad covered in blisters because of the burning oil. Gus felt that his internal organs were burning crazily, too. He could not bear to watch any longer. Ignoring the excited shouts of the townspeople and the surprised gazes of his uncle, he pushed through the crowd with all his might and squeezed his way out. Gus was running as fast as he could, trying to get away from the stinky air. Tears flowed out uncontrollably. There was no telling whether it was from regret, shame, or fear. He wanted to run out of town and be abandoned by the entire world. But he hit a solid iron wall and fell to the ground, his nose bleeding. Gus rubbed his eyes and nose and found a black wall over his head. It was a young man of similar age but at least 3 times more muscular than him. His muscles were bulging because of his fury, and his veins were raging like dragons. The fire spurting out of the young man's eyes was even hotter than the fire that was burning Qin Yi. His name was Qin Yong. He was Qin Yi's elder brother and Gus' former classmate. According to the tradition of the world of the fist god, when a child was 3 to 5 years old, regardless of gender, they would be sent to the Iron Fist School to train. There were no restrictions on the age of graduation. As long as one could pass the test of Iron Man Alley, they would be able to graduate no matter how young they were. They would be able to advance to a higher level of fist arts and practice the more difficult fist arts. Qin Yong was the same age as Gus and had spent several years in the Iron Fist School with him. However, he was a boxing genius. In just 5 years, he had broken through the Iron Man Alley and entered the town's most formidable Eagle Strike boxing gym to cultivate. It was said that this year, he would be able to finish his apprenticeship and use the identity of a free boxer to travel the world and forge his own world. However, Gus failed to pass the test time and time again. Every time he entered the Iron Man alley, he would be beaten black and blue. The gap between them was getting larger and larger. The two of them had never crossed paths before. However, because of Qin Yong's brother, Gus's current classmate, Qin Yi, they clashed again. Qin Yi was being tortured on the stake. He was squeaking because of the burning. Qin Yong's teeth and fingers were emitting terrifying explosions. 2. Judging from his bloodshot eyes, he was about to skin Gus alive. Beside him were a few good brothers of Qin Yong, who were also Gus' former classmates. They all stared at him with anger and contempt. Gus's legs were weak. She did not dare to stand up, nor did she dare to look Qin Yong in the eyes. She tried to explain herself in a hurry. Qin Yong, I didn't do it on purpose. There's no need to say anything. My brother deserved what he got. The Qin family must thank you for finding him in time and helping his soul get rid of the devils. Qin Yong paused after each word and said gloomily, Gus, you are truly the most devout believer of the Fist God. I hope that the Fist God will bless you and allow you to comprehend the path of the Iron Fist as soon as possible, instead of being a piece of trash like you are right now. I also hope that you can always pass the test of the Fist God and never fall into the evil path like my brother. Otherwise, my brother will end up like you tomorrow. Finally, Gus could not bear it any longer and vomited. In the midst of Qin Yong's exclamation and the sneers of his former classmates, he scrambled to his feet and fled. While crying, Gus ran out of town and home. The Gus house was at the foot of the mountain. It was a single-family mansion. They were the only family within 3 to 5 kilometers. Today, everyone in the town was watching the trial in the Temple of Fist, and they didn't see any familiar faces on their way to avoid further embarrassment for Gus. The gate was 10 meters tall and made of green stones. The yard that looked like a fortress had indeed been built hundreds of years ago to resist the ferocious beasts. As the strength of mankind grew stronger and stronger, all the ferocious beasts in the nearby forest were slaughtered. Few ferocious beasts still dared to invade Red Gold Town. The sentry post gradually became abandoned. Later, it was bought by Gus's father, Glenn, and used as his own residence. When Glenn was alive, he was already the best expert of Red Gold Town and invincible within 100 square kilometers. Logically speaking, he should go to a place like Heavenly Origin City where he could study and cultivate in a much vaster world. However, during one of his training deep in the mountains, he was enlightened by the Fist God and invented his own mad demon fist art. It was said that the fist art could allow one to break the limits of their limits and launch a devastating punch while they were in a trance. It was extremely dangerous and could easily lead to mental derangement. However, once it was successfully practiced, its power would be extremely powerful. Because the training process was ugly, and it was easy to lose control and hurt the bystanders, Glenn had bought the sentry post, strengthened it, and trained inside. The world of the Fist God was best in martial arts. Countless experts had been enlightened by the Fist God and comprehended unparalleled techniques after seclusion. As the top expert of Red Gold Town, it was perfectly normal that Glenn wanted to create his own fist techniques and become a grandmaster instead of going to the major sects of Heavenly Essence City to learn from them. Unfortunately, Glenn's efforts were in vain. He was still mentally deranged and died suddenly. Half a year later, Glenn's wife died of depression, too, leaving a son and a daughter. Gus and his sister Gray still lived behind the high wall far away from the town. Boom! Gus crashed into the gate hard. It took him all his strength to push the door open and enter. He collapsed in the yard, breathing heavily. Locks were too precise and belonged to the category of evil machines. The doors of the world of Fist Gods were all barred and not locked. The fact that the door was not locked suggested that his sister was either not at home or training in seclusion. The latter was more likely, since Gus did not see Gray in the crowd just now, and his sister was more interested in martial arts than his father, and she was at the critical moment of her breakthrough recently. She should not be interested in the trial of the evil cultivators. Sister! Sister! Gus broke into the backyard and crashed into the door of the training room. The training room was built with 3 layers of bluestone. It was the most important place in the house. The door was closed and wouldn't budge no matter how hard he tried. But somebody had bolted the door from the inside, indicating that his sister was training inside. Usually, when his sister was training, Gus would never dare to disturb her. Different from Gus, who was born useless, his sister Gray was a genius who had inherited all the martial arts bloodlines of his father, Glenn. She was also the best graduate of the Iron Fist Academy in Red Gold Town in the past hundreds of years. After only 3 years, she, who was only 7 years old, had already beaten Iron Man Alley into a mess. Later, his father, Glenn, took advantage of their friendship in the trade and sent his sister, Gray, to all the fist training sects in the town to train her in turn. She learned a lot from them and graduated from all the boxing clubs in the town at the age of 12. The great boxers in the town, even his uncle Lei Lai, said enviously that his sister Gray was likely to surpass his father Glenn and become the first person in Red Gold Town in 1,000 years to understand the ultimate meaning of fist arts, break the void, and meet the real fist god. Originally, after finishing her apprenticeship, Gray was supposed to leave Red Gold Town and travel, train in places such as Heavenly Essence City. But her father's death disrupted her plan. Dad died for the mad demon fist art. I'm going to carry on my father's legacy and perfect and master this fist art. I'm going to let everyone know that my father is not dreaming, so said his sister Gray. Then, he went to the training room that his father used to stay in day and night and started the arduous seclusion. Over the past few years, except for dinner, Gray had been staying in the training room day and night. However, it was the daily life of many martial arts geniuses in the world of the fist god. Gus was 3 years younger than his sister, and there was a huge gap between their capability. He was not qualified to meddle in his sister's affairs. Thankfully, his father had left enough savings to support the 2 siblings. Their uncle had been taking good care of them, too. He had fought for their benefits many times as a priest of the Fist God Hall. Life was finally peaceful. Besides, his sister had been very happy when she came out of seclusion a few days ago. She had told Gus that she was about to master the mad demon fist art, and that she would surpass her father, Glenn, very soon. At such a critical moment, Gus should not have disturbed his sister. Who would have thought of the matter of Chi-Ni? Gus's heart was in a mess. He could not care less and only wanted to talk to his sister. Sister! Sister! Gus slapped the door hard, making it clang. But there was no response inside the room. Gus's hand was swollen, but nobody opened the door for him. He stuck his ear to the door and held his breath, listening carefully. There was nothing but dead silence inside. He could not hear his sister's training. How did this happen? Gus was even more terrified. Since the door was bolted from the inside, it meant that his sister was inside. Since he was inside and had been banging on the door for a long time, even if his sister was in the middle of training and did not want to open the door, it was not unreasonable to ask him to leave. Why didn't his sister say anything? Although the training room was large, it was not a maze after all. There was no reason why she couldn't hear his knocks and shouts. Was his sister the same as his father? Was she mentally deranged, passed out, or? Gus shuddered and did not dare to think further. He didn't know where he got the courage from, but he walked around the training room twice and saw a small window more than 2 meters high. In the past, in order to deal with the ferocious beasts, there were very few windows in this sentry post. When his father modified this place, he only thought that it was suitable for cultivation and did not consider the problem of lighting. The training room seemed to be an airtight castle. The only thing that connected the room was the small window. Gritting his teeth, Gus moved 2 large wooden boxes, stacked them together, and climbed on. The window of the gas tank was very small. Most of the people in the town were tough and muscular. It was not easy for them to crawl in. However, Gus was as thin as a cat. He didn't care about the stinging pain from the friction as he struggled to crawl into the training room and fell to the ground. "Sister!" Gus shouted in panic, half squinting his eyes, fearing that he would see his sister Gray foaming at the mouth, bleeding from all her orifices, and dying suddenly. However, it did not. Not only were they not bleeding or dying, their sister was not, either. The training room was empty. There was no one inside. How bizarre. Gus checked the latch of the door. It was locked perfectly. The entire training room could be seen at a glance. There was no place to hide anyone. It was exactly the same as when his father was still alive. How did his sister fly out of the secret chamber? Did she crawl out of the ventilation window like Gus did? Gus scratched his head and looked around. Everything seemed normal. However, his heart skipped a beat when he glanced over the brick wall in the southwest corner. It was said that siblings who were related by blood might have a unique telepathy. Thanks to the telepathic thought, Gus suddenly felt that there was a green brick behind a row of bookcases in the southwest corner that was different from the bricks nearby. Although his body was weak, Gus' five senses were quite sharp. Maybe this was the only place where he inherited his father's talent in martial arts. He touched the brick and found that the joints were indeed weird. The brick was slightly more protruding than the other bricks nearby. It was as thin as a hair and could not be seen with the naked eye. One could only feel it with the most delicate movements. It was as if the brick was not firmly embedded in the brick wall but had been pulled out and stuffed back instead of being stuffed all the way down. Gus tried to pull the brick out. However, the protrusions were too subtle, and there was no place for him to exert any strength. After several tries, his fingernails were almost broken, but the brick remained absolutely still. Gus thought for a moment and took out an arrow from the quiver on his waist. He used the arrowhead as a dagger and pried at the joints of the bricks. This time, the brick was indeed loose. Gus was greatly encouraged. He took out another arrow and squeezed the green brick from above and below. After clamping down with the width of 2 fingers, there was finally a place where he could exert force. Gus grasped the brick with both hands and pulled hard, pulling out more than half of it. But no matter how hard he tried, it was all useless. It's impossible. There should be something wrong with this brick. There's no reason why I can only take out half of it. Gus scratched his head. The disappearance of his sister and the weird bricks deeply attracted him. He could not help but feel around. After more than 10 unsuccessful approaches, he finally found the trick. As it turned out, the brick was only a thin layer and could rotate and move. He turned the half brick 3 times to the left and 2 times to the right. After it was back to its original position, he pressed it down deeply. Half of the brick immediately sank into the brick wall. From behind the brick wall came the sounds of gears and chains turning, extending all the way to the underground of the training room. Then, the floor of the southeast corner of the training room slid open silently, revealing a dark hole. Gus was so shocked that his soul almost left his body. It was not because of the sudden appearance of the hole, but because the hole was controlled by gears and chains, which were all precise machines. Why is there a mechanical hole in our training room? This can't be Sister's doing, right? Is it Dad? It's impossible. Dad is the best expert of Red Gold Town and the most devoted to the fist god. How can it be? Sister? Is Sister inside? Gus's mind went blank. But he couldn't help but walk toward the underground cave. Below the hole was a narrow flight of stairs leading to an even deeper underground. Weird brilliance was blinking at the end of the stairs. Gus swallowed hard. Holding an arrowhead in his palm, he crept toward the secret chamber. When he was halfway down the stairs, he heard evil voices coming from the secret chamber. It was the sound of gears turning, chains rattling, and steam spurting. Although Gus had never heard the voices in person, he had heard them from his uncle before. Right now, he could tell that they were exactly the same. His uncle had told him that, if he heard such noises, he must have found the nest of the devils and the altar of the evil cultivators, so that he could run as fast as possible and report to the Temple of Fist. But his uncle had never told Gus that the demonic altar had been discovered in his own home. What should he do? Gus seemed to have fallen into the most terrible nightmare. He seemed to be attracted by the mysterious force of machinery and steam, too. He moved to the end of the stairs on all fours and saw an unbelievable scene. It was a spacious secret chamber. Veins and intestines like tubes were crawling all over the walls. The joints of many rusted tubes were hissing and spurting evil steam. Countless tubes interweaved into a giant, weird machine. No language in the world could describe the horror of this machine. It seemed to be made of 10,000 gears, with a lot of chains, bearings, springs, and components that Gus could not name. It was like a devil that had crawled out of hell. Inside the machine, several weird furnaces were burning furiously, releasing scorching steam. The steam was compressed to the front of the machine through tubes. It was a metal ball that was slightly larger than a heart and embedded with a lot of rivets and valves. And in front of the metal ball, Gray, Gus's sister, was kneeling there devoutly in a pair of goggles and a greasy canvas uniform. She was reciting an evil spell. Although he had already guessed it, Gus's heart still fell into an abyss. His sister was indeed a believer of the power of machinery and steam. Compared to Qin, who had just been burnt at the stake, his sister's depravity was 100 times worse. Her soul had probably been absorbed by the mechanical demons and the steam demons a long time ago. What was left in the human world was just an evil shell. Gus was caught in a dilemma. He did not know whether or not he should run away and report to his uncle, so that his uncle could rescue his sister's soul. But when he thought of how Qin had been burnt into a toad, he found it impossible to take a step forward. At this moment, his sister's words after the spell made him even more dumbfounded. "Dad, do you see? I've made it. I've found the answer that you've been looking for all your life." Gray was so excited that she laughed crazily amid the shrieking steam. "This is the purest force of steam. This is the strongest force in the world that is above all the punching force." After finishing the last word, Gray seemed to have made up her mind to die. She gritted her teeth and hit the rattling metal ball hard with a hammer. "Chee!" The metal ball shrieked and spurted out steam that looked like mist. In a moment, the entire secret chamber was enshrouded. Such appalling evilness finally shattered Gus' nerves. He screamed and rolled into the secret chamber from the stairs. "Who?" Gray was shocked too. She punched at Gus without looking back. When she discovered that the intruder was her blood brother, it was already too late for her to stop. The punch hit the floor of the secret chamber and left a hole that looked like a honeycomb. "Gus!" His sister's face turned extremely pale. "Sister! Sister!" His brother burst into tears. Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Before the siblings explained everything, weird coughs suddenly echoed in a corner of the secret chamber deep inside the steam. A thin and short figure gradually emerged from the steam. "Who is it?" Gray's eyes were wide with shock. No one knew the structure of the secret chamber better than her. There was no other way out except for the stairs that her brother fell off. Why was there a third person inside the steam? Gus was so scared that he hugged his sister's thigh and hid behind her. He looked at the person that crawled out of the mist in fear. It was a very ugly child. She was 6 or 7 years old at most. Her hair was yellow, and her skin was dark. At first glance, she looked like a deformed bean sprout. Her head was so swollen that it might break off at any moment. The little guy seemed harmless, but Gus and Gray did not dare to be careless. When they saw the feet of the ugly kid, their scalps turned numb, and they could not believe their eyes. The ugly kid had no legs. From the waist down, his body was dragging a cluster of dense steam that extended to the weird metal ball. It was as if he was made of dense steam from the metal ball. Gus remembered the mysterious rituals that his uncle had told him about. He shuddered and stammered, "Sister, are you summoning the real steam devil? How is it possible?" Even though Gray was a believer of the power of machinery and steam, she was still scared out of her wits by the ugly kid. She said, "I was merely extracting the purest power of steam. How could it be? Hey kid, what are you exactly?" Gray waved her hammer at the ugly kid that she had summoned. "Don't be like this. Let's talk nicely. Can you put down the hammer first? I'm very timid. I can't take a scare." The ugly kid curiously looked around, as if he had never seen such a world before. After looking for a long time, his deep eyes that were beyond his age returned to Gus and Gray. He smiled and said in a childish voice, "Although I don't quite understand what the steam devil you are talking about is, I'm definitely not that thing. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Qingchen. What about you?" Gus and Gray were both shocked speechless. Needless to say, Gus was as timid as a mouse. Although his sister Gray was a boxing genius, she had been prepared to face death when she touched the taboo force of machinery and steam. However, what she summoned was not the purest steam but such an ugly kid, which was beyond her expectation, too. After all, she was not even 20 years old and had never left Red Gold Town. For a moment, she was in a mess, and her heart was beating fast. Calm down. Calm down. On the other hand, the ugly kid named Lu Qingchen comforted them with a smile. Just to be sure, it was you who let me in, wasn't it? His choice of words was very odd. He had been summoned by Gray from the sealed steam ball. If he had been sealed inside in the first place, he would have been released instead of released. Gus was shivering and screaming. Sister, it is indeed a steam devil. It just said that we let it in from hell. I only said let them in. When did I mention hell and earth? Lu Qingchen slapped his head helplessly. Then he looked at his legs, which had turned into smoke, and the ball of steam that was connected to the bottom of the smoke. He smiled and said, Ha! I didn't know that I would end up like this. What is this? A genie in a bottle? Speaking of which, your world is quite interesting. So many gears, chains, tubes, and steam engines. Is this a world of machines and steam? Of course not. Lu Qingchen's ugliness and weakness gave Gus the illusion and courage. He spat on the ground and screamed, Machinery and steam are the evil forces that deserve to be cursed. This is the world of the fist god. The brilliance of the fist god shines upon the earth. If you dare to commit crimes here, the fist god will certainly destroy you. Fist god. Lu Qingchen blinked for a long time and suddenly realized something. Is it the boxing champion? Don't call the fist king by his name. Gus clenched his fists and defended his sacred belief. He is the supreme fist god. Silence. The ugly kid was silent for a while, but his eyes were bulging wider and wider. He seemed to be in the middle of a flood that was about to break the dam. Just when Gus thought that the devil would suddenly burst into fury, it held its belly and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The supreme god of boxing in the world of boxing. Interesting. Very interesting. Lu Qingchen was laughing so hard that he was almost crying. He said intermittently, I thought that, only sleazy villains such as myself like to play tricks and worship people. I didn't know that a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes like you would have so many tricks in your head. Great minds think alike. Gus and Gray looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what the ugly kid was talking about. What are you exactly? Gray summoned her courage and asked, Why did you crawl out of the ball of steam? I'm very sure that there was nothing inside before I poured the high-pressure steam into it. Is it true that the power of steam is evil and that steam devil can be summoned from hell when the limit is exceeded? It is difficult for you to explain my background with your current wisdom. However, let me repeat myself. I am not a steam devil. Lu Qingchen put his hands behind his back and pretended that he was an adult. He shook his head and said, Think of me as the elf in the bottle for now. Have you heard the story where a kind man released the elf who had been sealed for thousands of years from the bottle? The elf decided to fulfill 3 of his wishes. I have decided to fulfill 3 of your wishes, too, whatever they are. However, can you at least tell me the name of my savior first? Hearing this, Gray hesitated. Sister, Gus exclaimed, It must be a devil. We can't tell it our name. 3 wishes. Anything is fine. Seeing the girl's hesitation, Lu Qingchen enticed her with a smile. For example, if you want to become an unparalleled expert, have a lot of wealth, or even destroy the world, just say the word. Sister, did you hear that? It is indeed a devil. It wants to destroy the entire world. Shocked and infuriated, Gus shook Gray hard. Sister, you've gone astray by studying steam and mechanical force. You can't go wrong again and again. Let's go to Uncle. He must have a way to save. Gus was going to tell Gray that his uncle must have a way to save her soul. But when he thought of how his uncle had rescued Qin Yi's soul just now, he failed to finish his sentence. You don't understand, little brother. I already can't turn back. Gray smiled miserably. Taking a deep breath, she stared at Lu Qingchen and said, "My name is Gray. This is my brother, Gus. We are the children of Glenn, the best expert of Red Gold Town." "I'm screwed." Gus's face turned pale. If their real names were known by the devils, who knew how they would be used, enslaved, and tortured. But the demon in front of him did not seem to care at all. He simply nodded. "Your name is Gray, your brother's name is Gus, and your father's name is Glenn. Is your family name Go?" Lu Qingchen replied casually, "Your hair is gold, but your eyes are black. Your name sounds like a magical language, but your family's surname is Go. What kind of weird naming rules are those? The boxing champion is too careless. Or is it because his computational ability is not good enough to paint all the details?" Gus and Gray were in a daze again. They did not understand what the ugly kid was saying. "Forget it. Don't bother about the details. Tell me, what are your dreams?" Lu Qingchen smiled. "Do you want to discuss it? This is a rare opportunity. I want to know how my father, Glenn, died," Gray blurted out. "Well?" Before Lu Qingchen replied, Gus had already jumped to his feet, his face full of shock. "Sister, what are you talking about? Didn't Dad practice the mad demon fist art and fall off a cliff because of mental derangement? Is that what my uncle said?" "Don't be silly, brother. Haven't you noticed? There is no mad demon fist art, or rather, it is just a disguise." Pointing at the mechanical and steam tubes nearby, Gray said coldly, "Dad was never a loyal believer of the fist god. His purpose was not to create the mad demon fist art, but to study the force of machinery and steam in this place. Here comes the question. If my father was never interested in the mad demon fist art, how did he become mentally deranged and fall off the cliff?" "Yes, that's what my uncle said. We saw my father's miserable body, too. But nobody saw my father fall off the cliff. The wounds on his body could have been caused by other methods, too. Ever since I discovered the secret chamber by accident, I realized that my father's death was not as simple as it sounded. After all, shortly after my father's death, my mother died of depression. That is to say, if my father was killed by someone, that person killed our parents. The blood feud between my parents is irreconcilable. As the daughter of Glenn, I have to find out the truth, even with the help of forbidden machines and steam." His sister's words struck his brother like a lightning. Even though there was no lightning in this world, the cowardly youth still felt as if something in the depths of his heart had cracked. Just like the cracked sky, memories of the past came flooding out of the cracks in his heart. His father, who was tall, strong, sincere, and always laughing like the sun. Even if he were to die, it would be for the sake of exploring the supreme mysteries of the Iron Fist Tao. For the great fist god, he would die a glorious death. But it was actually fake. The familiar yet clear memories turned strange and fuzzy. The sincere, righteous, straightforward, and vigorous father did not exist. In his place was a sinister, evil, and sneaky evil disciple. The young man's world was collapsing inch by inch. Like a high tower made of sand facing a roaring ocean, it turned into sand again. "That's impossible." Gus had already believed his sister. After all, what he saw was undeniable. No matter how talented his sister was, it was impossible for her to build such an altar without being noticed. But he could only repeat, "It's impossible," because it was the only response he could give to the entire world. Gray ignored her brother, who was on the verge of collapse. Her words just now seemed to have overturned her last belief or fear about the fist god. She stared at Lu Qingchen and repeated, "Tell me how my father died." Lu Qingchen was dazed for a moment. He scratched his head in distress. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Gray's face was dazed at first, and then it turned into fury. Even if the guy was really a devil from the steam hell, she still wanted to lunge at him and bite him hard. "You ran out of the steam ball that my father has been studying. My parents sacrificed their lives for you. Just now, you said that you could fulfill 3 of our wishes, and now you are telling me that you didn't know. How would I know?" Lu Qingchen rolled his eyes and explained patiently, Strictly speaking, I did not crawl out of the steam ball. What you did violated a certain rule of the world and caused a bug. Forget it. I can't explain it clearly. Let's just say that I came out of the steam ball. But I've been staying in it all the time and know nothing about the world. How did I know how your father died? Then, Gray was dazed for a moment and said unwillingly, "You just said that you could make me the best expert of the world and even destroy it." "That's possible." Lu Qingchen shrugged and said, "In fact, it is much simpler to destroy the world than to retrieve a certain piece of information from the bottom database of the world under the tight surveillance of the Fist King. Are you sure you want to destroy the world right now? Then I will." It was clearly the ugly face of a 6-year-old child, yet it spoke in a strange language that even an adult could not understand. It was supposed to be destroying the world, but he made it sound as simple as dinner. Gray and Gus shuddered hard. "No, we don't want to destroy the world." Gray swallowed and said, "I only want to know the cause of my father's death, find the real murderer, and kill him." "No problem." Lu Qingchen smiled. "Although I don't know the answer yet, I have nothing better to do right now. Therefore, I can help you find the truth. Besides, I'm not one of those devils who like to play with logic and traps. I only have one wish for you to find the cause of death, the real murderer, and the real murderer. How about it? I am indeed an honest, kind, simple, and innocent elf, right?" Gray and Gus looked at each other. Although the mysterious devil named Lu Qingchen had not shown his sharp fangs since he was summoned, but the two siblings were more and more certain that, whatever he was definitely more terrifying than the legendary steam devil. "Why are you looking at me like that? Am I that scary? To be honest, we don't know who will destroy the world in the end." Lu Qingchen's smile was even gentler and more harmless. He said, "Brother Gus, Sister Gray, nice to meet you. We are all friends now. Good friends should help each other. Besides, I promise to fulfill your 3 wishes. So, seeing that I'm so honest, kind, and innocent, can you do me a favor?" "No." Gus shook his head subconsciously. "What do you want?" But Gray gritted her teeth. "I want to find a bigger bug." Lu Qingchen continued scratching his head, with a troubled look on his face. "Well, how can I explain it to you? In other words, is there anything weird and unreasonable in your world? For example, the dangerous areas where earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions happen all the time. Or people will suddenly disappear while they are walking. Or the 2 walls will somehow overlap. Or people will be able to pierce through the walls without being hurt. In short, it is a place that goes against the basic rules of the world. I'm going there." The question was rather odd. Gray and Gus were just teenagers in a small town. Even though their father had gone out to train himself, he had never heard of such a weird place. "No." Seeing that the 2 of them were shaking their heads at the same time, Lu Qingchen was not disappointed. He mumbled to himself, "You're right. If it were such an obvious bug, it would have been fixed by Xiao Ming or one a long time ago. Let me see. I've got it. Miss Gray, what were you doing just now? The experiment to extract the pure power of steam, right? Also, your brother was so scared of the experiment that he called it evil. Let me make a bold guess. Is the power of steam a taboo in the world of the Fist God?" It was no secret. Although they did not know why the devil from the steam hell was not clear about such things, they knew that it was not something that could be kept a secret. The 2 siblings thought for a moment and realized that there should not be any traps. They could not help but hold hands and nod. Besides, if my guess is correct, the power of steam should be the biggest, most serious, and most untouchable taboo in the world of the Fist God, right? Having retrieved the information that he needed from the subtle movements of the 2 siblings, Lu Qingchen's smile was even more brilliant and harmless. He asked politely, "Then, do you know where you can find the strongest steam?" The question confirmed his identity as a devil. Maybe it was not steam demons but other kinds of devils. In the world of the Fist God, there were many kinds of demons that could threaten the iron fists, not just the mechanical demons and the steam demons. These were the 2 most famous ones. When a devil wanted to find another devil, its purpose was obvious. "Don't tell it." Gus somehow found the courage to hug his sister and scream, "Sister, It is taking advantage of you. Don't be corrupted anymore. Wake up. Gray was struggling. Cold sweat was flowing on her young face. She stared at Lu Qingchen, deep in thought. With a smile that was not a smile, Lu Qingchen observed the world carefully. You are taking advantage of us. Gray repeated what Gus had said. It was not a question but a confirmation. She suddenly discovered something. You can't leave. She mumbled. You crawled out of the steam ball, but you don't have legs. Your lower body is full of smoke, and you are still stuck in the steam ball. As long as we don't move the steam ball, you won't be able to go anywhere. Therefore, you need us to help you hold the steam ball as your feet. The bold girl's pale face gradually turned red in excitement because she had discovered the weakness of the devil. Lu Qingchen scratched his head in distress. In fact, it's not as serious as you think. If I were to leave, I could still destroy the steam ball and crawl into it. However, such a violent intrusion could easily expose my traces and be discovered by the defense system of the Fist King, Little Ming, and Wenwen. That's all. Forget it. You're right for now. So, therefore, we can make a deal. Gray gnashed her teeth. I can answer your question. But you must help me find out the cause of Dad's death and the real murderer first. Sister. Gus did not expect that his sister would stoop so low as to make a deal with him, even though she knew that he was a devil. We can ask Uncle for help. He was about to cry. Shaking his sister's arm hard, he said, Uncle is a priest of the Temple of Fist. He is such a good friend of my father, and he is so sad about my mother's death. He will definitely help us find out the truth and take revenge. Don't be silly, Gus. There was determination like that of a she-wolf in Gray's eyes. She said coldly, It was my uncle who found my father's body. It was my uncle who concluded that my father fell off the cliff after he was mentally deranged. Do you think our dear uncle, the high priest of the Red Gold Temple, is still trustworthy? No. Our father is an evil disciple that everyone wants to kill. No one will help us find the truth. Even if we find the truth, no one will avenge us. Everyone will only say that our father brought this upon himself. Devil? That's right. Only devils can avenge us now. But Gus was trembling, either in anger or in fear. Well? Lu Qingchen watched the quarrel with great interest, as if it had nothing to do with him. It doesn't matter to me, but can you please stop for a moment? I have something very important to say. Shut up, you wretched devil. Seeing that his sister was bewildered by the devil, Gus's fury overcame his fear. He opened his arms and stood in front of Gray, while he shouted, I will not let you tempt my sister again. Honest to God, I did not seduce your sister. I am innocent. Lu Qingchen pouted, her eyes full of grievance. She pointed at the back of the siblings and said, Even if we are going to tempt him, there's no hurry. I just want to remind you that he is running away. Gus and Gray were both stunned. Who is it? Gus stammered. The one who snuck up behind you and was quite scared, Lu Qingchen said solemnly. You've got to be kidding me. Gus was greatly alarmed. He turned around instinctively, only to hear light yet hurried footsteps. The hair all over his body stood up like needles. Before he realized what was going on, Gray had dashed past him and reached the stairs. Gus wanted to chase after him, but he thought for a moment and looked back at Lu Qingchen. Don't forget me. Lu Qingchen pointed at his leg that was tied to the steam ball and said helplessly, I'm disabled. You can't leave me here. It was a mess. Gus's entire world was a mess. For some reason, he really ran over, picked up the steam ball, and brought Lu Qingchen up the stairs to the training room. The lintel of the training room had been broken and the door was wide open. From outside came the sounds of fists and feet colliding like steel, followed by triumphant laughter. When Gus rushed out to take a look, his blood turned cold. A tall and familiar figure was standing on the high wall. It was Qin Yong who had threatened him just now. Blood was flowing out of Qin Yong's nostrils and the corner of his mouth, but he was not seriously wounded. At least he was quite excited. His sister was breathing heavily in the yard. Her clothes were torn because of overexertion, but she was frowning hard. Gus secretly groaned. Qin Yong must have been angry that he had sent his own brother to the stake and followed him all the way to his home quietly. There was no telling whether he was trying to vent his anger on Liao or to blame Liao. Seeing that he had crawled into the gas window, Liao was sure that he would do the same. Right, Qin Yong's bone-shrinking technique was the best in the Iron Fist Academy. It was not difficult for Liao to shrink his body to half its original size. When he entered the training room, he did not close the door to the secret chamber. Naturally, he was discovered by Liao. There was no telling how much he had seen and heard. There was no need for much. 1 gear, 1 hinge, and 1 steam furnace were enough to send his sister to the stake. He had harmed his sister. What should he do now? Although his sister was a genius in martial arts, Qin Yong was definitely not an amateur. He was definitely no match for his sister in a fair competition. However, if he simply wanted to run away to Red Gold Town, his sister wouldn't have been able to kill him in such a short time and clean up the scene. In the end, his sister's secret would still be discovered, wouldn't it? It was also why Qin Yong was so confident. I didn't know that Glenn, the best boxer of Red Gold Town, had such a good daughter. Qin Yong was laughing crazily on the top of the wall. It seemed that he hadn't heard the most crucial secret yet, but what he had seen and heard was enough to kill Gray. Thinking of that, he pointed at Gus confidently and shouted, "Gus, you didn't expect karma to come so fast, did you? This is what they call revenge never comes late. Qin Yong, you?" Gus tried to fight back, but he didn't know what to say. After all, his sister had indeed fallen into the evil path, and it was 100 times worse than Qin Yi's. Gray's eyebrows shot up. She did not care about the conflict between Qin Yong and her brother. She roared and lunged at him like a tigress. This move contained all of Gray's martial arts talent. It was not hard to tell how fierce the attack was just from the fact that the 2 thunderbolts under her feet had blown the stones in the yard into powder. Before, there had been a gap of several meters between Qin Yong and him, but an invisible staircase seemed to have appeared in front of Gray. She stepped on the air and climbed up. Whoo! Gray jumped 30 to 50 feet into the air and landed on Qin Yong's head. He roared like a tiger that had come down from the mountain. With a roar, he punched out. One could vaguely see the air surging and forming a tiger head on his fist. It was the ultimate art of Tiger Mountain style, the best fist art in the town. Gray's fist was about to bite off Qin Yong's head like a tiger opening its bloody mouth. However, Qin Yong was already prepared. He did not intend to fight Gray head-on at all. The muscles on his calves were shaking violently, and he jumped out of the wall the moment Gray jumped up. Although Gray was faster than him, the devil tiger fist had already reached his head. At least Qin Yong had the time to kick like a scorpion. It was also the ultimate move of Venomous Scorpion Boxing Gym, one of the most famous fist arts in town. Bam! 1 punch and 1 kick collided in midair. Crack! The bones of Qin Yong's leg cracked. But such injuries were not enough to stop him from fleeing. Instead, with the help of Gray's punch, he floated 20 to 30 meters like a kite and landed on the road. Ha! Ha ha! You are dead! Qin Yong warmed up his knees and ankles. Realizing that his injuries did not affect his escape, he burst into laughter. He took out a long and narrow copper whistle from his mouth and put it in his mouth. This was what the martial artists used to contact each other when they went hunting in the wilderness to train their fist techniques. In the world of the fist god, other than the forbidden machines and the power of steam, gunpowder was also an evil, filthy object. Therefore, fireworks did not exist. In the wilderness, long-distance communication could only be conducted through copper whistles. The special whistle could send the sound to dozens of kilometers away in a unique tone. The warriors who had been training and had excellent hearing could hear it instantly. They could even tell different information from the high and low tones of the whistle. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yong bulged his chest with his eyes wide open. Gray was standing on the wall, dozens of meters away from him. It seemed impossible that she could kill Qin Yong before he blew the whistle, but she still lunged forward. Moreover, in midair, under the dumbfounded gaze of Gus and Qin Yong's soul-freezing screams, 2 mechanical crossbows were pulled out from his back. The 2 crossbows were much more delicate and dangerous than the crude toys that the caravan sold to Qin. Through the special spinning wheel and the chain mechanism, 6 arrows could be shot at the same time, which meant 12 in total. Bam, 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 bam. The crossbows were firing too fast. The sound of the 12 bolts overlapped, as if they had only shot 4 arrows. However, 12 miserable white lights were aimed at Qin Yong's critical parts. If both Qin Yong and Gray were seriously wounded, he might be able to blow the whistle before the arrow pierced through his body. But in the end, he was just a teenager who had never been to a battlefield. He was the same age as Gray's brother, Gus. He was not ready to die yet. Qin Yong's survival instincts made him forget the whistle in his mouth. He tried everything he could to dodge the 12 arrows. But one of the arrows scratched the skin on his thigh and left a vague trace of blood. However, the blood soon turned purple and spread out like weird mist. The arrow is poisoned. Qin Yong did not expect that Gray, the most proud girl of the Iron Fist Academy and the best boxing genius in town, would be so despicable. Not only were they using crossbows, they were also smearing poison on the arrows. How decadent was that? Devil! Devil! Qin Yong shouted in his heart. He was about to blow the whistle, only to find that the whistle had been blown out of his mouth and stuck to his lips because of the abrupt movement. He tried to bite the whistle again, but the venom on the arrow made his leg more painful. His entire leg seemed to be soaked in magma, burning and hurting. Gray, on the other hand, had already tossed away the bolt that had missed its target emotionlessly. She approached him quickly while she took out another weird-looking machine from her pocket and put it on her fist. Qin Yong felt cold all over his body. He wanted to run away, but it was too late. His injured and poisoned right leg did not listen to his command at all, as if it had been tied up by a giant rock. He could not move at all. Boom! He heard a loud noise from the machine in Gray's hand. Something had exploded on the front end of the machine. Then the entire world turned red, black, and transparent. Qin Yong's head exploded like a watermelon that had been smashed. Blood that looked like a tree of fire spurted out of his head. He shook his head in dissatisfaction for a long time before he fell to the ground. The blood-stained whistle fell not far away from his twitching fingers, but Qin Yong did not have the strength to hold it tight or blow it with his mouth. Wow! Gray heard vomiting behind him. Gus, who had witnessed everything, finally collapsed. His internal organs were all over the place and he vomited. Lu Qingchen, on the other hand, watched everything with admiration. He even whistled to compliment Gray. Gray slightly frowned. She stepped forward and grabbed Qin Yong's body. With a shake of her hand, the muscles on her arm appeared like a dragon, and she threw the 175-pound body back to her yard. There was no way to clean up the blood and mucus on the ground. He could only cover them up with mud and dry leaves, which would be discovered very soon. Gray turned around and walked to her yard. She grabbed her brother's collar and dragged Gus into the house. Not bad. You are quite calm, too. You must have thought about the series of attacks for a long time, haven't you? Lu Qingchen, who followed him in, asked with a smile. Yes, it was originally designed to deal with the enemy who killed his father. I didn't expect Qin Yong to take advantage of it. Wiping the blood spluttering on her face, Gray reflected that it was not difficult to kill someone. There was no pain, disgust, or regret. Instead, her heart gradually calmed down. What's that? The weird thing that you put on your arm after you threw away the serial crossbow and the big bottle behind it? Lu Qingchen asked again. High-pressure air cannon. It is a simplified version of a steam gun by squeezing a lot of air into a very, very small space and firing it all at once. I don't know the specific mechanism. Do you? Now that you mention it, I understand. Lu Qingchen complimented. What a marvelous technology tree. What? Gray raised an eyebrow, thinking that the devil was the real weirdo. Nothing. What are you going to do after you kill someone? Lu Qingchen asked with great interest. Gray rubbed her face hard. Ah! The girl who was less than 20 years old shouted unwillingly through her fingers. When she opened her hands, she was as calm as before. Gus, come here. She waved at her bewildered brother. Tell me everything. Why did Xianxia follow you to our house? Gus looked at his sister in fear, but he still went forward out of habit and told her everything. Gray was silent for a long time. Then she sighed. It seems that even God does not want us to avenge our father. That's why we were discovered. Sister, what should we do now? Gus said timidly. Why don't you ask Uncle for help in secret? Don't be silly. Our good uncle is the most loyal minion of the Temple of Fist. I'm an evil cultivator who believes in the power of machines and steam. If I fall into his hands, I won't have a good ending. He will definitely kill my family for justice. Gray pondered for a moment and said, however, it's rare for Red Gold Town to hold a fire to educate the people and clean up the mess. At the very least, Uncle wouldn't remember you until tonight. Even if he did, a busy man like him wouldn't come to our house tonight. Only when you didn't go to the Iron Fist School tomorrow would he feel weird and send someone to look for you. But Xianxia's side is more troublesome. You said that he and his companions surrounded you just now. Although his companions did not come to cause trouble, they must know where he went. Xianxia is here to cause you trouble. It's not a big deal that he didn't show up for the entire afternoon. But if he doesn't go back after dinner, his companions will certainly grow suspicious and come to investigate. By then, they will most likely smell the scent of blood and discover the crime scene and Xianxia's body. Which means, to be safe, I only have half a day left. Half a day? Gus exclaimed. Sister, half a day? Time to run away. Gray's eyes were focused and as hard as iron. She patted Gus's shoulder and said, Gus, listen to me. With the current atmosphere of Red Gold Town, I will be killed if I stay here. Even if my uncle is unjust, the angry residents will still tear me apart. I'm not scared of death. Since the day I abandoned the path of iron fists, I've been prepared to die without a grave. But I was not willing to fall into hell before I killed my father's enemy. Therefore, I could only run away and investigate in secret. The only problem is you, Gus. What are you going to do? Don't panic and don't cry. Calm down. Sister will give you two options. Firstly, you can stay out of it. I will pretend that I have knocked you out and give you a bump on your head. Then I will tie you up with a rope, but the back of the rope will be pre-grounded with stones. If that's the case, when I leave at dusk, you will probably be able to get rid of the rope and report to your uncle. You will say that you accidentally saw through my scheme and that you saw me kill Xianxia. You were almost killed by me, too. In the end, considering our sibling relationship, I simply knocked you out and tied you up. My mother is my uncle's only blood sister. You are my mother's only son. I assume that such an excuse should be enough to convince my uncle to save you. You had nothing to do with the whole thing anyway. Sister, no, don't leave me alone, Gus shouted before Gray could finish. I don't want to leave you alone, either, especially, Uncle. Gray pondered for a long time before she replied. How should I put it? Although my uncle was not bad to us, I still suspect that he had something to do with my father's death. It was not as simple as finding his body. Gus's eyes bulged, and he stammered, Sister, you mean, I don't know. Gray smiled bitterly. However, my uncle is a priest of the Temple of Fist, and my father is a degenerate. What kind of relationship do you think they should have? Therefore, you were probably left with your father's murderer by your uncle's side. I wouldn't have done it unless it was absolutely necessary. Neither am I. Gus shook his head hard. I don't want to leave my sister either. Then you can only run with me. Gray said. Let's run away together and figure out the truth. Let's slay our father's enemy together. Gus was confused. Although he knew that it was his only choice, the young man, who had never left Red Gold Town, still felt powerless like a fish that had just come ashore. Gus, think about it carefully. I will support you no matter what. After saying that, Gray turned around and went into the training room. While the siblings were talking, Lu Qingchen, on the other hand, was standing aside in silence. He raised his head and stared at the bright gray crack in the sky, deep in thought. In a moment, Gray brought out 2 large wooden boxes and 2 backpacks made of rhino hide. They were sturdy, durable, and had an enormous capacity. Voila! All kinds of mechanical weapons and tools to create steam and compress the air were poured out of the wooden box. Gray sorted the food into categories and stuffed them into her backpack. She also stuffed the meat and cheese into her backpack. Sister, where did these things come from? Gus was confused. He pointed at the evil serial crossbows and the fallen compressed air cannons. Dad left it here, Gray explained briefly. In the secret chamber, there was a diary of my father. According to the diary, my father met an evil disciple in the mountains. The man was apparently mediocre in martial arts, but he was on par with my father with the help of machines and steam. Later, the two of them were forced to stay in a cave for several days because of a flash flood. During the time, my father made friends with the man and grew suspicious of the fist god's strength. Eventually, he changed his belief. Later, my father let go of the evil disciple and kept in touch with him. Through him, he got a lot of prohibited equipment and weapons from the south and established his own altar. That's all. Then, Gus felt that his mouth was dry. His father was becoming more and more blurred and twisted. Even if we run away, where can we run to? Let's get into the mountains first, Gray said briefly. There are so many expert hunters in the town, and we are definitely no match for the Temple of Fists. Gus was worried. Even if we make it to the mountains, how many days can we hide? The question depends on it. Gray looked at Lu Qingchen. Devil, you are not going to let the two of us be captured by the Temple of Fist and expose your existence, are you? Interesting. Miss Gray, are you threatening me? Lu Qingchen smiled with great interest. He did not seem to be infuriated by the threat at all. Instead, he declared with the face of an ugly kid, "Let me see. It's been a long time since anybody threatened me." It was clearly a soft child's voice, but it made Gray and Gus feel an inexplicable fear. Gray's body shook violently. She felt that all the strength in her body, especially her legs, had been drained. She almost collapsed to the ground. But when she thought of her father's broken body, she gritted her teeth and managed to look at Lu Qingchen in the eyes. It was not a threat. We were merely helping each other like you said. Helping each other? Haha, great. Lu Qingchen smiled. The invisible pressure around him was gone again, and he turned into a harmless, ugly kid again. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the sky, while he suddenly asked, "What's with the crack? Has it always existed?" Gray was dazed and followed Lu Qingchen's gaze. She had been doing experiments on steam compression in the secret chamber for the past few days. The chamber was deep underground and soundproof, but she did not hear the sound of the sky splitting apart last night. During the day, the crack had become very faint. Now and then, it was covered by clouds, and nobody would notice it unless they looked carefully. It was not until this moment that Gray noticed it, too. She exclaimed and was dumbfounded. It only appeared last night. Gus summoned his courage and asked Lu Qingchen, Did you do this? This really has nothing to do with me." Lu Qingchen made a gesture of raising his hands to show his innocence. He thought for a moment and said, "Well, it is not entirely irrelevant. Maybe my appearance accelerated the progress of the Fist King. In short, the world is about to be destroyed. Therefore, whatever your wish is, you'd better hurry up." "What?" Gray and Gus were both shocked. "What are you talking about? With the protection of the Fist God, how could the Fist God's world be destroyed? What if I say that your beloved Fist God is going to destroy the world?" Lu Qingchen mumbled to himself in a voice that the two of them could not hear. Then he said, "Well, we can talk about it later. Brother Gus, are you coming with us or not?" In the end, Gus decided to flee with his sister. After all, the picture of Qin being burnt into a black toad was still vivid in his mind. Gus did not know how the residents would react when they discovered that there was such a large altar below their house, and that his sister had killed Qin Yong. The Qin family was quite influential in Red Gold Town, too. They were related to the fist arts of several nearby cities and would certainly want to take revenge. Although he had nothing to do with the altar, he had slept on it for years after all. It was not certain that other people would believe his sister's lies. The only uncle who could protect him seemed to have a lot to do with his father's death. Gus was not a man who was good at acting. It was an impossible task for him to get along with his uncle without leaving any traces. Therefore, Gus had no other options except to be led away by fate. The two siblings each had a large backpack. Gray carried a serial crossbow and a compressed air cannon on her waist. Gus left the house with the steam ball that had sealed Lu Qingchen and strode south toward the Black Wind Mountain. At this time, the news of Qin Yong's death had not yet spread out. The town was still immersed in the excitement of burning the evil clansmen to the ground. In the afternoon, there should be a sermon promoting righteousness and criticizing evil. Everyone, including the hunting team, had gathered in the town. The main road was empty, allowing the two siblings to run with all their strength. Soon, the road in front of them became narrow and rugged. It turned from a paved road into a paved one, and from a paved road into a narrow and winding one. In the end, they were surrounded by dense bushes and forests. One of the mountains was connected to another, and a black mist was rising from the top of the mountain. When the wind blew, it was raging like a devil. This was the Black Wind Mountain that stretched for hundreds of kilometers. A place where ferocious beasts appeared and boxers showed off. It was in this place that Gus had encountered the tiger and saved him when he saw Qin Yi kill the tiger with a crossbow. A short day had passed, and Qin Yi had already turned into a charred corpse. His own reputation had been ruined, and he had embarked on the road of life and death with his sister. Just thinking about it made him feel as if a lifetime had passed. Gray didn't say anything and led the way in the front. She didn't even use a machete to cut the branches and vines in her way, but simply chopped them with her hand. It was clean and efficient. Gus was much less skilled than his sister. Although he did not need to lead the way, he was still exhausted after carrying so many things and walking dozens of kilometers on the mountain with the steam ball. Lu Qingchen did not need to walk on his own, but he was quite happy and at ease. He hummed a little tune in a leisurely manner and even turned into a curious child. Whatever he encountered, he would ask Gus about it. From the history of the Fist God's world to everyone's daily life, to the structure and function of the Fist God's temple, to the content of the arts of iron fists, to the evilness of machines and steam, he seemed to know nothing about the world. Every detail raised his half-truthful exclamations and laughter. "Oh, I can only use my bare hands, but I reject the use of swords and sabers, and I'm not allowed to use the world of machinery, steam, and electricity? This technology tree is really interesting. Therefore, you don't need to study, farm, or build. Almost all the people here are hunters and warriors. You will be sent to the Iron Fist School for training as soon as you are born. The best of you will be promoted to the dojos of the major boxing schools, and the best of you will be sent to the Temple of Fist Arts for training. After all, the only things in your life are fists and fighting. But if that's the case, what are you going to eat? If you lack tools and machines, your life will be very inconvenient. Won't it? Oh, I understand now. The forest and wilderness around the town will randomly spawn a lot of ferocious beasts every day. The bodies of the ferocious beasts are full of treasures. As long as you kill the ferocious beasts barehanded, all kinds of food and necessities will be dropped, enough to satisfy the operation of the world of the Fist God. No wonder you are still so backward after tens of thousands of years of development. It turns out that you don't have the motivation to evolve at all. There are no stars in the night of this world. The Fist King is too petty. Although it is an unimportant thing, if he consumes a little bit of his computational ability, would it kill him to create a few stars? What are stars? How can I explain it? Stars are insignificant dust in the universe. But once they decide to completely burn themselves, the brilliance they release will be very brilliant. What? There's not even lightning? Damn it. Is the Fist King intentionally making things difficult for the Lightning Clan? While Lu Qingchen was asking and talking, he was clicking his tongue in amazement and roaring in fury. His questions were all weird and incomprehensible to Gus. Gus was too scared to ask too many questions of the mysterious devil. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker, he could only tread deeper and deeper into the forest where there seemed to be no way out. So, The people of your world do nothing but study fist arts to please the fist god? At this moment, Lu Qingchun continued asking with a smile. But how are you going to shatter the void and meet the fist god? The question hit the nail on the head. Although he was born weak and useless, just like all the other young men in the world of the fist god, he had dreamt countless times that he would be summoned by the fist god to crush the mountains and rivers and shatter the void. Without thinking, he blurted out, "If you want to shatter the void, you must first master the fist of heaven." Gus told Lu Qingchun that the experts of the fist god's world were divided into 4 levels, each of which had 9 stars. The first level was Fist of the Earth. Experts of this level could tear apart tigers and leopards with their bare hands and fight against giant bears. One punch was enough to blow the skulls and brains out of mammoths with their thick skin. In short, the higher 1-star level was the more invincible one would be in the world. When one reached the Novum Steli, he could kill thousands of kilometers with his bare hands. No ferocious beasts could stop him. He was known as the King of Beasts. Therefore, the Earth Fist was also known as the Beast King domain. The second level was Fist of the Ocean. For the experts in this level, other than the fact that they were invulnerable, their physical strength was endless, and they could resist the immense pressure from the outside world with their intimidating aura. Experts who practiced the Fist of the Ocean to the highest level could walk into the ocean from the seashore step by step and push away the seawater with their aura. Even if they were swallowed by the seawater, they could still maintain air bubbles from 2 meters to 100 meters in diameter. When they reached the Novum Steli, they could even reach the bottom of the ocean hundreds of meters deep. My father used to be an expert of 5-star ocean. Gus told Lu Qingchun proudly. Although Red Gold Town is not near the ocean, there is a huge lake named Devil Dragon Pond that is almost 300 meters deep nearby. The most brutal creatures of the sea are everywhere within 100 square kilometers. They can even bite off half of a fishing boat. My father, on the other hand, was able to swim in the water from the east bank of the Devil Dragon Pond, walk all the way from the bottom of the lake that is almost 200 meters deep, and climb up from the west bank. During the journey, he killed countless brutal creatures of the sea, but there was not even a drop of water on him. His clothes were dry when he went ashore. Therefore, the Fist of the Sea is also known as the Sea King. When he mastered the Novum Sea, he was the well-deserved king of the deep sea. Is he that good? Lu Qingchun exclaimed. Then he suddenly changed the topic and said, "No wonder you didn't believe that your father believed in the power of machinery and steam." Gus was speechless and frustrated. "Don't be angry. I was just joking with you." Lu Qingchun grinned. "If the path of Iron Fists is really the strongest force in the world, and your father is an expert who has reached the 5-star level in the path of Iron Fists, how could he be so stupid as to fall into the evil path? There must be something wrong. Maybe your father was fooled." "Yes. Dad must have been fooled." Gus was refreshed, as if he had met a lighthouse in the darkness and grabbed a straw when he was drowning. Although he had run away from Red Gold Town together with his sister, their thoughts were completely different. His sister's purpose was to avenge his father, but Gus was trying to prove his father's innocence. He did not believe that his father, a loyal believer of the Iron Fist arts, would betray and degenerate for no reason. His father was the most upright, loyal, and reliable man in the world. His father was never wrong. Unless the path of Iron Fists was wrong? Gus's eyes were wide open. He could not understand how the evil thought that looked like a rotten earthworm crawled into his brain. He suddenly shivered and was soaked in cold sweat. Holding his head, he stared at the devil and screamed, What did you do to me?" "But I didn't do anything." Lu Qingchun's face was full of innocence. Looking at Gus's face, he more or less understood what was going on. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have lit the dazzling match in front of the poor man who was born in the darkness. But I need the feeble light to find my own path. What can I do? I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Please continue. What's the level after the Sea King stage?" Gus calmed himself down and took a deep breath, telling the devil that it was the Heavenly King stage. Gus did not know much about the Heavenly King stage. It was an unattainable level that was close to the space jump. There were barely any such places in Red Gold Town over the past hundreds of years. Fist centers such as Heavenly Essence City were few and far between. Gus only knew that the Heavenly King stage was also known as Fist of the Sky. Those who had reached this stage could fly. At first, he could only float in the air and reach a height of dozens of meters or even hundreds of meters. The deeper he practiced, the faster he would be able to fly against the wind. He might even be able to fly into the sky. As for the Broken Realm, which was even higher than the Heavenly King stage, Gus knew even less about it. He could only tell the devil that it was probably the best fist art in the sky after it reached the highest heaven. If it was sophisticated enough and reached an unprecedented level, it would be able to receive the guidance of the fist god and enter another world, a higher world of deities and devils where it could enjoy an eternal and wonderful life. Another world? Chi. The devil couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. What, you think I'm lying? Is there no higher world of deities and devils? Gus's face darkened. The young man had had enough of panic and humiliation today. He decided to defend his beliefs. No. You've misunderstood. Of course, I believe in the existence of a higher-level world of deities and devils. In fact, I came from there, Lu Qingqian said with a smile. What? Gus was surprised. That's impossible. You are lying to me. Of course, somebody is lying to you, not me, Lu Qingqian said. As you said, it is a world of deities and devils at a higher level. Since I am a devil, what's wrong with me coming from there? Gus was lost for words. He had always thought that there were two worlds, one heaven and the other hell. Naturally, the fist god lived in heaven. The cunning devil was definitely from hell. However, the deities definitely knew more about each other than the mortals did. Therefore, it was not unusual that the devil knew something about heaven after the space jump. Glancing at his sister, who was walking silently in front of him, Gus found that something beyond his control was stirring inside his heart, too. Although he knew that his sister was probably lying to him, he still swallowed and stammered. Then tell me, what is the world of deities and devils exactly like? Can mortals really break through the void and go there? World of gods and demons? Looking at the sky that was gradually dyed black but without any stars, as if it had been sealed, Lu Qingqian mumbled. It is no different from this place. There is no immortality, nor is there any marvelousness. It is not impossible for ordinary people to go there, but you might not be able to bear the price of ascending to a higher dimension in the way that you think. For a moment, Lu Qingqian's eyes turned darker than the night. In the deepest part of his pupils, stars that Gus had never seen before were shining. The price? Looking at the deep eyes of the devil, Gus felt his heart palpitating. He did not dare to ask what the price was. Right then, rustling noises came from the forest in front of them. The sister stopped and took out 2 chain crossbows from her back. The stench between the bushes and branches was getting stronger and stronger, as if blood was about to drip down from the sky. Crack, crack, crack. 3 to 4 boas that had lumps on their heads and were as thick as buckets crawled down from the branches. Their lantern-like eyes were glaring at Gus and Gray. Vicious beasts. The ferocious beasts in the periphery of Red Phoenix Mountain had long been wiped out by the hunting team made of strong fighters. But deep inside the mountains, there were cracks leading to the abyss. New ferocious beasts were crawling out of the cracks every day for the hunting teams to train and kill. Gus and Gray had entered the nest of the ferocious beasts without them knowing. Besides, they were not qualified hunters, nor did they have the support of a large troop. The only thing he could count on was his fists and perhaps the power of machinery and steam. Shwa! 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 Before the boa lunged at her, Gray took the initiative and fired more than 10 arrows at the lumps on the boa's head precisely. The lumps exploded, and bright gold liquid flowed out. The boa was stretched taut in pain and hissing miserably. The first round of arrows was soon emptied. The remaining boa was infuriated. Before Gray hit the second round of arrows, it had dashed close and tried to mince the girl into pieces like 2 thick nooses. At the critical moment, Gray bellowed. The skin all over her body was shining like metal. Her 10 fingers were like 10 wrong hooks. She threw away the chain crossbow and aimed at the throat of the boa. It was the Vajra iron finger art of the Eagle Claw sect, a boxing school in town. The throats of the 2 boas were torn apart like tofu that had been bitten by a ferocious animal. 2 holes the size of bowls appeared. The 2 boas could not even raise their heads. They struggled hard as if they were being boiled in an invisible frying pan. Before Gus could cheer for his sister, he felt that his head was cold and sticky. When he raised his head, all he saw was a bloody mouth that was lunging at him from above. Gus was so scared that he crouched instinctively, holding his head. The bloody mouth did not bite his head. Instead, it bit his backpack and made cracking noises. Gus struggled hard and finally tore off the straps of his backpack. He crawled to a tree on all fours. When he turned around, he saw that a boa that was even more hideous than the one his sister had killed had bitten his backpack into pieces. Weapons and food were scattered on the ground, all of which had been chewed into pieces and twisted beyond recognition. The weird snake had the face of a cool human. His laughter was like a baby crying in the dark night. It licked its dagger-like tusks with its long tongue that was full of thorns, as if it were trying to make Gus's flesh more delicious with fear. Then, it swam close unhurriedly. Her sister, Gray, tried to stop her, but a few dead boas tangled her with their last strength. Gus's heart almost stopped beating. He groped on the ground and finally found something familiar. His hunting bow. Gus's mind went blank. Driven by his survival instincts, he started moving subconsciously. Shivering, he opened the bow and shot an arrow at the bloody mouth of the snake. The world of the fist god was not interested in the production of weapons. The hunting bow was just a crude toy. Since Gus was in the Iron Fist School, it was impossible for him to receive any formal archery training. In his extreme fear, his actions were completely twisted. Naturally, the arrow was not very powerful or accurate. It brushed past the snake lethargically and flew to the back. In fact, even if it had not brushed past the snake, the arrow would not have been able to pierce through the scales that were as hard as iron. But the weird snake was infuriated by Gus. The scales all over his body turned blood red. The tusks in his mouth started vibrating rapidly, reminding Gus of the miserable ending when he was ground into a pulp. Fist God. Gus wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only pray to the supreme ruler in his heart. The next second, he heard a weird whistle. An unbelievable thing happened. When he heard the whistle, the arrow that brushed past the snake and was about to fall to the ground like a dry leaf was injected with a new life force. Shwa! The arrow was 10 times faster than before. It made a small turn in midair and darted at the back of the snake's head again. Besides, the arrows were burning at first with spluttering sparks and burning wings. Then, silverish white stuff spurted out of the sparks and the flames. Gus had never seen anything named lightning before. The weird snake sensed the threat behind it. It was a strength that it had never encountered before. It was completely different from other ferocious beasts and also vastly different from human fist techniques. It did not even know how to turn its head. Like a whip, it suddenly shook its head, trying to get away from the fatal blow. But the arrows that were tied up by flames and lightning seemed to have eyes and could even predict the thoughts of the snake. The moment the snake shook its head, they adjusted their shooting direction and hit the back of the snake's head precisely. Pa! The arrow tore through the scales, pierced through the skull, boiled the brain, roasted the eyeballs, and crawled out of the bloody mouth of the weird snake. Flames and lightning were flowing everywhere inside the 7 orifices of the weird snake. It turned into charcoal in the blink of an eye and then into powder, as if it had been made of black sand in the first place. Gus was dumbfounded and could not calm himself down for a long time. It was not until his sister killed all the remaining boas and Lu Qingchen coughed softly next to him that he was woken up from his nightmare. "It's you." Gus looked at Lu Qingchen in fear and awe. The young man was apparently a loyal believer of the fist god. But he could not fool himself by interpreting what had just happened as the fist god's blessing. "Rest assured, this won't take up your quota of 3 wishes." Lu Qingchen smiled. "What do you think? Am I really a generous devil?" Gus was silent. He looked at his sister and saw the same confusion and fear in her eyes. What kind of power is this? It doesn't seem to be mechanical or steam. Gus asked cautiously. Of course not. This is the force of lightning or electricity. It is much more advanced and powerful than the force of steam. Lu Qingchen smiled. I've said it before. I'm not a steam demon. If I have to put a name, I should be a Flash Devil King. Wait, have I been infected by someone? When did my taste in names become so bad? Lightning Fiend. Gray and Gus looked at each other and saw the panic and confusion in each other's eyes. Fear of the unknown was the greatest fear. At this moment, the two siblings were immersed in this fear. Even Gray, as an evil disciple, could not help but shiver. At the very least, the mechanical demons and the steam demons had been savaging the fist god's world for hundreds of years. They knew exactly what it was. But they knew absolutely nothing about the origins, methods, and purposes of Electric Fiend. Gray did not dare to look at Lu Qingchen in the eyes anymore. She knelt on one of her knees and dissected the boa with a dagger, before she extended her entire arm into the boa and groped around. Finally, she managed to retrieve the beast core. What is this? Looking at the sapphire-like object in Gray's hand, Lu Qingchen asked with great interest. The devil seemed to know nothing about the world of the fist god. He did not even have the most basic concepts. This is a beast core. Gray thought for a moment and replied honestly, every ferocious beast has a beast core inside their body, which is the most precious thing in the world. Eating it can strengthen one's chi and blood, improve one's cultivation, and even cleanse one's marrow and cleanse one's bones. Gus, this beast core is for you to eat. We are going to travel through the night, and we are definitely going to encounter more ferocious beasts. I hope your arrows can be as accurate as before. Killing ferocious beasts, eating beast cores, improving my strength, and practicing martial arts. This is truly a completely uninspiring setting. Beside him, Lu Qingchen mumbled and yawned. Gus put the beast core into his mouth and felt that it was too stinky to swallow. He could only open the water container and drink the water together. Then, he felt that a line of fire was raging from his throat to his abdomen. The burning feeling flowed through his body along with his blood. His fatigue and pain were immediately gone. He raised his elbow and noticed that the tiny wounds on his elbow were healing at a visible speed. He was somewhat relieved and turned around to pick up his bow and arrow. However, he discovered that he had been too nervous just now. He had exerted too much strength, and the bow had been crudely made. Cracks had appeared on the back of the bow. If he pulled it slightly, it would break apart. The bow was wasted. Gus was frustrated. Although his archery was equally bad, it was the only thing that could protect him in the forest. Without a bow, he felt that he would only be a burden to his sister. This is for you. The sister noticed her brother's frustration and handed over the chain crossbow. You don't mind using this, do you? No. Gus's mouth was dry. He did not know what to say. As a loyal believer of the fist god, he should not have been contaminated by any machinery or steam weapons. But yesterday, Qin Yi had used a mechanical crossbow to save his life. Today, the one who brought the mechanical crossbow to him was his own sister. There was no way that he would harm his own sister. For some reason, his belief in the fist god retreated a little bit. Instead, he touched the crossbow out of curiosity and quickly withdrew his hand. I can't use it. I don't know how, Gus said. The cold feeling was still flowing in his fingertips. It was not uncomfortable. Rest assured, it is very easy to learn. Compared to the path of iron fists, the greatest advantage of mechanical power is that it is easy to learn and master. Gray said, you have the basics of archery. You will learn how to control the mechanical crossbow very soon. I guarantee it. Come on. Let's practice. Gray pinned the body of a boa to a tree with her dagger. He walked 20 steps away from Gus to learn how to use the mechanical crossbow. As he expected, such a weapon, which could store energy and did not require a bow and arrow, was very suitable for people like Gus, whose arms were relatively weaker and whose weight was relatively lighter. It only took him the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn for him to master it and fall in love with such a marvelous weapon. Right now, there was only one question. Sister, you've given me the serial crossbow. What about yourself? Asked Gus. Don't be silly. I'm much better than you. I can blow up a ferocious beast barehanded. Not to mention that I brought a saber and a compressed air cannon. Gray said. That won't do. The deeper we run into Red Phoenix Mountain, the more ferocious beasts we will encounter. How many ferocious beasts can you kill with your bare hands? Gus bit his lips and returned the chain crossbow. It's better that you use it. Sister, it will be more powerful in your hands and save your precious strength. Listen to me, Gus. Only when you have the strength to protect yourself can I concentrate on dealing with the ferocious beasts. I don't have to think about coming back to save you all day. Only then can I save more strength. Gray said seriously, so, don't argue with me. Just take it. Then, can you show me your serial crossbows? The smiling devil suddenly asked when the 2 siblings were pushing the crossbows forward. Thinking of the arrow that the devil asked him to shoot just now, Gus hesitated for a moment. Then he glanced at his sister and handed over the 2 crossbows. Neither of the siblings expected what happened next. The devil drew close to the 2 serial crossbows and studied them for a long time, before he suddenly sneezed. A mist spurted out of the devil's mouth and wreathed the 2 repeating crossbows. The mist was like a small cloud with vague lightning and thunder inside. When the thunder died down and the clouds dispersed, 4 serial crossbows were placed neatly on the ground in front of the devil. The more complicated, the more precise, the faster the shooting speed, the more arrows loaded, and the more powerful the super serial crossbow. Gus and Gray were dumbfounded. They could not believe their eyes for a long time. This is, Gus stammered. I've slightly modified the mechanical crossbow for you. Right now, it can load 18 bolts at the same time, and its shooting speed and power are 2 to 3 times higher than before. It is not included in your 3 wishes, either. Just consider it a thank you for taking me with you, the devil said generously. But why are there 2 additional mechanical crossbows? Gus's mind went blank. He had never encountered anything so weird before. Ah, this is just the simplest copy and paste. Lu Qingchun said. That way, you and your sister will have 2 crossbows each. Copy, paste. Gus did not understand what paste meant, but he had a general idea what copy meant. Can you copy everything? He boldly asked Lu Qingchun. In this world, theoretically, yes. The devil nodded. For example, beast cores? Can you copy 1 beast core into 2 or even more? I understand what you're trying to say. 100, 1,000, 10,000 beast cores at a time, so that you and your sister can eat them and become invincible experts. The devil said, in fact, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I can directly tamper with your core data and drag your combat ability to the highest level. Or I can retrieve the data templates of those peerless experts and cover you with them. Everything can be done in a matter of minutes. The problem is, if I do this, there will be a 100% chance that the data will be abnormal. The boxing champion will instantly discover you 2 big bugs, and then he will stab his invincible iron fist out of your throat and blow me up alive. For now, I'm still no match for the boxing champion. I have to choose the most suitable battleground. Therefore, I can't make any drastic changes to you right now. Let's see what happens next.